Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports Club Presents Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me is myself, Baba Gusta, and with my co-caster Bullet, as we are here to witness the lower brackets matchup for this season. And as we take a look at those two important matches in the lower brackets, we have Team Phalanx, who will go up against Team Retrograde, which will be the first match for today. And then the second matchup, Kira Esports and Team WontStopPeeking, will be the second lower brackets matchup. We have four players, not four players, four teams who are still in the lower bracket series, and only two shall proceed into the next phase. Who shall it be? We're about to find out in today itself, folks. Talk about the entire match itself. Phalanx have made their own, you know, fantastic plays in the upper brackets matchup, but they couldn't get to succeed up against the Titans of the region, Team Mercenaries. And unfortunately, they had to go
Yeah,
to the lower brackets. And talk about Retrograde. Amazing work for them as well in the upper brackets too. And now they're also trying to do the same thing, surviving in the lower brackets as they did succeed in winning out the first lower bracket phase. And now they're here defending against Team Phalanx.
yeah, true. So first man, Phalanx versus Retrograde. Talk about them. Yes, of course. Not gonna lie, Phalanx like almost didn't stand a chance up against Mercenaries. Talking about yesterday's matchup. The second map, of course, on the map of Border, I guess. Yeah, that was Border, right? That was Border.
Yeah.
So I felt like they were getting in close. It felt like on Oregon it could have been done, but it is Mercenaries in the end. It was Mercenaries. And we'll be taking a look at the tournament format for our the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition. We had our first qualifier running up from 1st of July to 4th of July. Second qualifier running up from 7th of July to 10th of July. And talking about playoffs, which is going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. 16th of July till 24th of July. So yeah, a lot of teams just came in. So the thing is like we are only seeing the majority of the teams on our broadcast since the playoffs has been started. So these are the teams. Even though today is the lower bracket matchup, Baba, it feels like these teams have already proved themselves that they are, I would say, a very good team in the region. Because I know for a fact that you know for a fact that our producer knows for a fact, even like entire production team knows that how many teams literally participated in this particular event. Talking about the prize pool breakdown, we have 2,500 USD dollars on the line. The first team to come up on the top will be taking up the lion's share, 1,200 US dollars. 600 US dollars will be taking second position will be taking home 600 US dollars. Third position will be taking home 400 US dollars, and of course, fourth position will be taking home 300 US dollars.
Yeah, not only just that, the teams who will also win this entire series will also receive a total of 10 points for the SA National qualifiers. So, not only do the teams have to fight for only just the prize pool, they're here to secure their spot on the SA Nationals as well. So, talk about the point system as well, folks. The winner will receive 10 points, just like I said. The second point, we still have a lot of points still remaining though. Even on the second position, as we take a look at it right now, second place will have a total of 8 points, third place will have 6, fourth having 4 points, fifth and sixth will have 2 points respectively, and seventh to eighth position will have 1 point itself. We've already got to, I mean, we already did determined seventh and eighth place securing 1 point, and now we just have to wait on who will get fifth and sixth place spot, claiming 2 points at their hands. Let's take a look at the brackets and see the amount of matches that we've had for today. Starting off with the upper brackets, Kira Esports and Hunters LFO, a dominant performance from them, 2-0. And they will be going up against the Titans once again. Team Mercenaries, the revenge match on the upper brackets matchup. Things will start to heat up so much that it's difficult to even bring out the fire extinguisher bullet. So it's
True,
it's that
true.
hot. And talk
Yeah.
about the and talk about the lower brackets matchup here, folks. Team Phalanx and Retrograde, Kira Esports, and Team Won't Stop Peaking are the two lower brackets matchups left, and only the two matches that we're going to see will be able to determine who will proceed into the next phase. For now, let's just focus on the first lower brackets matchup. Team Phalanx versus Retrograde. Map window is in, and there you go. The bands itself really shows that Phalanx have done their homework. Theme Park and Map Skyscraper is technically the map that Retrograde does excel in. And since both of those maps have been banned by Team Phalanx, Retrograde also does the same thing by banning their own personal maps. Oregon, And decider will be Chalet nonetheless. So Clubhouse and Villa will be the maps that Retrograde and Phalanx needs to defend against. Retrograde will be the one picking map Clubhouse. Team Phalanx will be the one picking map Villa. The first map will be Clubhouse yet again, with Team Retrograde being the ones on attack.
Yeah, talking about the first map again, I can say that on the map of Clubhouse, not really sure who's gonna win because we have seen many teams in our region kind of like get dicey on the map of Clubhouse. Sometimes will be the attacking team, sometimes will be the defensive team. But on the map of Villa, it feels like Flanks. Of course, I'm not saying this because they have picked up the map of Villa. It feels like it's their map. I have seen Flanks playing really well. If you remember, Baba, there was some of the times from the side of Flanks that they performed really well on the Community Cup. Even I would say, if I'm recalling it right, on the last Pro Series edition, I saw some of the players of Flanks taking some good clutches on the map of Villa. For now, talking about the decider map, if it goes on map number 3 on the map of Chalet, this can be pretty interesting. So let me ask you, what do you think? What can be the action that we can witness towards the side of a Clubhouse? Because talking about Clubhouse as a whole map, it feels somewhere around a defensive side, from my opinion. But what do you think, Baba?
I mean, what I think right now is Phalanx and Retrograde will definitely go head to head, that's for sure, in the lower brackets.
Okay, okay,
Already we saw the amount of bans that we've seen in map Veto, banning out the mastered maps that both Retrograde or Phalanx are good at, and now they're heading on to an unexplored territory in which Retrograde being the ones that make a decision to go on Clubhouse, Phalanx being on Villa. I mean, I can understand these are like the most common maps you see in most of the South APAC region. So I believe they want to go head to head. And I'm pretty much guessing for the fact that this could have a higher chances to be on overtime because Clubhouse, Villa, these are the maps where we get to see most of the players on the team have a lot of mastery on the site itself, being if it's even if it's on attack or on defense. But Retrogade's end, although they didn't had a really good start on the upper brackets, they immediately head down towards the lower brackets where they had to deal with rest of the teams. They did succeed. They did proceed into the next phase, and now Team Phalanx, they're also are currently having a lot of problems from their end too. Because if you take a look at the standings of the international qualifier points, you see Retrograde being at fourth position, whereas Team Phalanx have secured seventh position. Seventh position means that they have a total of 2 points, and Retrograde have secured, I believe they've secured like 4 points. Third position is exactly where Kira Esports have secured a total of seven. But more than that, the main thing that you need to worry about is the points system itself. If Phalanx succeeds on proceeding into the next phase on the lower brackets, they will get more than just 2 points. And that is
okay.
saying something. And Retrograde, if they lose this, since
Mm-hmm.
they're in fourth position, claiming a total of 4 points, if
Mm-hmm.
they lose this, they'll secure 2 points, which means they'll add themselves off with a total of 6 points. So if
Okay.
Phalanx do succeed in the next phase, there is high likely a chances where the standings of the SNS qualifier points
Yeah.
will start to dwindle a lot. Although the changes wouldn't be the same on top three or top four,
Yeah.
below top four positions is the one that you need to be careful about, because if you want to survive, if you want to ensure that if you want to have a spot into the SA Nationals, then you have to give it all they've got. So
Yeah.
obviously in this lower brackets matchup, everything is on the line for both of them, for both Retrograde and
Yeah.
Team Phalanx. If they have
Yeah.
to survive, they have to give it all they've got, and that that really does say something, Bullet.
Yeah, like they one thing that we both can agree upon. I'm really pretty sure that the chat will also agree upon. They are on in a lower bracket for a reason. Like talking about the top dogs who have already survived their way up in the leaderboard, it feels like they have done their job and are fighting off for the SN points. But the thing is, I like to say this, like you have 2,500 USD dollars on the line, the prize pool, taking the lion's share of it, plus the SCN points. We have the main event coming up, that we have the whole roadmap this year. It feels like, I can say, सोने पे सुहागा वाला बात है, but Retrograde up against Team Phalanx, it's your last chance. Talking about the SCN points breakdown, Baba just went away, went beautifully. You went beautifully with it, but it feels like it's more of like a fighting situation, like do or die situation for both of them. Flanks also need to prove themselves after losing to Mercenaries yesterday. Retrograde are also kind of on the same page. If they don't win it today, they'll be going down to get eliminated from the event.
Yeah, although the summer series might not be the only event that
Yeah,
all of the teams needs to worry about, there is yet another
a
next
lot.
event for pro
True, true.
series that they can still make a lot of points. But
Yeah,
let's not forget, the third pro series will be the last one. So
yeah.
they have to give it all they've got. So, without having any further delays, folks, we are not wasting any time and proceed with our lower brackets matchup. It's Retrograde on attack, Team Phalanx on defense, and we'll start it off with the ban phase immediately to see what kind of bans that we'll be able to see on a map like Clubhouse.
Hmm. Um, but one thing's for sure, it will be like Thatcher ban. Definitely a Thatcher ban will be coming in until us we see. I say this every day. I know I say this every day until is the operative balance or I can say the river comes in. Thatcher's gonna be banned, of course. It's the meta ban I can call it. Talking about the side of retrograde, like defense and attack overall, we might see my ban. It feels like today they can target Vamai because I saw Flanks playing a lot of Vamai. Oh, they have went into ban Maverick and they are on the side of attack for the first 6 rounds. What do you think about this, Baba? Seems to me like a little bit of a gamble over here.
Hmm.
Just a little bit.
I mean, it is just
It
a little bit,
is.
but they do, however, decide to ban Kaid, which means that it
Okay.
shouldn't have much of a problems for Team Retrograde to open up any walls, especially on CCTV. So they need to make do with either mute jammers or bandit.
Mhm.
And
Of course.
I'm not quite sure whether if Team Phalanx will make a
Oh,
decision
man.
for bandit Rex. Valkyrie will be the last operator, which will be banned at the hands of Team Phalanx, which means that we might see Azami being brought out at the hands on defense. Now we've seen Team Phalanx bring out the Azami a lot. Azami is really great at holding out Garage Catwalk thanks to her Kiba barriers. She'll be able to just block out the entire line of sight from the windows so that she can focus on only one main particular spot, and that is towards the garage entrance. But I'm not quite
Uh,
sure we'll be able to see Azami being brought out, but instead, Mira will be in. And look at the side that they're going on from. It's on second floor
gym
gym and
bedroom.
bedroom.
Yeah.
Now, this is a good site talking about the bans itself. Why? Because Maverick is banned. And the only way that they could open up CCTV is by either gaining control on the blue entrance and
Mhm.
use either in maybe use an IQ or a Zofia to just take out one important utility, and it'll
Attackers
be
need to
easier for them
locate
to
and defuse
open
the bomb.
CCTV wall. That is
Yeah,
not
yeah,
a
of
lot
course.
of problems.
Of
But the
course.
main problem for the attackers is opening up the wall on second floor gym, because the entire floor of second floor gym is hard wall. You cannot use any explosive utilities to open up anything from below, so they need to make use of those drone holes which has been present on second floor gym. That's why you see ADS is being placed. You even see the wise magnet nades to ensure that none of those grenades would touch the mute
10
jammers.
seconds to
Although
insertion.
mute jammers also has its own fair share of problems, the way
5
how
seconds
jammer
to
has
go.
been placed, although it covers the downside of the reinforcement wall, the upper
Attackers'
part
objective is to
is
locate a
where
bomb and
the
defuse it.
attackers can still open it from, but they can only gain an angle from it. Unfortunate sides coming in from Team Phalanx's side, as one of the player has been disconnected, so it will start off with
Attackers
a
have dropped the bomb
5v4.
diffuser.
But
Attackers
starting
have
off
recovered
on
their
second floor
diffuser.
gym and bedroom is actually a good way to start it off on the side of defense.
Of course, like how it is described, it feels just like it is. He just तरीके से operator bans हुए the operators bans. It just makes a whole lot of sense to go on the first round, like gym bedroom itself. We see many teams going into other side of Arsenal. We see many teams taking up CCTV and cash area, but no, they have just decided to go into other side of gym bedroom. Talking about the attacking team, that's going to be Retrograde, making a push from the side of server also, and then also making a little bit of entry points for the side of logistics. Of course, Soft hatch will be opened up by the hands of Shisha. A good push can be coming from both sides, and it feels like they have just started to make their way in, and it feels very good. But talking about how Flanks played the a map of Clubhouse up against Mercenaries, I think in a way Flanks will be able to take down Retrograde more compared to what Retrograde will be doing in defense for the side up against side of Phalanx, because Phalanx were able to just like uh, do a lot of damage to Mercenaries in few of those rounds. For now, it'll be Shisha taking out Gavin on the side of Logistics. One guy goes down, but it's going to be another one from the hands of none other than Exterior picking up Hussein. Makes it a 5-2.
Bomb located by
There's
attackers.
already a unfortunate disconnect coming in from the Phalanx. That's going to be devastating to take down and return Exterior. But for now, it's going to be Ash going down. Still, Jimmy is still alive. The Heart is still alive. Sasaki, our Finka main is still alive. So it feels like definitely you have the round in your hand. But nonetheless, a quick come up to go on the side of construction. Take down next stage. Makes it a 3-2. 1 minute left on the clock. Diffuse is already down toward the side of construction. I see no attacker pushing in toward the side of construction for now.
Okay, that
Oh,
was
okay.
unfortunate coming in
Again,
from Devastating's
unfortunate.
end. But that will force Devastating on a 1v2 situation. They will succeed in opening up the wall on second floor gym just by, opening up the wall on gym window itself. But look at that run out though from Devastating. This is good. 1v1. He's isolating these gunfights, and even more so, he also has the diffuser in hand, which will force Jimmy to contest a 1v1 gunfight. The Vector SMG from Devastating proves wonders for him, and all Team Phalanx needs to do is to secure this clutch. At a 5v4 situation, having
15 seconds
an
left.
opportunity like this is huge. And if Team Phalanx lose this opportunity, then oh man, it would hurt them a lot. Jimmy will actually succeed a 1v1 clutch on the sides of Retrograde, which will give the attackers a round win on second floor gym and bedroom. A very close round coming in from Team Phalanx's end, and a, a job well done from Devastating though. I mean, 3 kills from he did we did get to see them make that run out. He tries to challenge that 1v1 gunfight, in which he did succeed. But man, it always came down to Jimmy. And man, did he clutch that round. Even more so, he was forced to pick the diffuser up. So if he could have played time, if they could have, forced the attackers to plant the diffuser, maybe they would have had a chance to come back. But a timeout has been requested on the side of Team Phalanx, and looks like they will evidently have it. Shari will be back on the match. Welcome back, Shari. And hopefully on round number 2, we will have a lot of time
Yeah.
thinking about what Phalanx will do next. Now, since Maverick has been banned, so does the Kaid on defense, in which Retrograde has made a decision to ban both of the important operators. If Kaid was still present, it would have been an entire defensive round on Clubhouse, because Kaid's Electroclaws are very difficult to remove the hatches on kitchen, on bar, including on stock. So having Kaid would be a, a lot of problems on Retrogade's end, knowing that they banned Maverick. So decided to ban both of the important
Mhm.
operators so that they could have at least a fighting chance on attack, win
Yeah.
some decent amount of rounds, and then on defense they'll be able to use some certain strategies. I mean, you still have the impact nade, so you can still use that. And since you have only 3 hard breaches, the Ace, the Hibana, and the Thermite, more likely you would see Hibana being brought out, because she's the queen of hatches after all. She can use the Hibana Skyros pellets, only 4 of them, to open up most of the hatches. Now, Ace could do the same thing, but Ace will be forced to use 2 Summer Breach charges instead of 1. So we all know what's going to happen on the site on Basement Church, though, because that's exactly what will happen. But Team Phalanx wants to go on second floor gym and bedroom again, because this is the strongest site according to the ban phase. They don't have to worry about Maverick. They don't have to, worry about the Thatcher's EMP. All they have to do is to hold their site well with the help of Mira's
Yeah.
mirrors, and ensure that they'll be able to get
Defenders,
an
protect your
important
bombs from
opening
being
pick on
defused by
round number 2.
attackers.
They almost succeeded on round number 1. So hopefully, with the timeout being given in round number 2, we might be able to see something different coming in from them.
Yeah. Like, of course, like, if I just put it in a short way, like on the round number one, Baba, it was like one of like it was Retrograde round because Phalanx unfortunate disconnect. It was eventually a 4v5. Of course, devastating red. Also unfortunate. I guess that was a team kill from there and from the side of Phalanx. I mean that ended up resulting being in a 2v3. So it felt
10
like more of
seconds
like it
left.
was Retrograde round, but yeah, of course the clutch coming in. Of course, it was
5
Retrograde.
seconds to
Making a
go.
1-0, and we again going in towards the side of Jim bedroom. For now, I would say the
Attackers,
overall
you have to
setup
locate a bomb and defuse
looks
it.
very good, even though we have seen in a lot of plays, we have seen in a lot of tournaments like that, like this, like the team wants to take an approach, open up towards the side of
Attackers have dropped
logistics,
the
open up
bomb
towards the
diffuser.
side of construction, and make it up like a happy rotation. Like right, you can just easily rotate towards the side of the main objective. Again, a similar push coming in from the side of Retrograde. They will be trying to open up the main common breach wall towards the side of CCTV area. But I would say uh, for this particular matchup, I'm not seeing any aggressive peaks
Attackers have recovered
from
their
both
diffuser.
the sides. So that's a good thing, apparently, that you don't want to give out any kind of early picks to any of the teams. So that's one, I would say, good call coming from the side of both of the teams. But yeah, I have to agree upon the part of when you said, Baba, like this can go toe to toe, but not. I'm not really sure on which map it will be. It will be on the map of Clubhouse. Not really sure, but one thing I can say, like on the map of Villa, Phalanx can or maybe just able to hold it up and give Retrograde a very good fight.
Yeah, great use of the Bana 6 spellers to open up that meta wall. He will actually succeed downing out Guy with Audacity. It's actually a tough decision for Team Phalanx to revive one particular player, though, and Sherry will be there to revive the Frost back up to 20 HP, but is it more than enough? Shrisha already knows that there is two players holding on towards the mirror wall. He's placed into
Okay.
a construction, sees the leg, and there you go. Confirmation will come in, which means that the Frost is gone. Even with the revive being made, they were stuck. Sherry has to contest the logistics room.
Oh, nice
And I
name.
believe that is not going to happen. I believe there was a cooked nade right from below, and Sasaki doing what he does best. He will get one, but let's not forget about Hercules too. He's still holding out the hallway side, and he will succeed efficiently. Shisha will be eliminated, which means that Hussein needs to step up his game. Impact nades being used to open up lines of sight and also an entryway, which he can rotate quick and fro from gym and master bedroom. And now the attackers will have a lot of problems opening up
Attackers
on
have
second
located a
floor gym
bomb.
once again. They have logistics control, which means that immediately they'll have control on CCTV. But they're having a huge gunfight once again at the
Bomb
hands of
located by
Sasaki.
attackers.
The LMG is such a dangerous weapon in close and long range. All they have to do is just hold their ground, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. They have control on the side, but here comes Devastating and Hercules holding their ground as best as possible, and they will succeed in doing so. 2v2. They don't have any much
15 seconds
utilities
to
on
go.
the attacker side, and now Jimmy is
Down the
still
diffuser. 10
wading
seconds
into a
remaining.
second floor gym to open up
Oh,
that wall. Unfortunately, it's too late. He'll be forced to open up the gym window instead. Can he get the shot? Yes, that's one down. Can he get the shot on Hercules?
Operators, you are
No,
out
he
of
will
time.
not. Team Phalanx will succeed round number 2. Master Bedroom and Gym will be theirs. An excellent hold being made from both the players, Hercules and Devastating, both of them playing as the Mira and the Jaeger. All they had to do was just wait. And I just realized Retrograde would have just opened up the second floor gym window
exactly,
and
exactly.
removed the mute
Yeah,
jammers, but they
yeah.
didn't do it.
Didn't do that.
They
It
had
didn't do that.
control on CCTV. They even had
Yes.
control on logistics. Jimmy would have just, he could have just placed his exothermic charge. Then he could have just went all by himself towards second floor gym
Yeah.
and removed the mute jammers. Even more so, if he was a bit
Attackers need to
more
locate and defuse
worried,
bombs.
they could have just placed a claymore. I mean, Nexus had the claymore, right? I mean, the Twitch had two claymores at his pockets. He could have just used it to place at least one of them at the window side on second floor gym. And when he gets to remove the mute jammers, he'll be able to open up that wall. But instead, he decides to use the shock drone, and that shock drone, missing its mark to take out the mute jammer, will force Jimmy to push from the window side. They took a lot of time on opening up one important window. Oh, sorry, one important
10
wall,
seconds to go.
which could have been done at the early round itself, but they were way too
5
focused
seconds to
on
go.
logistics. The Hibana's pellets. There was two players both Sherry and Guy with Audacity, both of them were holding on logistics, and mainly because of that time that they took to get control on logistics, might be the reason why Phalanx had got to win round number 2.
Yeah, like the way you just say, I definitely agree. Like that would have made such a big difference. I feel like if they have could have just opened up the wall, that could have been the reason why they lost. That could have been turned down the reason like why did they lost that particular round. For now, of course, it's going to be Phalanx should choose up towards the side of CCTV and cache area. You can see Mute coming in play from the side of Tab with Odyssey Hussain yet again. We see a lot of Islamic plays coming in from the side of Flank. We also see a lot of Islamic plays on yesterday's matchup from the side of Mercedes. He was playing it a lot. Common main breach call has been opened. For now, I see nobody. If I'm not wrong, I see no one playing in toward the side of Garage Rafter. Oh, there's one. There's going to be one defender playing in toward the side of Garage Rafters. But for now, there is going to be Srisha trying to open up those specific angles from the side of Garage soft wall to get an angle on the guy holding down towards the side of Garage Rafter. So I'm not really sure who's going to be it. There's going to be Sasaki to take down the first kill towards the side of Phalanx. It's going to be Gavin RC to go down in a 5v4. For now, 1 minute and 41 seconds left on the clock. I would say some early kills are now getting in place from the side of attackers. Last round it was Team Phalanx on 1 minute and 50 seconds left, but it's gonna be Retrograde for now to take down one guy, and that's also by the usage of one utility. That's gonna be Grenade.
And those cooked nades from Sasaki deal so much pain towards Phalanx's defensive hold. With Mute not being available, somehow they're trying to fight back. But Retrograde is still back again. Exter and Jimmy, Exter back again with some huge utilities being used from the garage catwalk. And now they're slowly making their way towards the site on CCTV. No problems at all. Round number 3 will be theirs. And they won't. And Team Retrograde, they won't have any. They won't have any problems on executing on the second floor.
Clean.
Yeah, it was clean. It was a
Was
clean
very
execute. All Sasaki had to do was just remove the player on stock with a cooked nade, of course, and that cooked nade just perfectly worked out for the side for the attacker's side. Now they're back again on defending CCTV room and cache room. Now, on round number 4, the garage hold will be a bit difficult for them because
Mhm.
they have necessary amount of flashbangs, and you have extra pushing in from the garage side. So if the window is open, if there is yet another angle that can help give protection towards the guy who's playing on garage catwalk, has to be on the garage entry door. Now, here's the main problem. Since that they have control on stock entrance, gaining control on garage doorway is a very difficult task for Phalanx to get at. And that's how Retrograde have been playing on attack. They already know what kind of positionings that they have to be in on second for CCTV, because most of the time they have control of their choke points. And if one team has control on a specific choke points that the defenders don't have, then it's all gone on the side control itself. They just have to deal a full-on frontal gunfight from cache and CCTV, which will be even much more difficult for the defenders to handle. So they need to find another way, and I believe bringing in the Mira might help them to defend towards construction. But is it more than enough to contest from lounge side, even more on bar? Because those are the main important sites that Retrograde loves to get control on, and that cooked grenade from Sasaki might come in again if they're not careful about it. Even more so, the amount of information that Retrograde has from the attack drone is even more painful for Phalanx to deal with. So, all in all, they just have to find an opening, and if they do, they just have to ensure that they'll be able to get peaks one by one.
Yeah, for now the hard breach wall, the thermite hard breach will be going on toward the side of main breach wall. So I would say a slow push in coming in for now. They're relying a lot of intel to just get around. That's the way how an attacker's teams play, right? For now, it's going to be extra to just use some of his drones here and there. It's going to be next also be joining it from his Twitch drone, trying to make his push from the side of kennels. It's going to be Finca to playing for the side of stock room. Still not sure where are the defenders at, but majority of the defenders are also are only playing around the objective area only. Shisha again using those carry split to make up those specific angles to just take that guy down, probably playing on towards the side of Grass Raptor. That's going to be Hercules playing off Mamai with the Jaeger on two on place, Jaeger's ADS two on place, and also with the Mamai Magnets. I feel like it needs more than two attackers usually to take down Hussein for the time, take down Hercules for the time being, because on Ibana, you have two flashbangs. With Finka, you have two grenades, but Finka is already in the stock room and she doesn't have nades left on her arsenal for now. Let's see what they do to take down uh, the Hercules, who is playing on towards the side garage. It's going to be Jimmy already to take down Shady, and it's going to be Hussein to take down next. Already, we can see a lot of see a simple trade coming in. Next, the 45 seconds left on the clock. Hercules gets down from the hands of Exter, makes it a 3 point left on the clock. It's going to be Sasaki to go down as well. It's going to be 2-2. Exter with the guy with Rasadi getting down from the hands of Exter. It's already Jimmy playing it to the side of main wall breach area, just waiting and to get the entry point. Extra goes on again to take down Hussein in a 1v2. And there you have it, my friend. There's just one defender left, and that's going to be devastating. Not really sure where he's playing. Oh, he's down below. No C4 in his hand. And that's going to be a pre-placed C4. Oh, eventually it was pre-placed, but it's not going to connect. And you are left in a 1v2, my friend, with the diffuser being planted.
Yeah, 1v2, Devastating had no idea on where the front was going on. Lack of information is going to give them the loss once again. Retrograde will win yet another round on second for CCTV. At this point, I could say it was a very close round. It did all in all ended up in a 1v2 situation where it was just back and forth trade games, and in that trade games Exter had won beautifully. That shot that he did towards Hussein was more than enough to give Retrograde the access that they need, because Mira, aka Devastating, was at below from Lounge. Since he was the only one who had the C4 in hand, all he had to do was just have good information to know exactly what kind of the plant was being planted from the CCTVs, and apparently it was apparently the diffuser was being planted near the breach, so he had no idea about it. Maybe
Yeah.
it could have worked out if they had a bulletproof cam on the defensive side, but yeah, we didn't get to see any operators have that important utility, so less information will let Retrograde win CCTV two times, which means they'll be going back on Basement Church and Arsenal Room. And here comes the surprising factor from Jimmy, because he'll change the operator from the Thermite to the Fuse. This will be dangerous for the side on defense. There's a lot of cluster charges which will arrive in towards the Arsenal hatch. And all they have to do is to ensure that they get away from them as best as possible, not let them gain control on tunnels, and when the time is right, when they figure out Retrograde's attack coordination, they'll be able to hold their ground, and when the time is right, they'll be able to spring a trap that will give Team Phalanx the win that they need.
But this round, Team Phalanx has went in toward the side of the basement objective. I felt for a while like how Phalanx was able to just survive and not to just give up when I saw them playing up against Mercenaries yesterday. Felt like, yeah, we might see I also personally feel that like they might take down Retrograde, but for now we can see Retrograde is on a 3-1 scoreline, and they are able to attack and get the retreats very quickly, and they are just able to win that one. Win those specific rounds. So it feels like, yeah, Retrograde are doing a very good job for now. But one thing I can say, even after observing yesterday's matchup, Team Flanks, when playing on the defense side, they are lacking in a lot of intel. Like, where are these attackers coming in from? We saw yesterday, of course, it was Mercenaries in the end. Many guys can say that. Even I can say that, man, it was Mercenaries and they're gonna win it. But that's the kind of I would say, and I would say the kind of a play that they are being outgunned from the opponent team. Like, they are not having the proper intel that where are the attackers just coming in from. The common is it the common hatch? Is the 90 hallway? Where is it? They are just being a little bit clueless in those last few seconds. For now, there will be some vertical plays, and Jimmy going for the cluster charges, trying to make his space into the deep objective area. And of course, it feels like they are just getting ready to dropped down below the hatch.
Yeah, now here comes the main problem for Retrograde. How will they execute on the site basement Arsenal Church? Now, because since they've opened up the hatch on kitchen, they have the control. That does not mean that they have higher chance of winning that site. And even more so, they've lost a lot of time. 35 seconds for the attackers to make their play. They did secure kitchen, but they haven't secured tunnels just yet. The attackers are a bit much more careful, knowing that Team Phalanx might do some roam games, but evidently they do not. And here comes the first frag. It's the hands of Guy Audacity, the Mozzie, to take out Jimmy. But in the end, there will be a refrag, which will succeed in taking out one of the players. Shrisha will be downed and taken out, which means Sasaki will be forced to make his own play from the deployable shield. And that deployable shield will prove to be strong at the hands of Team Phalanx. This time, the defenders are fighting back, which means Exter unfortunately won't be able to do anything on round number 5. Beautiful defense being made at the hands of Team Phalanx. All they had to do was just wait for the attackers to make their play, wait for Shisha to drop down from the hatch, and the trap has been laid successfully. A job well done for Team Phalanx. They will win the side basement church, but now they will be back with 2 sites. Second floor CCTV and second floor gym slash bedroom. These are the only 2 sites that Team Phalanx has to win if they can succeed on a 3-3 scoreline. And what better site can it be than to be on second floor gym and bedroom itself? They did win on round number 2, so they will ensure that they would win that site back again.
3-2 will be the scoreline, and yeah, man. Like I said, I just think that after like Flanks got the defeat yesterday, they will be looking up very strong up against Team Flanks will be looking very strong up against just Retrograde today. But that's not likely the case. Of course, they won the last round. Of course, a very good hold coming in from side of Flanks, but Retrograde, it seems like they are being just a small step ahead of them, and that one step and that one angle that will be, it's going to be the game of intel. They are droning up pretty well. They're able to just hide their drones pretty well, even in the action phase itself. Like last round, I guess it was end of 35 seconds or 40 seconds, and it on the round number 3. I'm really sorry, it was Retrograde to one of the guys from Retrograde to just drone it up a little bit and try to gather the intel around the last defender. So this kind of plays, it's just that Retrograde are able to get these trades really fast, really quick in their favor. But yeah, uh, for the side of Team Flag, might want to play. I have seen all of plays coming in from the side of Hussein, playing up his army, or maybe Hercules to go for some another operator, or maybe even devastating. It's not really necessary to just play Mira on Jim bedroom. Maybe it can be in your books, but let's see. For now, they have gone for Mira. Devastating as pick up Mira yet again to place up the black mirror towards the side of construction, or maybe just place it up in the common bathroom spot.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
Yep.
it.
Round number 6 will commence with some changes in the operators at the hands of Hussein, interestingly enough. Bringing in the Thorn, still hasn't used his ability just yet, which means that he'll be placing it right about now in the action phase. There you go. One of them is already placed from the cash room, I believe. Yeah, one of them is placed from cash room, which means the other will be placed from the hatch side in logistics. The traps will be placed. Interestingly enough, there's one reinforcement placed on CCTV wall and the other has been soft walled,
Yeah.
which means that there is one angle that the defenders have, and I believe they will constantly pre-fire it if they have their intentions of knowing that there might be an attacker pushing in from CCTV,
Yeah.
because on second floor gym, their biggest concerns are to open up that Mira wall, and they're doing exactly that by opening up the construction wall, and with the help of the Hibana Siskara spellers, they'll be able to remove it. But here's the fun fact about this bullet. Hussein is playing on construction with the deployable shield. So
Yeah.
if, okay, that was a really good shot,
That
but
was a very
almost got the
almost.
shot of Exter. Yeah, it was almost, but as I was trying to resume back the conversation back,
Yeah.
even if Hibana uses her Excaro spellers to open up the Mira wall, Hussein can just immediately look back and destroy it. Deployable shield will be destroyed nonetheless at the hands of Exter, by wasting a lot of utilities from his end. 2 concussions and 1 impact to remove the deployable shield, which means Hussein will be forced to fall back. And now Hibana will be free to use the Excaros pellets to open up the Mira wall. But
Yeah.
does Sherry know that there is one of the
Oh
attackers
shit!
playing in? Oh, he does not. He gets away with 1 kill, and that's exactly what Phalanx need. A huge man count. Not only just that, it's an important peak.
The
Sasaki
attacker's
has been
bomb
downed,
diffuser has been
which
dropped.
means that no more
Attackers
surge
will cover the
nor the
diffuser.
grenades will help Phalanx with this execute.
Yeah, like like Sherry. I guess he knows. I guess he just knew that there was one guy who got the sound of the reload. I guess, and but Saki didn't had a single idea that he is just over there. Retrograde down to just 3 men in this particular round. Round 6 going out into the favor for the side of Phalanx for now. But this might be can be a really good put on the side of extra to get down. Maybe take down the side of Hercules, but no. It's gonna be Gavin on the side take down Jimmy. But now it's gonna be Hussein to take down Trisha as well. And all in the left in a 1v5 scenario. It's gonna be extra. Trying to get some Jaeger, he gets 1, he gets 2, but nah, not 2. It's going to be Hussein to take down extra, and Team Phalanx winning up round number 6. 3-3 will be the scoreline as Music J pricked in the chat. This might be probably 3-3 half, and there you go, my friend. It is actually a 3-3 half. Very nice close-up match, and like Baba Gustav predicted it, this will be a very close one up, but yeah, this can go anywhere around, and it feels like both of the teams are doing some very minor mistakes that the other team is able to just capitalize on. It feels like one of the part that like I said, it's going to be one of the part where Team Flanks is not able to gather so much of the intel. But this time around, it was side of Team Flanks to just go away with the kills, go away with the bodies down, and Retrograde was just suppressed in. Sasaki, of course, we got to give
Attackers
up to
need to
the
locate
kill
and
of
defuse
Sasaki. I
as many
feel that
bombs as they
that was a
can.
very crucial kill that just Sasaki just came up with. Sherry, we know that for a fact, right, Baba? It's the LMG, it's the adrenaline boost, it's the nades that helps the overall scene just very much in a very I would say good way. Side swap being made, Retrograde had done their part on the side of attack. They have won 3 and they have also lost 3 of the attacking rounds by their end. But it's going to be Team Flash to also equalize a little bit, equalize overall, and an overall map score of 3-3 for now. It's going to be Retrograde to just defense it up. But
10 seconds remaining.
I just expected a little bit more from the side of
5 seconds
Flanks,
to
to be
insertion.
honest, Baba. On how they just played yesterday up against Mercenary, I
Attackers must
felt in a way
locate and
like,
defuse the
yeah, we
bomb.
might see a few more round victories, few round wins from the side of Team Flanks up against Retrograde. Retrograde, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it can happen though, but that's the thing, right? Talk about Retrogade's defense. They are always great at tricking out walls. That's why you see Nexus bring in the Bandit. The Bandit charges, which will help them ensure that none of those hard breaches would come in at the hands of attack. And Retrograde is an expert at denying those walls. Now, we've seen them do it on Map Theme Park, we've seen them done it on Skyscraper, and now they will do it on Clubhouse too. But the main problem is, since the entire wall is a bit problematic for Nexus to trick the wall, he needs to time it right. And that timing will give Sasaki a bit of a breather because he just took out Hussein. Buck was the important operator for them to open up lines of sight and ensure Nexus wouldn't, trick out the walls either on construction or on second floor CCTV. But with Hussein being downed and out, things are much more tougher for the side of Team Phalanx, even including Sherry being disconnected at the worst moment. Now, if I have to talk about the way how Retrogade's defensive hold is as of now, they are looking strong. They even have the information from the bulletproof cam. So if things go south on CCTV, they have all the information that they need to execute a C4 throw that Nexus or Jimmy can perform. Breach charges being used to open up an entryway in towards gym and bedroom side, which means that they'll slowly make their way in towards the execute in towards second floor CCTV. The breach needs to happen on construction, which means that they have to use any explosive utilities to destroy any particular thing. Not quite sure why a breach charge was used, destroyed, and
Attackers have
then use the
located a bomb.
Excaros pellets to open up the hatch, but sometimes mistakes do tend to happen. But I believe the pressure is
Bomb
what
located by
Team
attackers.
Phalanx is getting the most of it. They're losing a lot of time. They only have 50 seconds left to do so. And I believe Guy with Audacity just dropped by downstairs to see whether if he could remove out those important bandit charges right from below itself. This is a good idea. but still they are losing a lot of time once again, and even more so, it's been heavily guarded by Srisha, who is not going to let Team Phalanx open up a single floor right from below, and now they'll be forced to go in with the execute. One player is already gone at the hands of Nexus, which means Hercules is left at a 1v5 unwinnable situation, and Nexus will get it finally as well. Round number 7. No problems at all at the hands of Team Retrograde, as they'll be able to win round number 7, putting themselves on the lead 4-3. And in round number 8, this is where Team Phalanx needs to worry about a bit. Although a timeout will be requested, which means that Sherry was disconnected at that time, so he'll be reconnected nonetheless on round number 8 itself. So he has all the time he needs to come back on the match and see whether if they could do something about this defensive hold.
Yeah, man. I feel like Retrograde is doing a very, very good job. So how just the last round just went, even though four of the guys were playing in inside the objective, I saw only one guy just playing in towards the side of garage. That was, of course, I guess that was Shisha, right? Who just went in towards the side of main. I would say the side which connects the eastern stairs and the garage, and he just came up and took the kill. Where was just one attacker just coming in, drop down towards the side of hatch and go down to destroy those bandit charges. It was a overall, I would say not overall, a very very good the defense composure being made from the side of Retrograde to just take down that particular round. Of course, that's going to be time out being made, and also a request for a pause after the timeout, because in game you only have two timeout requests as of now, and Team Phalanx has already used two of them. I feel like Baba, we are as a caster, like I have to like personally admit this, like these kind of disconnects also affect the players' flow of the game, and it's a very unfortunate situation. For now, it was a 3-3, but it was of course an unfortunate disconnect. So eventually, it was a 5v4, man, and yeah, there you have it, man. And I feel like yeah, Retrograde just could have just easily won. It was also on round number 1 or 2. Yeah, that was on round number 1. That was an unfortunate disconnect coming in from the side of one of the players of Team Phalanx, and this is pro series, man. There's a lot of things on the line, so hard luck. It's bad luck. It's just very unfortunate.
I have to agree on that, Bullet.
Yeah,
Losing one players already twice in a row with Sherry having a lot of connection issues really brings down the momentum, including their morale. It's even difficult to even make a lot of problems, you know?
it just like
Time.
it's just like sorry,
Yeah,
it's
go
just
ahead, go
like
ahead. Yeah.
आपके लिए problems हो जाते हैं. The problems are there for you. It's just like it just are they it just are not trying to make fun of anyone over. Just like I feel it like like as a player, man. It happens with me also. Like when I'm playing rank, or even when I'm like streaming here and there, and just like oh, my ISP is down. Oh, my electricity is down. So it happens to majority of the players who play Siege, and what I just say, many of the players can relate to it in our region, or maybe anyone in the chat can relate to it in our region. It's just normal, man. It's just very very normal and usual for our guys down in the South Asia.
Even more so, if you see Team Phalanx's positioning right now,
Yeah,
you kind of understand the amount of pressure that they're feeling, right?
true, true.
You even saw the Hibana placing the breach charges on the hatches on construction. Suddenly it gets destroyed for some reason, so he gets to use the Hibana Sixcaros pellets so that the Sophia could go downstairs and remove those important utilities that has been placed on the hands of Nexus. But
Hmm.
yeah, that's the thing. They're feeling pressure. I kind of feel like Team Phalanx are currently at in a panic state. So what I
Hmm.
would advise to the what I would advise to Team Phalanx is to, just calm down,
Played cool, played cool.
play it cool, take a deep breath, make sure you get yourself hydrated with some water, and that does not include just only the teams here, folks. It includes to everyone everyone who's watching the stream, including the casters, including the production team, everyone. Hydration is
Uh,
important, folks. The more energy you have, the better the more water you drink, the more energy that you will receive. The more energy you'll receive, the more active you'll be able to work. So hydration is important, folks. Don't forget about that. And even more so, you need to ensure that you're calm. So Team Phalanx, I hope with the amount of time you guys have, just calm down, take yourself a breather, breathe in and breathe out for more like for more than 3 seconds. But
Yoga sessions by Baba
but
Krishna.
we cannot wait for long, right? We just cannot wait for long. We just still have to, ensure that Cherry would come back, or else the match might resume, or maybe we might have to go in for a rehost once again on the first round itself. But 4-3,
Yeah.
man. The second site will be on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, in which I can immediately predict on what will happen next. Sherry, welcome back once again on round number 8. Impact needs will be the trick that Retrograde will do. So
Of
both
course.
Alibi and Wamai, both of them will be in towards Basement Church. So they'll use some of their impact needs to remove some of the utilities that they have on the hard breacher side, and then when they have realized that yeah, we've removed most of the utilities, they don't have enough to open up the hatch on bar, they don't have enough to open up the stock hatch, we'll be, they'll be way much more focused on the kitchen hatch side, so we won't have any more problems in the near future. But
Attackers need to locate
if
and
Team
defuse the
Phalanx
bomb.
decides to use a different approach, that is where Team Retrograde might have a lot of problems. So, with the timer coming to an end, with the pause timer being used, and Sherry coming back into the phrase, folks, we will proceed to round number 8, 4-3. Retrograde, can they make it 5-3 on this round, or will we see Team Phalanx equalize it 4-4? We will find that out.
Yeah. Talking about the last Community Cup plays, even the last sorry, Pro Series
10
play,
seconds left.
like, I feel like Team Flanks will approach in towards the side of blue.
5 seconds to go.
Not really sure, but I'm just having a particular vibe that they will
Attackers'
just
objective is to
try
locate
to
a bomb
just
and
go in
defuse it.
very very hard from the side of blue. Not really sure, but let's see. But let's see. For now, I would say a very very usual setup being made from the side of defense. Next, just playing a bandit. We have extra going for the Mamai. Jimmy again holding it for the side of tunnel. This time around, I see no one like from both the teams. Yet again, no aggressive peaks, no aggressive peaks here, no spawn peaks here, and there, no runouts. I would say no, not kind of any of those Russian coming from the side of attackers, whether it's Retrograde on attack, whether it's two flanks on the attack. Overall, both of the teams are playing it cool for now, but. Like Baba said, like just Baba said, the team flanks, they are panicking a little bit. Like थोड़ा सा आपकी तरफ से वो ऐसी गलतियां हो रही है जहाँ पे जिसको आप बहुत ज़्यादा सुधार सकते हो जिसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है बेसिकली जिसकी बिल्कुल भी ज़रूरत नहीं है जब आप एक प्रो सीरीज का टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हैं सो दैट्स द मेन पार्ट. For now, we are just waiting it out. Where are the drones coming into the play? Bedroom, hallway. Talking about the center stairs, we can see Sasaki playing in. What a side of basement center stairs, and right above him, it's gonna be the guy Hussein playing with the buck. Of course, he can use those skeleton key to just try and get through some of those vertical angles made would set up 90 hallway. Capital City using those target to get down the hatch. They will definitely do up the impact matrix coming in from the side of Srisha, of course, because it's going to be just Alibi for now who's having those Mamai, who's having those impact nades in his arsenal.
Well, for now, 2 impacts is already being used, so Shisha did necessary amounts of denying a lot of utilities and wasting a lot of time on the attacker's side. But the breach will be done nonetheless, and I just realized Wamai doesn't have an impact aid, but instead he has a proximity.
Alarm bot.
Yeah, it's a
Proximity.
proximity alarm. So technically, proximity alarms are great if you want to have information regarding on attackers' whereabouts with the help of sound cues. But anything other than that, what Retrograde has succeeded right now is that they wasted a lot of time on the attacker's end. They did, however, let Phalanx open up the hatch, but that's exactly what they're trying to do. They want them to drop down from the hatch immediately so they can take them out one by one. And also they need to ensure that the dirt control would be also in the hands of the defensive side, and that's exactly we see Jimmy with the deployable shield, smoke gas canisters, everything is present. Now here comes the flashbangs to see whether they could remove Shrisha out of the equation from the K9 spot, but no,
Oh,
it's still not
nice.
enough. Good headshot from the MX4 Storm that will take the life of Guy with Audacity, and Shrisha wants to contest this hatch angle. He's at a very risky spot, and that riskiness, it will reward him a lot once again. But wait a minute, they've already gained control on Church. Post-spawn situation might come in soon enough, and here comes Devastating and Sherry to take out most of his lot of damage. My goodness. The entire hatch execute was a bait from Phalanx's side. That was never their intentions to plant on the Arsenal room. They made their sole purpose to get control on Basement Church. Man, I have to say, Team Retrograde, they did not expected this to happen. For most, or should I say half of the round, they thought, yes, they will execute on the hatch. But turns out, Mainstays was not compromised. Neither does the hatch in towards the bar side because Kite hasn't been banned, so which means the heart breaches can open the hatch freely. And they just went ham on Basement Church. What a way to get that win here, folks, for Team Phalanx. Round number 8. For a moment there, I thought Retrograde would have won that round, but turns out that bait, that misdirection, is more than enough for Team Phalanx to secure round number 8, and they have finally equalized it, which means that Retrograde will go back to the same site once again, and I'm guessing that they will add a lot of fortifications or a lot of defense put through from the mainstays.
Yeah, of course. More than just fortification, I think you need Legion domains right now. Because two of the defenders, two of those attackers playing on the kitchen hatch, right? And the Srisha taking them one by one. But I feel like when this Srisha just took the first kill, they got the call out. Man, we gotta rotate. Maybe we just cannot take the alibi down, and let's see what we can do from the other end. And this is how you actually approach objective. You see there's one guy, two guys just falling on one particular entry point where you cannot just make that entry, you just rotate towards another entry point. I'm saying this when I've joined you on the decks of Community Cup Baba, which I feel like a lot of SC teams ignore this. Like they just try to take one particular entry point, try to just go through it, and they just lost. I'm talking about the side of attackers. On the side of defense, is much just easiest to hold down and kill attackers one by one. So this is how you do the trick, right? You just take down one entry point, try to just use your drone, or try to get the enter here and there, try to just go on, try to take on the defenders if you can from that particular line of angle. If you can try to take them down, of course you should do it. Of course you can do it. But when you are not able to do it, just rotate. Just rotate towards any other entry point. For that, you need to have your utilities right on the place. You need to play your utilities right. For now, we can see two of those heart pieces coming into play, and this is why they are two heart pieces. If any of the thermite, any of the carriers player go down to the waist, maybe try to open up the hatch, try to open up some of these, I would say, a wall towards the side of blue. Maybe you can make another entry point from the side of tunnel if you have the time in your hand.
Time is what Team Phalanx needs to worry about. And Retrogade's main focus is to waste a lot of time. So, since Kitchen will not only be Retrogade's main concern, Basement Church should also be their concern as well. Even though they've utilized a lot of time on opening up lines of sight, opening up the hatches, gaining control on the entirety of the first floor, it's unusual to see Retrograde not thinking of doing some roam game capabilities coming in from the defensive end. Shrisha, once again, I'm guessing he's still at the K9 position where he used both of his impact knees to try to trick out the kitchen hatch, and he did exactly that. But also they need to worry that the Basement Church wall is about to be compromised because they're mainly focusing on that particular spot. Grenades being thrown around, but unfortunately gets caught once again. Is it destroyed? I really think so. The push will happen on Basement Church once again, so Team Phalanx are prepped and ready with this execute. C4 being tossed around, which means the door The door push is exactly what the attackers are mainly afraid of. That C4, one single explosion is more than enough, and Hussein needs to do something about it. In the smoke gas canister, still not being able to get a kill or two. And here comes
Nexus!
Nexus, three,
Nexus!
four. Four kills for Nexus as the C4 tosses
Oh.
out, gains the entire control on Basement Church, and Hussein, who just ran helter-skelter from the smoke gas canisters, couldn't get to find a single player at the hands of Team Retrograde. I do have to appreciate Hussein though. He did drop down. He had to make the risk. He had to ensure that at least one or two players would be downed to deny some of the certain angles so that the basement church execute would have been even much more easier for them to
Yeah.
push in. But that C4, when you hear that C4 sound on basement church doorway, Sherry was a bit too he was scared. He was like, wait, there is a C4. What should
Attackers
I
need to
do?
locate
Should I
and defuse
destroy it or
bomb.
should I focus on taking out the players? Because that itself acts as a trap. That itself acts as a frostmat trap. That itself acts as a Legion Go mine. More than you call it. That C4 really put Team Phalanx up on the edge. And because of that, Nexus just blew everything. Basement Church control, I barely know any of them. Just like that. Round number 9. Beautiful. Beautiful hold though from Retrogade's end. 5 to 4. And round number 10, they will yet again go back to second floor CCTV. Interestingly enough, they will not choose to go on second floor gym and bedroom. So, interesting. Interesting choice of sites coming in from the side of Retrograde.
Yeah, I would say like, of course, it was a very well played round coming into the retrograde. But Baba, I feel like Team Flags also did the job pretty well. Of course, it was a very similar push from what we saw in round number 9 and round number 10. It was going in for the church wall, but it was in the end about the play coming side of Nexus. Two guys went down with the C4. That made a huge difference right there, and just guy just went ham with the third kill coming in the hand. I just feel like if Hussein did had the diffuser, I'm not saying I'm sure about it. I saw the defender just like playing up over here and one toward the side of other onto the right hand where the Srisha is looking right now. There was no one into the K9 position, no one in the deep deep area of bomb B. For now, it's gonna be Hussein to go in towards the side of bedroom, try to make his way towards the side of rotation. He eventually took some damage, probably from the hands of Sasaki right there for the Jaeger.
A bomb
Not really
is
sure for now what they're trying to do, but similar push overall coming in from what we saw in the previous rounds from the side of Retrograde as well. They're trying to wait from the side of Rolex, trying to take control of the back map area and then try to go in and go for a plant.
All the necessary utilities have already been placed from the cache side. And now Team Phalanx are just going ham on this. Especially Hussein constantly being pinged from the proximity mine. He's just trying to figure out exactly where the proximity sensors are. But instead he gets tagged out in the process. But none of the players are down just yet. The trick game from Retrograde is just flawless as ever. CCTV wall though will be opened up nonetheless, which means that there's yet another line of sight that Team Phalanx has, and they could put it to good use. Hercules, currently the one having the diffuser in hand, and also gets to take out Nexus. Shrisha with a huge risky attempt for a run out in towards the garage side, but instead won't be able to find one because a lot of players are currently present towards the side of construction. And Retrograde needs to worry about that exact same spot. C4 being tossed out, won't be able to detonate it because it's been shot in midair. And now their second main focus. Oh boy, Srisha. Man, that is so
Oh!
unfortunate. But revenge will be as sweet as ever. Double kill to take out Hussein. Devastating Extras
Oh!
come back. Guy's audacity comes down as well. And now it's all down to Extra to clutch out a 1v2. Hercules so low on HP, but still has the diffuser in hand. He could go for a post plant situation. And Exeter won't be able to find anything just yet. Sherry comes back right from the push in towards Red Stairs hallway and give Phalanx the win on round number 10. Such a close round. And Shrisha, I gotta say, what was that, man? he,
Actually,
he just
but,
accidentally team kills one. Next thing
yeah.
you know, he just retaliates back with another 2 kills. But unfortunately, it wasn't more than enough for Retrograde to succeed that defensive hold. Again, Phalanx just using a different method that Team Retrograde is not prepared for that push. Because most of the time when you see CCTV, they're like, oh, they'll just open up CCTV balcony, they'll just push in from the red stairs, easier said than done. There wouldn't be a lot of contests being made on second floor cash
Defenders, protect your
on
bombs from
second
being
floor
defused
bedroom,
by
because
attackers.
maximum you'd have at least one player on the opposition team to do all the roam games and everything, right? So what Team Phalanx did was the exact opposite. They let Hercules with the uh, with the diffuser in hand be on CCTV, whereas the rest of the players on Team Phalanx decides to make a lot of noise on construction. That led Nexus pick one of his bandit charge so that he'll be
10
able to
seconds
trick
left.
out the wall on construction. Unfortunately, Nexus cannot
5
trick
seconds
both
left.
walls at the same time, right? He has to make a decision. So when he decided to trick a
Objectives to
wall on
locate a bomb and
construction,
defuse it.
Hercules had the opening. He said, you know what? He's tricking on construction. Now is the great time for me to open up on CCTV and just give distractions everywhere. And that distraction is working out very well on the hands of the attackers. Round number 11, action phase is in. What will be Retrograde's response?
Distractions are causing a lot of actions. I can say that. Like, never mind. I make a lot of bad jokes nowadays. But for now, it's gonna be the side of Team Flash side to go into the side of those to gain the significant amount intel that needs to be done. But Srisha, boy oh boy, he's just not stopping. Taking out Hussein, a very very crucial guy from the side of Team Flanks. Down goes the bug from the hands of Srisha. And boy, oh boy, definitely we saw Srisha Baba on the last round, thinking that unfortunate team kill, but he just took out too many heads, man. One, two, three, combining the team kill, of course. But yeah, that that eventually happens here and there. Fana is going to be shade to push up to the side of construction area. There's going to be no one playing into the side of construction. Again, a similar kind of push coming into the side of team flanks. Not really sure if this time around they can execute it properly. Last time it was definitely the unfortunate the team kill, which unfortunate team kill which came into the side of Srisha. But for now, team plans look very promising. But the guy, I would say, Hussein is one of the fraggers, or maybe I can say entry fraggers from the side of Team Flanks, who just goes in, take down guys here and there. We saw on the last yesterday's matchup as well. We have seen it previously on Community Cup as well. But no, this has been a good point. Actually, gonna be scheduled to take down Nexus. Trisha coming with the trade, takes down Hercules, makes it a 4v3. For now, it's gonna be Sasaki to play down for the side of lobby area, taking some here and there, but Audacity also playing up Kiana from the side of Team Flanks, trying to make his way to the side of bedroom and then going in inside of construction. Doing those Gemini replicators to gain the significant amount of intel required to just, get those pre-fires right here and there. Srisha is playing it at a very, very risky spot for now. Toward the side of server area. Here comes the nade. Jimmy almost survives it. Not really sure if the C4 is gonna run properly. Here goes the C4. Maybe he gets the kill. He gets double! Guy gets double! Oh my god, but it's gonna be straight to come and take down Jimmy. Makes it a 1v3, 35 seconds left on the clock. It's gonna be straight to go down with the pre-fire. Just going here and there, but now it's gonna be extra to take down Sherry. And boy oh boy, what a lovely turn of events. It's gonna be Retrograde in the end to take down the round victory.
Man, what a C4 from this guy right here,
That
Jimmy.
C4 just pumped me, bro. That C4 just pumped me. Trust
That
me.
C4 was more than enough for Team Retrograde to claim that win.
Yeah.
And I,
Very
I
well placed.
still I still have to appreciate the way how Phalanx decides to take out the Nexus, while he was so determined to trick that wall no matter what. Nexus, I have to say, he is an expert when it comes to tricking walls. You ban out the Maverick, that's more than enough for Nexus to not let the attackers open any line of sight. Although
protect your bombs
stock
from being
control
defused by
wasn't at
attackers.
the stock control wasn't at the hands of the defenders. Team Phalanx had it, and using that vertical line of sight from below, they took out one. And for a moment, I thought, yeah, they got control on cash room. Maybe they can go in for a hefty execute. The grenades were being thrown out from the red stairs to ensure that the defenders would just get away from that positioning so that the attackers would, freely push into the site. But he held on. Jimmy held on that reinforcement wall, and he just waited for the perfect moment to throw that C4, and that C4 was more than enough
5
for Team
seconds to go.
Retrograde to win that round. That was crucial for Jimmy to be landing that
Attackers must
C4 at
locate
that
and
perfect
defuse the
moment,
bomb.
and that will give them match point. But here comes the main problem here, folks. It is 6-5. We're back at the round of ones. If Team Phalanx lose this round as well on Basement Arsenal Room / Church, then that means Team Retrograde will secure map number 1, Clubhouse. There's a change of operator specs being made, especially in the hands of Shisha bringing the Azami. Those kunai barriers will provide a lot of extra covers for the defenders, especially in towards the dirt side. We saw one of the barriers being placed, and now the rest of them will be placed on some certain areas as well. Now, Team Phalanx, you've come a long way from both first half as well as the second half. You secured 5 points. Basement Church and Arsenal Room is the only site where Team Phalanx still has a chance. And last time I remember, they made an execute directly towards Basement Church. The wall couldn't, unfortunately, the wall on the side of the attackers, they couldn't get to open it. And that's the main reason why Hercules had to shift out from Thermite to the Ace. Now, Ace, with the help of his summer breach charges, can at least be able to open up the top sides of the church so that it's more likely what can I say? It's more likely compromised where a grenade can be thrown around to remove those important utilities, at least force Nexus out of that positioning. So bringing in the ace is a good idea, bringing in from the attacker's end. But also they need to utilize time. A minute and 30 seconds left. Devastating will be the one to open up lines of sight. We don't get to see Hussein bring out Buck, but instead we'll see him bring in the Sophia instead. Control on dirt is also important for the attackers if they want to gain control, unless and until if the execute is at Basement Church. So everything is on the line for Team Phalanx. If they want to win map number 1, they have to win Basement Church and force Retrograde on overtime. But I'm pretty much concerned that Team Retrograde won't let that happen.
Yeah, the players coming in from the side Retrograde, they're just trying to shut this down pretty well here. Oh, free gas pushing from the side of Center Chris. Now this time around it's going to be Team Flanks again. I'm really sorry.
Uh-oh.
I'm really sorry. It's going to be Team Flanks yet again with Center kind of push. This can go anywhere around. Not too sure where it's going to go. Kunai barriers coming at the right place at the right time. But it's going to be another of the nades going in. Another of the flashbang going. Okay. Flashbangs going at the wrong spot. Everybody is getting flashbang from his own teammate. It's going to be Hussein to push on for the side of blue stairs. This can cost a lot in the last 25 seconds. It's going to be devastating, doing a little bit of damage. There's come the search at the right time. How many nades you got, man?
Oh no! Okay, oh boy.
Okay. Cool down. 30 seconds left on the clock. Hussein takes one. Shay gets one. Sasaki with the trade coming in. 3, 4, 4. Nexus takes down Shay. Makes it a 2v3. 7 seconds left on the clock. Hercules takes down Nexus. Makes it a 1v2. But it's going to be GB to play of tunnel area. Hercules going in for the plant in a left 1-2 spot. And Jimmy with a very oh, that's a nice kill coming in. Take down the steady shotgun coming into the play. Nacho's got at the right spot. There you have it, Jimmy takes a triple kill, gets the clutch, and boy oh boy. Boy. Retrograde winning in on the map number 1. This was some round coming in from both sides. And I'm really sorry for my flow. I just lost my momentum feed. I'm really sorry for my flow. But man, oh man, what an action coming into the last round. Both the teams just paved their way. Just paved their way into the end round. But man, oh man, what a clutch incoming in from the side of Jimmy. What a clutch, Maddie. What a clutch.
Man, let's why don't we just take a look at that 1v3 clutch from Jimmy.
Oh, SMG.
2 kills, the SMG. Just getting that headshot, totally. And also just to top it off, that C4 at the end, winning that 1v3 clutch. Man, Jimmy, he is something else. He is something else. But let's not forget just about Jimmy. Okay, let's think about the way how Team Retrograde held out on Basement Church Wall. All right.
Yeah.
3 reinforcements, 3 bandit charges, 1 mute jammer, 2 kunai barriers. Every single utility that you know in the history of Rainbow-Six-Siege has been placed on those 3 walls on Basement Church. Even more so, Phalanx went with it. I just cannot believe Phalanx went with it. For most of the time, when they thought Basement Arsenal Church might be the execute, Retrogrades decide, you know what, let's just focus on Basement Church because, Retrograde always, not Retrograde, sorry, Team Phalanx
Green flags.
loves to do the opposite. But apparently, as the rule states in a magnet, opposite sides attract. So Retrograde really did exactly that.
I like overall definitely green flags in the starting, like you said, they're like you said, like it looks like they're panicking a little bit. They need to just take a deep breath, need to calm down a little bit. After even just after that round, I saw significant amount of improvement over in the gunfights, over in the overall approach to a particular objective. It was a very I would say a very well made last map what we saw. But yeah, that clutch coming in from the side of Jimmy, like also like it was Srisha on from the side of Retrograde to popping kills here and there, and it was Jimmy too as well. Like he takes the guy down toward the side of blue, he just go for another one, and when he missed the first shot on with the shotgun, he just felt it to him. Boy, I have the C4. That's the game sense that you need to have. When you have the utility right, you go for it. We have the highlight story for the last map that we had on the map Clubhouse, and here are the highlights. Definitely, it was a very well made approach from both of the teams, but like my friend said, Baba on the desk, it's gonna be a close one, and it was a very close affair coming in from the side of both of the teams. Triple kill coming in from the Hercules on the second round itself, and boy, both of the teams played really well. But again, I'm gonna say this: how just flanks not I'm not gonna say survive. I don't think survive will be the right word. I'm missing on my English folk. I'm just gonna say कि हाँ जिस तरीके से उन्होंने मर्सनरीज के अप अगेंस्ट खेला था, जब आप मर्सनरी जैसी टीम के अगेंस्ट खेल के आ रहे हो, चाहे आप हारो, चाहे आप कितना भी बुरा खेलो, चाहे आप कितना भी अच्छा खेलो, I kind of expect more from flanks, and I know for a fact that on map of Villa, I feel I have this feeling team flanks will take the win. I might go wrong, I know, caster curse, but team flanks I feel in a way they will win on Villa map of Villa. Sorry.
Hmm. Bold decision there, Bullet. It's
Okay.
actually good. It's
Okay.
good. I'm not saying it's bold. It's a good decision.
Let's see.
Interesting
Let's
because
just see.
the thing about decision is that not everyone has the same opinion, right? Everyone has a different
Exactly.
opinion about it.
Definitely.
So I actually like it. I like that at all. And since this is a map that Retrograde picked, Clubhouse, and they've succeeded 7-5, denying overtime on map number one. I do have to agree for the fact that in map number two, Team Phalanx can still bring it back up because it's on map Villa. It's Team Phalanx's map pick, and even more so, Retrograde. Even though if you do decide to ban the Maverick once again, is it worth tricking walls on Villa? Because on Villa there is tons of soft walls, both on the floors, on any walls you see. So you're more likely to be naded or just get angled out of nowhere with those vertical lines of sight, so you need to be careful about it. But and also on map number one itself, this isn't a one-sided win. Team Phalanx almost equalized it to put themselves on overtime, but it got denied at the hands of Jimmy. That 1v3 clutch wasn't supposed to happen, right? That 1v3 clutch wasn't supposed to happen, and if it did not, then Team Phalanx would have had no problems dealing with dealing with the overtime matches in map Clubhouse, that is. Talk about map summary itself. Retrograde, Jimmy on the top of the leaderboards, my man right there. 11 kills, 75% cost, and Shrisha, currently the one who has a lot of early peaks. The first kills, 3 early kills. A total of 9 kills from his end. Talk about Team Phalanx's side. Sherry and Hercules having a total of 13 and 10 kills from his end. Hussein will be the third, having a total of 6 kills from his end. Although on map number 2, this might be a different case scenario because this is lower brackets after all, folks. And for this map number 2, if Team Phalanx loses this, they will be out of this tournament and they are not going to give that spot up that easily. The same thing can be said to Team Retrograde too, because they also want to get points as well. So does the huge prize pool, which is about to get at the end of the grand final. So they're still in the game and they can still change it, but it all comes down to the game plans. I actually did like the game plan from Phalanx's end, doing the
Yeah.
exact opposite on attack, instead of executing on CCTV, they'll just push towards construction instead. They did the exact same thing on Basement Church. They pushed in from Basement Church instead of the Arsenal. So having I have to say, doing the opposite thing is great, but you
Hmm.
also need to shuffle a bit. You also need to change the executes, you need to change
Exactly,
the
exactly.
strategies. And if you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, the opposition will immediately adapt to the situation, because you're being predictable, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Being predictable is not a good way for Team Phalanx to go out like this. So hopefully on map number 2, if they are on attack, which they will be on attack once again on map Villa, we might be able to see them shuffling their strategies just like I'd expected them to see. But for now, folks, we'll just take a short little break and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco here, back again with the second map of the first lower bracket matchups. It's Team Retrograde versus Phalanx. Retrograde has succeeded map Clubhouse 7-5, and now they are here to claim map number 2, which will be on Villa. This is Team Phalanx's map pick, so if they have to succeed map Villa, they have to force Team Retrograde to put themselves on map Chalet, which will be the deciders, and deciders will be the one to determine who will proceed in towards the next phase. But in order to do that, they have to win map number 2, or else Retrograde will win it out. So let's see what will happen, folks. Map number 2, Villa. Team Phalanx will be on attack, Retrograde will be on defense. We're just waiting for the ready confirmation, and when it is in, we will not waste any time at all, folks, and proceed into the match itself. Bullet, how do you feel, and what do you think about map number 2?
Actually, I just had a small cup of coffee. I really feel great. Thank you so much. But talking about the second map, like I said, man, I have seen Flanks play really well on the map of Villa. I'm just feeling, I have just a feeling inside me this can go in towards the side of Team Flanks. Not really sure how it will go because this is Rainbow Six Siege, Baba. You are casting since like I've seen you casting in Foxy by like since 2018, 2019. So like almost 3 years down in the line. You know for a fact that in Rainbow Six Siege, when the teams are equally, I would say, on a similar skill level, and this is a lower bracket finale, and we know for a fact that Retrograde and T-Flanks, this will be a close one, like you said. It's very hard to predict things up, just like which operator gonna be banned, or even what in which particular round we can see what's gonna happen. But it feels like I have seen Team Flags playing very good on the map, very good on the map of Villa. So I just feel like yeah, this can go toward the side of Team Flags. But talking about the operator bans, it's gonna be the operator Nook getting in from this ban from the side of Retrograde, and there you go. Of course, Thatcher ban coming in from the side of Flanks. Uh, we might see, of course, a Valk ban. Not really sure which operator is going to be banned on the third place, but of course, it's going to be Kaid. We can expect yet again a Valk ban, or I thought for a second how T Flanks was using a lot of Finca. We might see a Finca ban into the attacking as well. But no, interesting, very much interesting. Retrograde bans up Mute. So two of these operators who can deny the hard breach charges gets banned from these sites. Very much interesting, very much interesting. But all you have left to you just deny those, I would say, harder breach charges. That's going to be bandit. I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, that's going to be on the only operator, right, Baba, left in the R6 roster to deny those charges on the
Yeah.
wall. Like
Yep.
Vamai is gone.
Mhm.
Sorry, not Vamai, I'm really sorry, Kaid is gone, Mute is gone, nothing is left. So in most of the round, we can see a bandit pick, but right now we are not seeing a bandit pick because the objective is going to be dining room and kitchen.
Yep, folks. Dining room and kitchen will be the site on round number 1, and this time we won't be able to see Nexus bring in the bandit
Defenders,
charges.
protect your bombs
And
from
just
being
like I said
defused
on the
by
previous
attackers.
matchup, map Villa is not likely the site for bandit threats. Of course, you can place your kites electrical charges from long range, and
Attackers
that
have
is
located a
actually
bomb.
the only way where you can trick out a particular wall. But on certain sites, second floor statuary room, even including on second floor ABG, tricking walls is not necessary because there is a lot of other ways where you can get to win most of your
10 seconds
gunfights,
remaining.
and that is with the help of Pulse's cardiac sensors. Having a lot of information will
5
give a
seconds
lot
to
of
insertion.
chance for the defensive side to ensure and
Attackers are moving
succeed
to
most of
defuse
their
the bomb.
gunfights, especially on the second floor side.
Yeah.
And we see Jimmy already in towards the second floor itself, so I'm guessing that there will be a deployable shield placed to give a lot of protection towards Sasaki. But they also have a lot of drone works from the attacker's side that will give vital information regarding their whereabouts, their positionings, and even more so, their intentions. Now the attackers, I believe they're making their decision to get control in towards the 90s. Immediate control at the hands of Devastating. The Air jabs to ensure that none of those flank games would come in on the side of the defenders. We only see Sherry getting tagged a lot of damage from the red stairs. But the first frag will come in the hands of Extra. The Hussein will go down, so does Sasaki at the hands of Devastating. An immediate equalizer on a 4-4, which means that the trade games are going strong between the both of them. Now Shisha is playing at a very risky angle in towards the laundry side, and if he misses his gunshot, or should I say, if he misses his mark, then Retrograde will have a lot of problems defending on the side first floor. Now, what's even more interesting is that Team Phalanx, they haven't gained control on second floor, which means that they're not interested on vertical lines of sight. Which means
Hmm.
that Retrograde
Yeah.
will be way much more free in towards the side itself, gaining information, establishing a lot of crossfire angles where Team Phalanx would needs to be prepared. And in a minute and 30 seconds left, what they can do is just use DroneWorks to give some vital information towards that specific operator. But other
Yeah.
than that, they still need to open up walls. They still need to gain control on the important chokehold sites, that is the memorial. And they'll do exactly that. Shisha is currently the only one holding that particular place, and now he needs to find an opening.
And it feels like the only option they have left right now either to go push in for the side of bicycle storage, just right up to Sherry, or just going for the side of memory room. But that's not going to be the case. But there you go, guy with the Resi comes up to take down Shisha with the LMG kill coming to the play. 3v4 left in a 50 seconds left on the clock as of now. Like continuing the conversation, I don't think so that's gonna be really easy for the side of Team Flags, even though they have a man advantage coming into the picture on to playing on towards the side of backstairs, try to go in for the free fire, and it's gonna be Shay to take down a little bit of damage from the side of smoke, I guess. That's gonna be Jimmy. Next is playing out towards the side of dining room spot, just the right spot towards the side of laundry ball. But no, Shay comes up with a good angle, takes on next. It's gonna be Jimmy left enough spot. It's gonna be extra to take down one. It's gonna be Shay to take down extra, makes it a 1v2. It's apparently it's gonna be a 1v1 because Hercules down. Sherry almost getting out. How? How? Can I see the replay, please? How does that? Oh, very nice trade, I would say, for coming in from the side of smoke. But that decision to go in towards the side of cover, uh, I guess, yeah, that could have been the right decision. Of course, he was very low on HP. He wanted some cover to get the reload done right. But almost, I would say it was retrograde round, but not a problem. It was just the first round itself. But for now, I can definitely say that Team Flanks pushed it really well. How just they got the kill over Pulse. That was very crucial at that time. That you need to make a space to get in the entry point inside of the objective. Because even though, like I say, even though it was at the
Attackers
man
need to locate
disadvantage,
and
I
defuse
felt
the
like it
bombs.
was retrograde round. But of course, it's gonna be Team Phalanx to take that victory away on towards the side of round number one. For now, they will be going into the side of trophy. Sorry, Aviator and Games Room. Really sorry, trophy and Aviator and Games Room. I'm really sorry again. But again, man, uh, there's gonna be nothing up to just deny those heartbeat charges.
Attackers have
And
discovered the location of a
this
bomb.
can be the one thing that Team Phalanx can literally,
10
I
seconds to
guess,
go.
abuse will be the right word, not so sure, or use it very
5 seconds
extensively.
left before
You can
insertion.
just go on and open up the wall towards the side of lockers, that vault
Attackers are
area.
heading
You
out to
can just
defuse a
go
bomb.
up and take the study room control and open up the wall toward the side of a bomb area. But that's going to be, we can see if there's going to be one line of sight apparently being made for the side of common breach wall. So if I think if Justin Flash goes in and takes the study control, this can be really easy for them, and they can take down Retrograde very easily in this round number two.
Yeah, Jimmy almost made that clutch. That 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, it was almost.
Yeah, it was, but especially when it comes to an LMG like Sherry, it's actually difficult to get away into a safe position now. You still need to focus on round number two.
Never trust the naked
They
eye.
still have control. They still have decent information from the drones and from the footprint scanners that Hussein has. But the main problem is, can they get the confirmation of the kill? Now, Devastating, I'm guessing that he was right below, trying to engage in a gunfight with one of the teams one of the players on the side of Team Retrograde. He'll be forcing himself back to 50 HP. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on the attacker side. That first main objective or goal has to be to gain control on second floor ABG. That's the most standard way that the attackers would proceed on any execution. So the first frag will be at the hands of Sherry once again. This and what's more interesting about this is he hasn't died a single time. So 4 kills from Sherry. Apparently on round number 2, things are looking well from his end. Now, the main problem would be the air jabs, one of which has been activated. I believe it did get caught out from the Wumai's magnet nades, and maybe it just
Yeah.
got destroyed by Zen. But that
Oh,
grenade, though, cooked nade. This is important. Exter has been gone, which means both of the heavy hitters on the side of Team Retrograde has been dismantled. And now there's only 3 players that can hold the side on second floor ABG. But let's not forget about Nexus. It's all the way from below, prepping for a C4 on default, and actually uses it. There goes Hercules. And looks like Team Retrograde starts to fight back. Sasaki will get one, so does Jimmy with the M5 shotgun in close range. Now he needs to reload his weapon. 2 players left, and then suddenly Team Retrograde has things under control, but let's not get too hasty because Team Phalanx are still alive, but M5 shotgun in close range will ensure a 1v1 gunfight. Devastating is still alive, so does Nexus. Now it's back again, a 1v1 clutch situation. Plan's been going on. C4 already been expended, which means that Nexus will go more aggressive, and that aggressiveness will cause devastating his life. Round number 2 back again at the hands of Team Retrograde, which will ensure an equalizer in round number 3. Man, what a close round. Once again, we saw Nexus with the C4. He was just waiting for the right moment to use that C4. He gets to get one. Next thing you know, once he got the confirmation, he immediately came back to the site to defend. And the way how Jimmy played with the shotgun and SMG-11 was so dangerous. He was making a lot of risky decisions. Study control wasn't at the hands of the defensive side, and yet he had to take the risk. He had to ensure that none of those players would enter in towards the second floor aviator's room, and he did exactly that. Smoke gas canisters, which delayed the execute being made from Team Phalanx. Next thing you know,
right.
when the smoke dissipated, he starts to get aggressive. SMG-11 to claim 1, the shotgun to get 2 more. And even though he did get, picked out from Devastating when Devastating was all the way towards study room, he at least ensured a 1v1 clutch situation
Yeah.
for Nexus to clutch it out. And they did an amazing job on doing so. And even more so, what's even more sad about it is that Devastating was forced to be aggressive
Hmm.
because the time, even though the attackers did have a lot of time, Devastating had no other choice but to take out Nexus because he's already in this side. He's a bit much more afraid knowing that he might, peek out of nowhere, eliminate him on the spot. So he didn't want to take the risk, and he decides to engage for a pick. And
Yeah.
evidently, so it ended up being their demise. And Retrograde will calmly just get round number 2. And in round number 3, a different site will be picked nonetheless.
Okay. For now, gonna be a timer coming in from the side of Team Flanks. Of course, pause also has been requested. Of course, like how some of the just telling in as a caster what I'm observing in the game chat. Like some of the guys are not knowing about the new feature which came in on the last Community Cup only. So yeah, I just say it. I will just recommend to everyone just go in and make sure to check up the Ubisoft latest R6 blog for the latest updates because this tactical timeout in the custom matches was apparently added in Year 7 Season 1. Like now players can request for a tactical timeout in the game itself. So you don't need to just open up your chat in the all chat and request the pause from the side of admin. You can just request in and there'll be the timeout automatically being made. So that was that. Talking about the round number 2, it felt like a very good round, a very good push coming in from the side of flanks, but it was in the and yet again Retrograde to take that victory away. Talking about the round number 1, it was it just starting to feel up like it was Retrogade's round, but in the end it was Team Flags. to just not able to. It was just Team Flash just able to get that specific win on round number one. For now, yes, we are still waiting for the last guy to reconnect because yes, unfortunately disconnects and welcome to Rainbow Six Southeast Asia. South Asia. Why am I saying Southeast Asia?
I mean, it is SA. It is
It
South
is.
Asia.
So so
Sometimes we do get
actually,
confused, right?
no. Actually, I was playing serious today, and
Hmm.
apparently it automatically connected to the Southeast Asia server. So this is why Southeast Asia was on my mind right now. Oh, got it. My bad.
Confusions,
Confusions.
confusions everywhere. Just like how Phalanx made their misdirections on map Clubhouse, and then immediately it got way too predictable for Team Retrograde to understand what their intentions were. So,
Yeah.
who knows what might happen on round number 3 Villa? For now, we just have to wait for the ready confirmations at the hands of Team Phalanx, and when it's done, we'll be able to proceed smoothly. Still waiting for the ready confirmation. Phalanx, aka Sherry, just came back from the game, and now, when we get the confirmation, we won't have any more time to waste and proceed with round number 3. Second
Yeah.
floor trophy and statuary room will be the site. They've decided to not defend on first floor kitchen and dining, which means that things will look even more difficult for Team Phalanx if they lose this site. Because
Yeah.
if they lose both if they lose both statue and second floor AVG, that will give them 4 rounds of victories in total, unless and until
Attackers
they've
need to locate and defuse
understood
as
and
many bombs as
adapted
they
to the
can.
situation on the way how Retrograde performs. Then maybe this can be a 3 to 3. It
Yeah.
always depends on which side Retrograde is good at. Although they did win on second for AVG, they just have to wait for 2 more rounds so that they could be able to bring back the site again. I have to say, Retrograde, they are always at a 1vx situation, be it a 1v3 or a 1v1. They're always
10 seconds
at
to
a
insertion.
1vx situation, and that is not always good. And Team
5 seconds
Phalanx,
remaining.
although they had the man count advantage, although they have control at their
Attackers must
end,
locate and defuse the bomb.
somehow they're starting to lose control of it. They start to lose that huge advantage that they've had in the mid round. Next thing you know, at the execute, something or some mistake starts to happen, and it's either a clutch at the hands of Jimmy, or sometimes it's Exter who always makes a lot of work. Now, we haven't seen Sasaki make his own, you know, entry frag plays, and he's currently being a bit silent at the moment. So who knows? Maybe on the next future rounds, we might see Sasaki fling back on attack, or maybe on round number 3 itself. Maybe, who knows? We might be able to see that in the side second floor statuary and trophy.
Yeah, the push apparently being made from the side of master bedroom for now, because devastating has definitely gone up to play nomad. So of course you can place some of those nomads towards the side of the door. Also you can go in towards the side of bathroom to just deny any of those aggressive pushing coming in. A lot of abilities being used to just take up those entry points just to get inside of the map. So a job very well done from the side of defense by those Vine Magnets. Overall, I can say just based down a lot of abilities, lot of
A
utilities
bomb has been
coming
located.
into play from the side of Team Flanks. For now, of course, it's ready to go on. Like I said, go towards the side of Master Bathroom to just place the air jet right up. Sherry comes up on the side of
Attackers have located a bomb.
Astronomi's chairs. I guess, yeah, he takes down Nexus. Jimmy's still playing onto the side of Sanctuary Room door, trying to wait up, but he's not having the shotgun. Instead, he's playing the FFG, Deadly FMG. Still, he gets caught in the air jab. There you go. Hercules takes him down. He's going to be Sasaki take down Capital Bad City. Makes it a 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Is still alone into the trophy room. I want to see who's going to be playing into the side of Astronomy. There's going to be no one. There's already 3 attackers coming in to get Wamai, and there goes the Wamai. It's going to take down one, but it's going to be Indian Hercules take down the double kill in the end. And a very well made push coming in from the side of Team Flanks. Even though even though we saw a lot of utilities being used, and a lot of them actually, like, if I can just say 50% of them are apparently just getting wasted. They just went in. Sherry comes up towards the side of Astronomy Stairs, and Finca Magic, ta-ra-ta-ta.
I like it how you just end it in the end. Finca magic.
Yeah, like, know for a fact that, man, we know it's in meta, and even no, Baba. Take for example, I'm having the SMG
Defenders,
11,
protect your bombs from
and
being
you are having
defused
the
by attackers.
LMG. 1v1 situation, nothing, no utilities, no that. But you have that adrenal surge, one left. I cannot get you. I just cannot get you. It's the fact, man. It's the fact. I cannot deny, man. I just cannot deny that, and even though, like, even I myself, I like to play Jaeger a lot. Still, like, I know I cannot control the recoil when I'm playing it with the flash or any other barrel, I would say. But it's just too deadly, and when I am very much scared to just face any LMG. When I'm roaming in
5 seconds
on the
to
map of
insertion.
Villa, I love to roam a lot on the map of Villa while playing Jaeger. Jaeger, even though
Attackers'
on the
objective is to
map of,
locate a
I would
bomb and
say,
defuse it.
Chalet, I go sometimes toward the side of basement and I hear Finca LMG. I just run away. I say bye bye. Okay, not gonna peek you. Tata.
Yeah, just when you say Tata, I would just immediately disappear out of thin air, just like that, huh? Yeah.
It's waiting for the rework, man. Just waiting for
Mm,
the rework.
yeah. I gotta agree. SMG 11 and talk about the weapon like LMG. Sure, LMG does succeed and it has high magazine, it has the higher chances for a headshot. Even more so, Hussein is currently having a lot of issues from his hand as he starts to moonwalk from the stairs. But I hope he's okay.
Bomb located
Is
by
he though?
attackers.
Is he not? Oh boy.
Smooth
Actually, he's
criminal. Dun, dun, dun,
okay.
dun, dun,
Here's the thing. This
dun,
is
dun.
what's making me surprised. He can still use the drones. He can still shoot, but somehow he cannot move.
I feel for him, bro. I just feel for him.
It
Attackers have
feels
It's
like
located a
the
he's.
bomb.
It feels like Hussein is currently stuck at a never-ending phase. I mean, no offense to Hussein, he's an amazing guy, but I believe something has happened to him from his end. So yeah. So for now, I have to say, LMG. Although Finca is a great,
devastating. Hello.
yeah. Okay,
Okay,
I think
now.
something's happened on the entire server itself. I guess
Yeah, that
the
might be
host
devastating,
might
and
come in.
Hussein
Yeah.
in a very, yeah. It's
Okay,
just two people. We
okay,
just
it's
fell
just
there.
two people.
Yeah,
All right,
and
all right.
apparently we cannot just deny that they are in a 3v5 scenario right now.
Yeah, 3v5. That is not looking too good on Phalanx's end.
Oh,
Just can understand the way how they're going through frostmat traps. Not looking too good. Srisha back again with the first frag. Guy with the audacity goes out, which means that getting control on second floor sanctuary room will be a lot of problems coming in from Phalanx's end. Smoke gas canisters, Sherry. Oh, okay. He's in towards the Astro room. Maybe he can find an opening or two for the team. But the smoke gas canisters will force Sherry downstairs. And here's what Smokes excels at. Even though his SMG-11 doesn't have a lot of bullets, the smoke gas canisters is what Finca needs to be careful about, especially with the adrenal surges. Once it's activated, the smoke gas canisters will deal double the damage. So Finca, aka Sherry, needs to be careful with those smokes and needs to wait it out for the smoke gas canisters to come to an end. And Jimmy might have expended all of them. And now Sherry can push in from the Astro strays, but
15
his
seconds left.
information has already been given. Even more so, what's even more worse is that they don't have
10
enough
seconds
time
left.
to proceed with the execute. I believe Sherry might have a lot
10
of
seconds.
problems coming in from his end because he's the only one. He needs to find out an opening. But unfortunately, Shisha gets to take him out, and there you
Operators,
go.
you're out of
Simple as
time.
that. Round number 4, Retrograde. Retrograde won't have any problems dealing with that, folks. 2-2 equalizer, and in round number 5, I think we might have to go in for a pause time once again because I think at the side of Team Phalanx, both Hercules, actually not a Hercules, I believe it was
Hussein
Devastating
and
and
devastating.
Hussein.
Yeah.
Devastating and Hussein, both of them had a lot of problems from their end, so we might have to take in for a timeout and see whether if they can come back.
Yeah, man. A very unfortunate situation on the last map. Also, when the map started on round number 2, round number 1, we saw some unfortunate disconnects for the side of Sherry and Hussein as well. But for now, it's just like they're lagging and they have just disconnect. They're trying to just reconnect, and we're gonna wait for them because why not? They have used their own timeout for it. They're not even requesting for the pause, so that's one good thing, man. They're using their own timeout request and then going for the pause. They're respecting the game, the time for everyone, the community. But as of now, if we talk about the both teams, yet again a very close counter affair for both sides. But I would say like the disconnections are just affecting, I would say, a lot on the side of Team Phalanx. Man, 4v5 are not easy in a competitive game, in a competitive tournament. It's just not easy, man. It feels like you know. Uh, in a in a game of Rainbow Six Siege, every second count, every bullet counts, and it's more of like every guy counts. The guy counts more as himself, like the man counts more, because in a 4v5, of course there will be some chances where you can do a 4v5. We have seen a lot of teams doing up 3v5 4v5 in the Community Cup, but man, this is Pro Series. This is one of the highest competitive tournament in our SA region right now in this whole scene. So ऐसे situations पे as a caster I cannot say, more of like it's just bad luck for them.
What can we say, man? What can we say? Team Phalanx.
We
Oh
can
boy.
say we pray to the ISP lords to please summon.
Hmm.
That was bad, no man.
I Here's the thing. I wouldn't say that it was that bad. I can understand. I mean, we could praise for the ISP gods to hope that our connection remains stable and ensure that none of any problems would arrive from our end. But when it comes to the show, it must go on. We can't make any more. We can't waste any more time. We can't.
Yeah.
We have to proceed one way or the other. And for now, I'm just glad that both Hussein and Devastating are back on the match.
Attackers need to locate and
Hopefully, it
defuse
shouldn't
as many
have much more
bombs as
problems coming in
possible.
from their end. Round number 5, the match will commence, folks. We won't have any problems, hopefully. 2-2 will be the score equalized. And now Team Phalanx needs to come back. And I have to say, on a map like Villa, Team Phalanx might have a chance to make a comeback. And Team Retrograde, it is a bit difficult though. I'll have to give you that. Team Retrograde, on a map like Villa, I could say that they are struggling a bit, and they need to figure out a way to dismantle,
10
or should
seconds
I
left
say
before insertion.
finding out a different solution to their problems, anything that would
5
help
seconds left.
Retrograde come back and win map number 2. But deciders, high likely a chance that it can
Attackers'
happen.
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Hmm. For me, it was it feels like I said, like Team Phalanx will have the chance on map Villa, because like what I have observed, what I have seen from the stats overall, I feel like Team Phalanx played on paper, played very well on the last maps of Villa. Oh, Esther, this can be one kill coming in, which is on the I would say the droning up. She's droning up. She's not on the gun, but I think that's gonna be one small pill over there, which is gonna deny the particular angle from the drone hall, a drone spot. But not really sure what's gonna happen for now. It's gonna be Hussein to push down from the side of Astronomy's room. You can see two of the guys also making their way from the side of Astronomy. So they are pushing towards the side of landing and towards
A
the side of
bomb has
90
been
hallway.
located.
I don't see anyone going in towards the side of study and going in from the balcony area. So this might be a very good push. Not really sure, because there are a lot of captain traps here and there, and guy with Audacity is just trying to go for the Twitch drone charges and trying to go for the Kapkan traps, destroying those utilities here and there. But man, Kapkan trap for now, like Kuntal said in one of those, I guess that was a player highlight. Like, just delete the Kapkan from the game. I kind of disagree with Kuntal over there, but yeah, the if you just place more than one trap over one specific spot, one specific doorway, it gets very hard for any of the attackers to just destroy more than one in a particular competitive game. But so far, there you go. Hussein comes letting us right on the time. He gets one. Oh, devastating for him. Takes the kill. It's gonna be Nexus to play down to the side of Maesters, trying to make up the angle, the right spot into the 90 hallway, because the push is getting nade. Oh, nice kill coming in inside of Shady. Gets Sasaki with the nade. Makes it 3v5, and just 3 defenders left in the objective state right now with 1 minute and 5 seconds left to the clock.
Yep, that cooked nade is more than enough to push Retrograde in a very difficult spot, and Team Phalanx, they are looking stronger than ever. Jimmy, aggressive peeks with the SMG-11. Not quite sure if it was a good idea. Even more so, he doesn't have any more smoke grenades. Smoke grenades has already been used quite early in the round, which means that Team Phalanx doesn't have to worry about the push being made on the Aviator's room. They just need to worry about the line of sights. And let's not forget, Nexus still has a C4. He could use it or to place a C4 from below. But also needs to ensure that he didn't get picked out in the process. Shricha gets one. C4, not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. Hussein comes back with 2 kills just like that. And next thing you know, Team Phalanx have got round number 3, not round number 5, under control. Just like that. And I still didn't understand what was Nexus thinking at that moment. C4
Yeah.
toss like that. I mean,
It feels
the
like
C4 doesn't even toss from the window itself. So I'm not quite
exactly.
sure what Nexus was thinking at
Not on
that
the
moment.
window. Even though if you just stand on the doorway, I'm not really sure. I have personally tried many C4s on Villa, the vertical ones running out here and there, but I'm not really sure if you just stand on doorway, even though you aim a little bit higher, that C4s
Attackers need to
is
locate
gonna
and
reach the
defuse bombs.
window wall. Not really sure, but good try for the side of Nexus. But yes, Papa, I'm sorry to interrupt you again.
Talk about the way how Retrograde has been proceeding on defense.
Yeah.
Cooked nade somehow got away with a kill. There was no roam presence from Nexus's end. He was still at second floor, holding lines of sight from the study window. And I'm guessing it has to
10
do
seconds
with
left.
information.
Definitely.
Retrograde at that time they didn't
5
had
seconds to
any
go.
information to proceed with in the
Attackers
first
must
place.
locate and
And maybe
defuse
that's
the
the
bomb.
reason why they started to change a lot of operators on round number 6 itself, bringing in both Echo and Mozzie. Mozzie being the one denying information for the attackers, but also can gain information by stealing one from them. So, in order for that to work, they have to capture the drone first, right? And I believe Nexus hasn't found one, but they still have Strisha, the Valkyrie cams, good useful intel from the side of Retrograde, and now all they have to do is just convert those information into kills. And apparently, when it comes to an execute like that, Jimmy has been trying to do exactly that with the smoke. A lot of gas canisters was wasted a lot. Kind Audacity back again. Good usage of those shock drones to remove one of the important information gathering gadget from Jimmy's end. He still has one more he could use to have some useful information on the bedroom side, and it gets taken out just like that. Good usage, good maintenance being made from Phalanx's end to deny information on the side of defenders. Even more so, they're looking way too good because they get to take out Sasaki.
Yeah, good C4 pre-plays from the side of extra. Not really
A
sure if
bomb
that's
has
gonna
been located.
connect, and if somebody gonna come up, just right above it. But she's still just waiting on the sound cue. For now, we can see Sasaki is already down. No more Jaeger plays incoming with that carbine rifle. Jimmy playing up the Echo. We are seeing Echo quite a lot, quite often in many of these competitive tournaments all over the place, all over the in the Rainbow Six circuit. But for now, it's going to be next year to play down to the side of Classic Hoggle. Instead of the shots, not even take the shot, I guess. We just came in and get denied from the hands of Shisha. But no, it's going to be actually Shisha take down Hussein. So apparently, Nexus is still alive. He can go for a revive, and of course, he's going to just revive you down Nexus. Next up, 4v4, I would say this time around, like he could have just just go and confirm the kill, and then made his way and made a team would have just made in the push towards the side of Aviator. But I know for a fact that this particular Echo is gonna cause a lot of trouble for the team because it's just 45 seconds left on the clock. Shay gets one, gets Nexus yet again. Srisha playing up towards the side of Study Door. Hill coming in from the side of Hercules. Next up 4-2. Jimmy going in toward the side of Aviator. Trying to pick up the door. This can be a one kill coming in. Go for the wrong pre-fire. But nope, it's gonna be the side of extra to just caught up in the study room.
No explosive utilities, not a lot of man counts for Retrograde to defend. There's only 2 players make that one because Sherry finds Exter.
15 seconds.
Only one operator left, and unfortunately we couldn't get to see anything on the cam, but in the end we all got to know what the end game results would be. Sherry will get the headshot, gets the final player, and give the win at the hands of Team Phalanx, ending the first half on a huge score on 4-2. This is exactly the lead what Phalanx needs in order for them to survive. A good job, a job well done for Team Phalanx to win 4 rounds on attack. Now they just have to do the same thing on defense. Second floor ABG will be the site on round number 7. So let's see how Retrograde will proceed on attack on a map like Villa.
Talking about the defense, it's talking about the last map after talking about the last map after the swap was made were almost equalized, but it was on toward the favor of Retrograde. But this time around, this will
Attackers need
go
to
in
locate and
to
defuse as
the
many
favor
bombs
of
as they
Team
can.
Phalanx. But the point I'm trying to say is, now on the map of Villa, Team Phalanx have the upper lead, and if this lead gets maintained, if this particular momentum gets continued, we can see a third mapping coming in on towards the map of Chalet. Of course, I thought for a second that's going to be Skyscraper, but that was yesterday. Of course, it's going to be Chalet for the third map, but the real question is how and how much longer can Team Phalanx can hold
10 seconds
Retrograde.
left before
We have
insertion.
seen Sasaki playing very good. We have seen Srisha
5
playing a
seconds to
very
go.
good on Finca, but it's going to be actually Sasaki going for Finca on round number 7. Jimmy,
Attackers must
everyone
locate
like
and defuse a
in the
bomb.
team plays with a lot of sheer coordination. Not really sure what's going to be the case for the side of Team Phalanx. Just to hold them, just to deny them, try just to waste a lot of time from the side of attackers. But apparently it's going to be a ruins push coming in. There you go. Everybody just going into the side of exterior balcony. So we can see a steady push. Let's see.
Retrograde. Wait a minute. Is this an aggressive rush? I guess so. It is a rush coming in from the side of Retrograde, and chaos starts to soothe around every single where they see Retrograde. They are not going to give a single drop, or should I say a single spot on the side itself, and they have to hold their ground, but it's not too much. Guy's Audacity is left all by himself, and Retrograde decides, you know what? A great job that you did on attack, but we have something else to say. A huge rush in towards the study room that immediately shook Team Phalanx out of nowhere. 3-4, folks. What an immediate close round. I wouldn't say close round. I would say a quick match. A quick round. Apologies. It was a quick round coming in at the side of Team Retrograde. Round number 7, it will be theirs with a unexpected rush. That will give them the win. 3-4, and
Attackers
now
need to locate
the
and
next
defuse as
site.
many bombs as they
Will it
can.
be the same site yet again? Yes, it is. The second floor aviator slash games room will be the site once again. Now, Team Retrograde, what will be their next? What will be their next attempt? Will they rush yet again, or would they try to use a different set of approach?
Not and see we can see we can say that Team Phalanx when on the last map we see on the last 3 rounds from the side of Team Phalanx they were
10
using the
seconds
same
remaining.
approach. I if Team Retrograde decides to rush up
5 seconds
once
left.
more, or even rush up from the side of landing on anti-hallway, or even just to push it normally and just with a close and calm mind from the side of study, this will be a very bad case for them. Like you don't want to just repeat your strats once here and there, like again and again. That's what I'm trying to say. For now, we can see nobody spawning toward the side of units area. Everybody has spawned up toward the side of the other one, and that's going to be toward the side of master bedroom and all. So maybe they will go in toward the side of astronomy, trying to get a map control from over there, and this is exactly what's happening right now. They're just going in for it. They're just not even droning up a little bit. Jimmy for now, friendly spot with knife. Yes, Shisa is already in. Okay, Sherry takes a little bit of damage. He can be out in few seconds, but the flashback going in, eventually they will flash their own teammates, but it's going to be Shade to take down Srisha. But there you go, 1 kill coming in for the favor of Team Phalanx. So this is how actually you shut down aggressive team. You take those aggressive peaks, you take those early kills for them, and maybe you can just slow them down. Jimmy knows there's going to be someone coming in toward the side of Rest. Cheers. Nice decision to go down, brother. It's going to be a devastating to take down the 3. Then comes up to take down Jamie, makes it a 2v4. It's going to be Nexus to take down Devastating as well. Makes it a 2-4. Like I said, 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock, but no, it's going to be 1 minute and 45 seconds. Sasaki, hello? But no, it's gonna be that's it. And yeah, this is just as I say. Unfortunate team kill, and next is all over left alone in the 1v4 spot. Oh boy, God, chaos all over the place. What just happened? Like what just happened? He just came in. Oh, that was Azami, my bad. That was Azami just came in. Just her body just went up in the air, and I was about to laugh it off, but never mind. 3-5 will be the score line, and Team Phalanx with an easy round victory on towards a round number 8. It almost felt like if you want to rush, then go from the study again. But yeah, that would have been too much repetitive. But you just rushed in again from the side of landing and master bedroom. Like, was this necessary, Baba, from your end?
No, it was not. It there was no need for Retrograde to just push from second floor statuary room. I mean, I can understand you
Attackers
can
need to
get
locate and
huge
defuse bombs.
control on that particular place, but why? Why would you do that? Flashbangs from the Hibana that immediately blinded Shrisha. What's even more weird about it is Sasaki's name. How did that happen? How? I'm just I'm currently scratching my head right now and trying to think what exactly happened and what was Retrograde trying to do on round number 8?
10 seconds to insertion.
Was it really necessary to do all of that?
5 seconds to go.
I have I have no idea what to
Attackers
say.
must locate and defuse
I
the
have
bomb.
no idea what to say. But even more so, what's even more difficult for Retrogade's end is because we get to see Exter get disconnected for some reason. I'm guessing it had to be some connection issues. So since action phase is already in, we won't be able to give a rehost on the side of Retrograde, which means that they have to wait for the next round, which means that it will be a 5-4. This is not looking good on Retrogade's end, especially on that previous round. I am so confused. So the only thing,
Confusion.
yeah, confusion.
Confusion. That's gonna be confusion for not for Sasaki. There goes the nade. A very well nade coming in from the side of Sasaki. Makes the thing a little bit equalized for the man count. But
A bomb
yeah,
has been
like
located.
it was not necessary. Like you already won the first map. All you need to do just in the attack, just do your own thing. I have seen the Retrograde playing up really well. I know for a fact that they are in the lower bracket, but both of the teams are equally on the uh, same level, I would say, on paper. But because in game, in Rainbow 6 Siege, things just changes here and there with the circumstances being made. But for now, 4v4 will be the man count. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Next, using up the slow drone to gain up the destroy the agility, gain up the advantage there and there. But for now, everybody is trying to get up the control toward the side of master bedroom, and this is where I feel defenders can come up with an aggressive peak and take 1 or 2 guys down.
Although a 4v4 equalizer would come in from a well-placed cook nade
Attackers have
from
located a
Sasaki,
bomb.
they still have to worry about gaining control on such bedroom. Shrisha, on the other hand, is so low on HP, he needs to figure out another way to remove players out of the equation. They're losing a lot of time. Cook nade from Sasaki once again, hoping to take out players from the statuary room's end, but instead they'll get a kill, and that is at the hands of Jimmy. Hussein goes out, which means there's only 3 players left at the hands of Team Phalanx to hold their ground. Turns out things are starting to. I mean, it's just falling apart on the side of defensive end. A lot of contests being made, and in the end, Guy with the Audacity still lives on. He has to take out Jimmy, which means that job is not done yet. It gets to increase even more because he gets to get 1 more kill. Nexus will be gone as well, which means Shrisha and Sasaki are the only 2 players left. Shrisha will have all the time he needs. He'll have a good amount of HP being recovered thanks to Sasaki, but he needs to get the frag, and that frag will be even much more difficult for them to proceed.
15
Shrisha
seconds.
is already in the side, so is Sasaki. He needs to get the frag, in which he will evidently do so.
10 seconds left.
The plant will come in as well. 10 seconds. Where is Sherry? Sherry is here, running towards the breached wall, and Sasaki will get picked out as well at the hands of Devastating. Team Phalanx will flip back, winning round number 9, which means they'll be the ones on match point in Map Villa. And this is exactly what these guys need to be afraid of. Although Retrograde did win map number 1, map number 2 is where Team Phalanx have decided to pick their map on Villa. It looks like it is 6-3. One more round for Team Phalanx to put this on deciders. Can it happen or will it not? We'll be able to find that out in round number 10 itself.
Yep, team flanks. Like I said, man, the way how this team played, and just want to appreciate myself. Like I made the prediction really well. Like
Mm-hmm.
खुद मुमिया मिट्ठू होना होता
Mm-hmm.
है थोड़ा सा like करना चाहिए अपने आप को. But jokes aside, like team flanks like up against retrograde, I have to say, Blackjack like retrograde are just looking a little bit shaky. I didn't expect it like this. This will be like a whole favored 6-3 score line. I expected a little bit more, like maybe a 6-4, maybe even a 6-5, a very closed affair. But this is something else. Overall, a very good plays coming in from the side of Team Phalanx. Even though in the last round, I Retrograde just came in, Team Phalanx was almost getting destroyed. How just the 2 kills on the astronomy came in, but it felt like this Team Phalanx just came up back pretty well. For now, this will be a pausing coming in from the side of Retrograde. They're just trying to figure out the disconnection from apparently from a very unfortunate disconnection apparently from one of the players. But for now, they need to rethink that if they want to shut this down real quick on map number 2, they need to work a little bit more harder on the map of Villa. What's going on your side? Why you're not able to win those rounds? Why you're not able to get those intel right? Because talking about the gunfights, I feel like if we see the stats, not sure though that Retrograde is winning more gunfights compared to Team Phalanx, even on the map number 1, as we saw, some of the very good plays coming in onto the side of defense. But on the side of attack, yes, Retrograde are, looking a little bit shaky onto the map of Villa. That's going to be our current map.
Yep, things are not looking too good on the things are not looking too good on the hands of Team Retrograde. I just have to, I had to calm down for a bit because the way how Retrograde went in on that attack, I'm still stunned, dazed, and confused. And not only just that, round number 9, I mean, I granted that they've lost one of their players. It was a 4v5. There was a really a good cooked nade from Sasaki. And when it came to the execution in the end, things did not work out too well from them now, did they? They had devastating. They even had a guy with audacity who was the one who did, you know, gave Phalanx a chance to come back, equalize the man count to a 2v2 situation, and things were looking very well on Phalanx's end. Not only did they get to end off their first half on a 4-2 situation, they've also got 2 more wins on defense. And now, this one single round is more than enough for Team Phalanx to secure map number 2 and proceed to the deciders, which will be on Chalet. Now, Chalet is an even Stevens ground. It's an even ground for both Retrograde, it's an even ground for both Phalanx. Now, the only main problem is that the way how Phalanx would proceed. Now, currently on map number 2, Phalanx have got things under control. They've got the morale back, they've got the confidence. The same thing, I couldn't say the same for Team Retrograde. Especially with the rush being made, granted, on round number 7, it was a good rush. They've rushed on study room, they took out players one by one. It was a very good rush. I am not going to say anything much more bad, anything about Retrograde. But on the next round, on round number 8, a lot of utilities was misplaced, grenades from Sasaki, not it just didn't work out too much. You've got to realize that this ain't the Community Cup, this is the summer series. And Retrograde, you guys are at the lower brackets. If you keep making mistakes like these, and if you force Phalanx to be on the deciders, you got to think for yourself, is it worth it? Like, was it worth making that, aggressive rush like you guys did on run number 8? Was it worth it? And I have to say, it is not. It was not a single bit. And now, look at the end result here, Retrograde. It's 6-3. Team Phalanx have secured 2 defensive rounds. They did win 4 attack rounds in the first half, and now it's just, man, it it will hurt a lot. I do have to talk about the standings as well. Fourth place, from Retrograde, 7th place for Team Phalanx. Just imagine if they did succeed on map number 2 and Team Phalanx gets to defeat Retrograde. Imagine if that happened. It would be a lot. It's just, you just cannot imagine
Yeah.
the amount of hard work that Retrograde did on the lower brackets. They secured fourth place on the spring edition, and now on
Mhm.
the summer edition. I mean, even if they lose, granted, yes, they will have 2 points, but they won't be able to secure more points unless they beat Phalanx. I just don't know what to say
Yeah,
next.
yeah, I completely agree
I
with you
don't
on
know what to
that,
say
Baba.
next.
Like you said, like how Retrograde just rushed it. For the first round, definitely you got the round win. It's done. Using the same thing again and again, you are doing the same mistake what Team Phalanx did on the last Clubhouse map. The last 3 rounds, they just pushed in from the same entry point. And what I mean from an entry point is the whole basement stair, then going into the side of church wall, then trying it again to just get the control, get the wall open, trying to just go into the side of church because you are just not able to open up the wall. You're doing the same kind of mistake. Of course, we are rushing in from some other spots, but that's the same strat currently Rainbow-Six-Siege. You have the LMG, you have something in your arsenal that you think that you can take those defenders down, but Retrograde Team Phalanx is just being just able to outgun you. If I just want to say in simple words, they are just able to outgun you. They are having the SMG. They are even picking up Kapkan. They're even going for the mute jammers to deny those inters coming in when you're trying to going for the preface try to just get the intel here and there. Just they're just being way better. Even I can say 2 or 3 steps ahead, not just one, 2 or 3 steps ahead of you. And that's going to be one reason why that you are allowing them to be ahead of you. That's the thing. So yeah, we are waiting for the match to resume, and of course Team Flanks will be on match point. And looking at the face of Baba, what happened to you?
I'm just smiling.
Okay,
Hmm?
okay, okay. So we are just waiting for the matchup to resume. And yes, if Team Flanks wins up on the map of Villa, which I just say like I have seen Flanks playing up, but this is not the case. Like Retrograde is actually allowing them to win. Trust me on this one. They are just allowing them टू विन कि आप उनको वो मौके दे रहे हो कि वो आए मौके पे छक्का या चौका मार के या just coming up with a straight dive and letting you out of the boundary, just doing that up right there. So it just feels like on map number 3, if the momentum gets up in the starting of into the favor of Team Flanks, then Retrograde might be out the stadium and out of the Pro Series Summer Edition. What I'm trying to say as like just putting the play right.
Yeah, if Retrograde wants to come back, they need to make their plays right now because Team Phalanx are almost about to get a victory on map number 2, Villa.
Yeah.
Post timer once again being requested at the hands of Team Retrograde, which means that it will take a lot of time for the player on the side of Retrograde to come back so that we can, resume back to a 5-to-5 situation. And I believe this might take a lot of time, that is for sure. Most of the time we'd always experience power cuts, ISP issues, everything. It's out of our hands, folks. We couldn't do anything much more about it. We could give them a lot of time to wait it out for more than 10 to 15 seconds, but anything more than that, we can't allow that. But let's, like I said, the show must go on, so which means that we will take a short little break. Apologies for the inconvenience being caused. And don't worry about it, folks. We'll just bring back the match as soon as possible. Until then, grab some popcorns and stay tuned. All right, folks, welcome back. And again, apologies for the delay, but we are resuming back around, or should I say, map number 2, round number 10. Team Phalanx is on match point 6 to 3. All they need is one more victory on the side of defense, and they'll be able to be back and proceed with round number 10 itself. No more
But are we
problems. I
really back?
believe, yeah, we are back. We are back. Don't worry about it. We will still be back. It's just that the
Uh,
disconnects are more quite often at this moment, but we will see them appearing back on track, so it shouldn't be much of a problem for them to deal with. There you go. But here's the problem. As the main problem is Retrograde player also got disconnected, so you just have to wait for both of the players to come back, which means that we might take yet another time to see whether if everything arrives at the right time. Devastating has returned, but I think Devastating has to be on Team Phalanx's side,
uh,
so
so
yeah.
yeah, so that just happened. Uh, just another day at the office for us, I guess, Baba.
Mm-hmm. Just another
Just
day at
another
the
day at the
office, Bullet.
office.
I mean, disconnects and rehosts. This always happens a lot. I mean, this is the SAC, and after all, I mean, we have a lot of connection issues regarding the power cuts, the ISP issues. There is a lot of problems that we have on the side, but yeah, at this point, the only thing we can do is wait, and wait it shall. Apparently, I believe there's a lot of issues coming in from Phalanx's side. There you go. Devastating has returned, which means that now we just have to wait for Retrogade's player to appear on the line. And when he's arrived at the lobby, then and only then on the Phalanx side we'll be able to see them arrive. So it's kind of how it works, right? So if a player do join in, he will automatically be joined at the blue side. So yeah, we just have to wait for I guess more than 2 to 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes max. I believe that's
It,
the
it
allotted time that we have. That would give time for them to arrive, but yeah, we just have to wait and watch.
Just wait and watch for the side of Retrograde's comeback as well. If that happens, they will win a 2-0. But it's very hard to just come back when the opponent team is already on match point. Even though it was 3-4, 3-5, we would have expected a little bit more. But the thing is, we we cannot just expect any other team to just come up and do the comeback up against any of the team who was already on a match point. But let's see uh, at what time we just start in. There's some communication going on with the admins and the player itself. So when we have the confirmation, we'll be going in. But the thing is, this can affect Team Phalanx overall play. Of course, this will. We might see Retrograde winning up the round. This is pretty common. 6-4, we might see the score, but not sure if we can see the scoreline going 6-5 or maybe 6-6. But this can go 6-4 after this much of um, um, connection disconnection, rehost and whatnot. The flows get affected of for all of them.
Not only just the flow for Phalanx, this could even include on Retrogade's end
Yeah,
because both of the players are gone, which means it's 50-50 Bullet. So
mm,
you could say that both of the teams might have feel a lot of pressure, and I guess the pressure is also mutual for both Retrograde and Phalanx. There you go. Nexus has returned on the side of Retrograde. All you have to do is wait for the player on the side of Team Phalanx to join in, and when he arrives, we'll be able to proceed. Round number 10. Kitchen and dining will be the site, and all we gotta do is just wait for one player to just pop in on the lobby and just continue the match with Phalanx being on 3 to 6. There you go. Hussein has returned. So, folks, we will not waste any time at all. Again, apologies for the delays, but it is what it is. There you go. Now, all you gotta do is just wait for the ready confirmation from both the teams, and when it is done, we are going live, folks. Finally, map number 2, round number 10, Phalanx on match point 6 to 3. Let the chaos commence.
yes, finally we're underway, and we'll be going straight up into the round. like I said, like Baba said, this can also affect the overall gameplay for the side of Team
Attackers need to
Phalanx, but the
locate and
same thing
defuse
goes for the
bombs.
side of Retrograde. But to just shut down on this, Team Phalanx need to win up this round because they are apparently on a match point. Goes up for the kitchen and dining room area. Of course, we can see some of the vertical push coming in from the side of Retrograde. They can just come up with a fuse. They can come up with a sledge. Apparently, there's not gonna be no sledge, no fuse. Like why? But no, just saying you can play Fuse. Fuse is a very good operator. You can use Sledgehammer to get that vertical innate play in, vertical lines of sight being made. But for the side of defense, there's actually going to be
10 seconds left.
a castle being played from the side of Hercules, going for the plus, pretty
5
usual.
seconds
But
to insertion.
right now, there's nobody on the side. Okay, what's happening?
Attackers are moving out
All
to
right,
locate a
that
bomb and defuse
is
it.
interesting. All players on the side of Team Phalanx have made a decision to not defend the side and reinforce at a different place. And I hope that Team Phalanx has their necessary times for reinforcements and holds
Attackers
with
have
the help of
located
the
a bomb.
shotguns and then return back to the side as fast as possible. I can understand what they're trying to go through. Already the chaos has started to soothe in. Hercules, Sasaki, Op, already doing what they do best from the basement pantry stairs, and now Retrograde likes to go aggressive, just like they did on round number 7. They want to continue the rush like they did. Post-plant situation, make that no plant. As Nexus will get the final frag and give Retrograde the win on round number 10. We waited a lot of time, and now in round number 10, this is how Retrograde proceeds. All right, round number 11. It's 4 to 6. Retrograde has to win 2 more rounds if they want to put this match on OT, and 1 more round for Team Phalanx to proceed into the next phase. Can it happen? Will we see deciders or will we see Retrograde end map number 2? We're about to find that out with the site being on second floor, aviator room slash games room. This is the second time I've seen Retrograde win 2
Rush.
rushes. Yeah,
Yeah.
2 rushes. You know, my brain almost malfunctioned because I had no idea what to say at that point. But yeah, 2 rushes. One of them
Attackers need
failed.
to locate and
A total of
defuse
3 rushes,
bombs.
if I have to say. One of them failed. 2 of them succeeded. And now we need to see what Retrograde will do on round number 11, because this is this is going out of hands. This is out of control.
Man, it more of like feel like no Retrograde Team Phalanx like they wanted to just have some little bit of fun under the last round and Retrograde got the advantage. But this time around, again nobody in the side. Hello, what's
10
happening?
seconds to insertion.
Not really sure how they wanna play, but it feels like
5 seconds
they
to
are
insertion.
taking it for granted that you are on match point, but you can just end this one up real quick and just try to focus on the next map. Because you know for a fact that this is gonna be the lower bracket matchup. You will lose this one, you're going out of the summer edition of Pro Series. You are also gonna lose some of the SC and national points because you are gonna get eliminated from the lower bracket itself. But now, Zombie is saying to try to go for a little bit of aggressive over peaks, I can say, from the side of master bedroom area. He gets rotate towards the side of trophy. But now we are just seeing only one operator, if I'm not wrong. That's going to be devastating the player on the side. One has apparently disconnected, and that's going to be none other than the guy Sherry.
Already not looking good on Phalanx's end. And it's back against Sherry, who gets disconnected. This time Retrograde might have the advantage, but not for long. We've seen many situations where Phalanx have succeeded a 5v4 disadvantage. So Retrograde need to tread carefully. They shouldn't underestimate their opposition team, and they'll surely do exactly that. Let's not forget the site is on second floor aviator and games room, which means that they have a lot of defenses being maintained on statue and trophy room. And now they're just gonna take that out and see whether if they can hold yet a different angle in towards the main stairs, even on study room. And at least Phalanx have finally understood on the way how Retrograde will proceed with this execute. They know that they have control on statue and trophy, which means that the execute will be on second floor aviator room. And the main focus for them is to gain a 90s angle. Good shot of a headshot from Devastating as he gets to take out Op, which means it's an equalizer, 4 to 4. Shrisha, currently playing as the IQ, he'll be able to detect any defensive gadgets that's been presented towards him on the site. But do they know exactly where Guy Rasti is? No, they do not. Wait a minute. An accidental team kill, but that team kill will come back with yet another advantageous positioning. I'm not quite sure what exactly happened from Nexus's end, but all in all, it's just way too much for me to handle at this moment. 3v2, flashbangs being thrown around. Does Devastating succeed with the gunfight against Nexus? Not quite sure because Jimmy is here with the backup and Hercules with that run out to take out Shisha. Is it
A
more than
bomb has
enough to
been
succeed a
located.
1v2? Do they know exactly where Hercules' location is? No, they don't. He's been dropped down from the hatch. And now he'll slowly make his way from the main stairs. Post-plant situation. Can
Attackers are
Hercules
activating
succeed a
diffuser.
1v2 post-plant situation? I think he will. No, he does not. Jimmy comes back with a headshot. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will go back with a rehost once again. 5-6, folks. We are back at a round of ones. And oh boy, is it going to be a comeback and a half for the side of Retrograde. 5-6. One more round for Team Retrograde to put this match on overtime on Map Villa. And they are this close to succeed map number 2.
Like I said, man, the overall rehost, overall the pauses kind of effect, and it feels like Retrograde with the rush, with some of those gunfights getting in their place. 6-5 is the score line, and with Baba Gusta smiling like that, I have a very bad fear that definitely it's gonna go in with the overtime. But what if like in the overtime it's gonna be team? What in the overtime? What if, bro? You just ah, brain.txt has stopped working for me. But nonetheless, I was trying to say, what if like Team Phalanx in the overtime just decides to like be on the winning spot, and then we might go on the third map. And
Third map. It can happen.
yeah, but like of course, man. Like in the starting, you only said, man, this is gonna be one of the cases, like one of the matches that's gonna be a very close one, and it's actually being in that way. Of course, there are a lot of mistakes from both the ends. Like they're repeating it way too often to just give the round away to the opposition, and the opposition is also taking it away with the side of Team Phalanx or with the side of Team Retrograde. It just feel more of like in the end, it comes to the body count. If I'm having the body count right, if I'm having the pre-fire right, I'm just getting the round ahead of me. Getting the round in the bag of my team. Sorry.
There's not a lot I can say about Team Retrograde and Phalanx at this point. I'm pretty much sure that we've had a lot of connection issues and ISP issues in
Uh,
the end, and
true,
maybe
true.
mainly because of that, pressure does seem to sink in towards Phalanx's side, and I can understand that. Because a
Yeah.
lot of the power cut issues and internet issues really gives a lot of tensions and problems on the opposition end, and it's currently not looking too good from their hands too. So oh boy, I yeah, it's 5-6 retrograde. All they have to do is win one more round on round number 12 to put this match on overtime. 6-6 is exactly what retrograde tends to do. And Team Phalanx, they just gave away two defensive round wins with an unexpected rush. One round was contained flawlessly by the hands of Team Phalanx, but now on round number 11, back again, it's the disconnection issues. I mean, I understand what Phalanx is going through, and I have my sympathies towards them, but at this point we couldn't do anything what we can at that moment. Like we
Yeah.
can give them pause times, we can give them technical rehost, we could give them rehost. I mean, they have a rehost, they could use it, but I believe this will be their final chance, man. Phalanx, I gotta give them a bit of an appreciation towards Clubhouse. They did a lot
Yeah.
of job. They did a lot of work on attack. They even thought of a different method of proceeding with the execute on most of the sites.
Yeah.
It did. It did ended up being predictable on Retrogade's end. Retrograde all they had to do was just focus on a different site, and they did exactly that. Team Phalanx, they did all they could to hold their ground on map number 1. Map number 2, I could say the Team Phalanx were about to win that round, or should I say win the map on Villa. But due to these certain issues that they have to deal with, it's not looking too good from their end, though. 6-5, one more round for Retrograde to equalize it. But Team Phalanx, they can still make a comeback. They can win round number 12, and if they
Like,
do, they can proceed on deciders. We could see map Chalet. It's always that 50-50 situations where we cannot predict who will win or not. Well, this is the map. This is the team where you have no idea who's going to win it out. And this is the lower brackets, of course. So
yeah,
everything is on the line. The positioning is on the position for
yeah,
lower brackets is on the line. Even the price pool is
yeah.
on the line too. So yeah, I can feel it.
Yeah, so I like how how just Baba uses hand to decide. I like it. Like I can also like try like to take the next jokes
Hmm.
apart, jokes apart. Like yeah, of course.
It's
Like
like
look,
50-50 is like this, and this is lift karade. So you know,
never mind.
brings
So
me some nostalgic memories from that song. So
yeah, yeah, it's more of like it's more of like it's the balance overall. Like of course, there's a lot on the line. Like the prize pool, the SEN points, and then it's the pride. Even though like it feels more of like we of course we thanks to Ubisoft, thanks to the esports club efforts down from we started you Foxy Bhai, Blackjack, where all the starting Assassin is from there in the starting. I've been a guy from outside just watching and then have the chance thanks to the esports club for the opportunity. But it means like ki, even though we have so many things happening in, it's more of like the bragging rights all these players have. Bro, we won the Pro Series. Bro, we won the Community Cup. Back in the day, we used to have divisions coming in Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. And I remember on the Twitter, player just going Division 2, just going Division 3. All that fun, all that masala happening all over the place. But for now, we are just chatting up here in lovely people watching our faces right up, and as we just get the confirmation at when the match is going to start, and this happens on a match point for Team Flanks, and just see how lucky uh, they just get in on the first map. It was three times the disconnection from there, and you can say that like three times matters a lot, man. On the map of Villa, even when the map started, it was Hussein and devastating to get out on round number 3 and round number 4. The smooth criminal moment right there. So yeah, like they are getting a little bit unlucky. So we can't really blame them, man. But let's that in the end, it's a good effort being made from their side that they are right now on a match point. But Retrograde is almost knocking on their door, and they can be like, "Bro, can I come in?" If they just get inside the objective, they just get inside the space where this is allowed to just be on that particular space that team flanks just throw it away, that this can be some comeback being made from the side of Retrogate, and this can go either side. But if this goes on on the match point, I'm not really sure if it's going to be Phalanx or it's going to be Retrograde. I'm not really sure about it. It just feels like Team Phalanx, you got this, it's match point, just shut it down. Let's go on map number 3.
yep, map number 3 can be a chance for Team Phalanx if they have to survive on map number 2. But for Retrograde, they also have a chance to end it on map number 2 itself. And again, I do have to apologize for the issues being made. It will take more
it's
around
it's
like three to
it
four
feels
minutes.
like
We couldn't do anything much more
Baba,
about
it
it,
feels
folks.
like we should have a list of jokes on our like paper. Like I have my casting notes. I just say some,
Hmm.
we need to have some more jokes for our these casted on screen because I'm running out of jokes. Trust me.
Yeah, well, we are when it comes to joke wise, I mean, sometimes it happens out of nowhere, but yeah, I think instead of just jokes, maybe we should bring in something of a riddles, maybe some riddle game. Maybe who knows, we could even
Play
bring
on
some
Takshri.
nostalgic moments towards play Antakshari. Come on, Bullet. Do you really think Antakshari can be a good idea, especially on the casting desk while we are streaming? No, we are not going to do Antakshari here, Bullet. No, we won't. But you know what's even best? If you just make a quiz about the
Yeah,
number of matches that we've had, not only on the SA region, but also on the invitationals as well. Talk about the histories of Pengu, talk about the history of Fabienne. And I have to say, it's been a while since I've seen Fabienne in the Pro League history, man. Come on, I'm not talking
like
about Pro. I'm not talking about Pro Series in the SA. I'm talking about the internationals.
yeah,
I mean, Fabienne, man, he used to be a terror on G2 Esports, including when he was on Penta Esports too, when they had Fabienne, Candrochetti. Man, the amount of wins that they've got, two back-to-back wins when they went up against EG. That time Canadian used to be there. We all
Yeah,
know the infamous
easy.
Canadian stairs on map Oregon. Man, those were the days where I used to look at it and feel like, man, there are so many strategies in this game, and it's still evolving on year 7 too, guys. Year
Yeah,
number 7, there is a lot of opportunities where you can go through, but there are some well-known plays on the international scene as well too. Fabienne, Pengu, Goga, Bolo. How can I forget about Bolo? I mean, TSM, man, they winning the invitationals was such a huge thing for them, because I still remember back when TSM had a lot of problems in the previous eras, when they went up against NIP, when they went up against SSG. They had a lot of problems, but then when they finally won, the amount of happiness I saw from Bolo's eyes was just really great, man. I'm just happy for Bolo that he get to win the invitationals, and it was a huge thing for him because he didn't get to win the previous invitationals. Neither did he get to win the previous one too, because back then it was NIP, it was SSG. Those teams are also a dangerous one to look at too. Some of the great teams that we get to see from the SA Nationals event is sorry, not the SA Nationals. It's the Invitationals are just a sight to see, and it's still evolving, right, Bullet? When it comes to
yeah.
the entire scene of the game of Rainbow Six Siege, there is a lot we can talk about. We can talk about the new team from Astralis, the Charlotte Majors,
Charlotte
when they went
Majors,
up against when we saw. I believe I still remember the finals matchup.
yeah.
I'm guessing it wasn't SSG. I believe it was Astralis versus.
It is Dark Zero, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
Canadian
Now I remember.
Phalanx,
Yeah, it was Dark Zero. Dark Zero
to
versus
win it. Yeah.
Astralis. What a match! It went all the way from best of 5, and Astralis gave a good competition between Evil Geniuses, right? EG.
True,
Was
true.
yeah.
It was
Wait,
more of
no, no,
like
I'm sorry, not EG. It was Dark Zero, right? Yeah,
Dark Zero, Dark Zero.
yeah.
Yeah, it
Evil
happens. It
Geniuses.
happens.
I just
You
realized
remember?
this.
You
Evil
remember?
Geniuses was like way back. Yeah.
You remember Canadian, then you remember EG. I totally get that part. I
Yeah,
totally get that part.
EG. I remember EG mainly because of King George, because King George used to be on EG
Oh
once, right?
yeah, in year one.
Man,
Yeah,
he was on Continuum, then in Continuum he came from EG, and
yeah.
now he's just a full-time streamer on Twitch. He's doing a good job at that
Talk.
too. But for now, folks, I know we're just ranting
Okay.
everything about it, so again, we'll just take a short break and we'll be right back again. Sorry for the apologies, folks, but yeah, we have to take a short break. Be right back. All right, folks, welcome back. And again, apologies for the delay, but with everything being accounted for, we will resume back to round number 12. It's 5 to 6.
Yeah.
Phalanx still on match point. Retrograde, one more round to put themselves on overtime. Everything's been sorted. There shouldn't be any more delays nor problems. So we'll immediately head back to the site, second floor, aviator room slash games room. So we'll see what will happen from the side of Phalanx. All Phalanx needs to do is win one round to put us on towards deciders. And for Retrograde, if they win one, which means they'll have a second chance to win map number 2. So we have to see what will happen. Man. Mm-hmm.
We all know what's gonna happen, man. We all know what's gonna happen. I'm just trying my, just trying to
Attackers need to
control.
locate and defuse as many
But
bombs as they can.
coming back to the map, like yeah, man. If Retrogrades get this one and we are going match over time, so it's more of a piece. Like I'm not really sure who's gonna win, because the flow, the whole momentum it's just in the center. Neither is on towards the favor of Retrograde right now, neither is towards the favor of Team Flanks. The only thing I would say what is favoring right now for the side of Team Flanks, it's that you have the match point. Bro, shut it down right now. You have the chance to go on map number 3. You have
10
like
seconds remaining.
a very golden chance, not just to get eliminated.
5 seconds left before
Because we know for a fact that if Retrograde can make it a 6-6, they can
Attackers' objective is to
win
locate
the
a
entire
bomb
map
and defuse
too
it.
and make it a 2-0 clean sweep on the map score. Of
Oh,
course,
man.
we are going in on round on towards the match point round for the side of Team Phalanx. Let's see what kind of hole they play in. Of course, a lot of traps we see. Legion, Belushi Banshee, Frost Beer Trap, and boy, if anyone just falls in any one of them, in any of the on any one of those beer traps or traps, so yeah, that will be some moment right there.
Phalanx needs to be careful on the way how Retrograde operates. And when I say operates, it's Shisha already from the memorial room. Guy with Audacity knows this. He knows that the attackers are slowly inching towards that particular spot. Oh, Hussein! Desperately trying an attempt to take out the attack drones, which will give them vital information. But instead, he will have to trade with just 50 HP. Currently, he will do the roam games. He has the C4 plus useful amount of information from the cameras. All he need to do is just wait for the attackers to make their move. And that move will determine whether if Retrograde can succeed or if Team Phalanx proceed into the next decider map. Phalanx, they're at the 7th spot. Retrograde on 4th. It always comes down to this. If Phalanx makes a single mistake, that single mistake will be capitalized at the hands of Retrograde. So whatever move that they make, they
Bomb
need to make it
located by
count.
attackers.
And they need to ensure that they would win those challenging gunfights. C4, Hussein, beautifully done. Jimmy goes out, and with the information being given, Retrograde have lost one player.
Of course, a very well, let's say, placed to C4 right on the spot, and of course, it's going to be black eye camps all over the place. They have the intel right. It's going to be Street to try to get it a ray trace. Can be one, of course. Sher, you just went in, and Srisha with that calculated nade, and I would say that will be a 4-4. Hercules just trying to get the guy, but it's going to be side of Hercules. Oh, sorry, Jaeger only to get the OP. That's going to be Shisha to get the retrade. There you go, 3-3 right on the spot, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a match point, like I said, for the side of Team Flag, as you can see on the score. Let's go just right below the timer. 40 seconds left on the clock, trying to make his way from the side of 90 hallway. Hercules hold's gonna matter a lot for the team, but apparently the whole team from the side of attackers are pushing in from the side of landing doorway, and this can be the case if the real surge boost comes in at the right spot, because there are 2 of them left. This can be the side of Retrograde to make this a 6-6.
Yeah, it is all on this execute. Retrograde, there are only 3 players left, and they're starting to dwindle a lot. Wait a minute, Srisha immediately gets in with the trade. 2v2. The push needs to happen. Sasaki's in the side, so does the other player, Nexus. He's the only operator left, and it's no more. Hercules will finally end it off on map number 2, which means, folks, we are heading off to the deciders. Map Chalet will be the finale for Retrograde and Phalanx. They have finally won the defense on round number 12. which means that the match is not done yet, folks. Map number 3 will commence. The map will be on Chalet. It's the final battleground. And oh boy, will it be a tough one for Retrograde.
Not really sure what's gonna happen on this one. It's kind of another way around. Because like how just Baba said, this will be a very close affair, and I just said like maybe this can be a Phalanx side, but of course Phalanx eventually won the map number two. That's going to be Villa, and of course we are going on map number three. The smile on Baba's face is just saying that, oh, one map more, let's go.
Yep, one more map for Retrograde and Phalanx. Retrograde almost had things under control, but Team Phalanx, they've brought it back up, which means on map number 3, they will give it all they've got once again on map Chalet. So anything can happen on map Chalet. And and I mean, at this point, it's a decider map, so whoever wins map number 3 can get to proceed into the next phase on the lower brackets, semifinals. And that semifinal spot will give them much more points that they would need to proceed and also ensure that they have a good spot on the SA National Qualifiers points. But I'm pretty much sure that both Team Phalanx and Retrograde are not going to
Yeah,
do just exactly that. They want to head to the top. They want to be at the grand finals. And lower
yeah,
brackets, this is their only chance. So they'll give it all they've got.
yeah.
And on map number 3, everything is on.
Everything is on, and on map number three, I really don't expect any of these teams to just repeat some of those, just push the strats. Just don't do that. Just don't do that. I'm just gonna just don't just avoid the same mistake that you're doing on map number one and map number two. Now on map number for the side of Team Flanks on the last three rounds, they were just trying to push into the side of Church. A wall, church gate wall, and try to open up the wall, waste a lot of time over there. Then try to go towards the side of church has doorway, and then try to get up those skills. Please don't repeat that yet again. Just don't. And for the side of Retrig also, eventually you just lost. Even after going toward the side of overtime, you lost. So you know that what you're going to do, what's going in your favor, what's just going in not in your favor. So just try to avoid those things and try to minimize all of your mistakes, and just get map number three as quick as you can, because like why not?
Yeah, why not? Map number 3, I'm pretty much sure that this wouldn't be a quick match, Bullet.
Of
This can
course,
also
of
go at the
course,
hands of
of
OT.
course, of course.
How about we just take a look at the highlights here, folks,
Yeah,
on map number 2? Yes, we did had a lot of connection issues and power cuts, but in the end, we did finally get the results on map number 2 itself. It will be Team Phalanx who will win map number 2 at a 7-5. Overtime denied once again. The same thing which had happened on map Clubhouse too. And boy, oh boy, was it a tough one. Especially talking about Retrogade's end on the first half. Jimmy was doing a lot of work. There was a lot of 1vx clutches that Retrograde had won. But Team Phalanx were looking very strong on attack, succeeding 4 attack round wins in the first half. And then in the second half on defense, they were a bit shaky because Retrograde decides to be more aggressive, starts to do a lot of rush strategies where all three rushes that Retrograde had done, both of it was both of them did succeed. On round number 7 and round number 10, those were the rounds where Retrograde had succeeded in the rush, just like we see in the highlights right now. Round number 7, they had no problems, so did on round number 10. They really did caught Phalanx off guard with the strategies that they made on round number 7 and round number 10. But all in all, Phalanx were in match point. It was 6-5. It was round number ones. And I have to talk about round number 8 too. Retrograde, they started making a lot of misplaced utilities. Flashbangs from Jimmy's end, the accidental grenade on Sasaki. It was not looking good on Retrogade's attack and in round number 9. Sorry, on round number 8. Round number 11, though, it was a strategic push in which Retrograde did succeed, and Phalanx, they also did the same thing too on round number 12. Second for AVG in Gaming Room, it did eventually came down with the last player, and that last player couldn't get to clutch it out. Let's take a look at the match summary itself. 7-5, Sherry. 14 kills in hand with the and also having the first kill advantage 3-0, and also on the hands of Devastating, which they also had 2 kills from their end. First kills, Phalanx have done an exceptional job at winning on most of them. The same thing cannot be said to Sasaki. The same thing cannot be said to Team Retrograde. Sasaki will have 10 kills and 10 deaths, having a total of 50% cost. Shisha, he did what he does best: early peaks, the adaptations, the equalizer. But all in all, it did came down with the amount of victories that they held on to, and that was in the end Phalanx. Phalanx will survive once again on map number 2, but map number 3 will be the deciders. So Chalet, we have to see whether if Team Phalanx can win it out, or will we get to see Retrograde succeed on map Chalet. This decider, at this point, anything can happen.
Like, even though after getting disconnected so many times, Shady just going in for 14-5. That's some kills right there, man. Like, after just, pre-host here and there, too many pauses. So even though after that you're not stopping, you're just going for those kills, this says a lot for you as a player. Talking about the overall map score, 7-5 on Clubhouse into the favor of Retrograde, and 7-5. Oh, I just forgot that on the map, the previous map, it was 7-5 also. So yeah, Team Flying just having the sweet revenge onto map number 2. For the map of Chalet, we have to wait and watch who approaches as like at what scenario they approach towards any specific site. Not really sure what's going to happen, folks, but it's one thing for sure that map 3 is going to be a one massive map that, just two of those teams just, it will be more of like a battle of strats into, you know a battle of like who's gonna last, just for a while. Just, these BO3s, like it's more of like a fight of, of like the players get exhausted, the players get like tired a lot. It's more of like कि हाँ एग्जॉस्ट नहीं होना है, बर्नआउट नहीं होना है, अपने दिमाग और अपने पूरे बॉडी को बहुत ही ज़्यादा काम के स्टेट में अपना थर्ड मैप खेलना है. Because take any FPS in there, like Rainbow's BO3 is just like, just a little longer,
I mean, it is Rainbow, of course. Rainbow has a total of 7 colors, and maybe that might be the reason why it might take a lot of time. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I mean, it's the puns I make. It's sometimes difficult to decipher it. But for now, folks, once again, we're taking a short break, and we'll be right back with map number 3. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner Loco. And we are here with the Deciders map. Chalet will be the deciding factor
Correct.
for both of these teams, Team Retrograde and Team Phalanx. But only one will proceed into the next phase. Who will it be? We're about to find that out without having any more issues, folks. Round number one, we are heading off into the game right away. As we take a look at the map selection itself, Clubhouse, Retrograde had one, and so did Phalanx on map Villa. We are now here on map number three, which will be on Chalet, so everything is on the line for both these teams, and only one will proceed into the finals. So let's see what will happen.
Yeah, this is a decided map, and if I'm not wrong, Retrograde will be attacking, right, on the map of Shelley?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Retrograde would be
Retrograde
on
will be on
attack
the
bullet.
side
Yep.
of attack. Okay, so might go on towards the favor of Team Flanks from my perspective, but not really sure because Retrograde. Talking about their overall Retrograde defense, they were looking a little bit shaky, even on the map of Clubhouse. Like how just Team Flanks were able to get some of those pushes onto the side of basement. Of course, it was some of the reputation of strats, some of the reputation of same entry points pushes. Same kind of like approach, not pushes. What even like pushes that is a word. Never mind. Like the same amount of approach, same kind of approach. So I feel like yeah, this might go in towards the favor of flanks if they are able to hold some of the objective areas pretty well, especially on I'm talking about the side of basement. Not really sure what's gonna happen, Baba, but one thing's for sure, everything's on the line for both teams. They know for a fact that's gonna be the low bracket finale, and they know for a fact that like it's everything on the line. If we get eliminated, yeah, you will be taking some of those SAN points. But everybody is just here for the victory. Everybody is here for the lion's share. Just trying to go in for the finale, trying to battle out the top tier teams. We have the confirmation. Let's go directly into the map of Shelley. Blackjack. If we wanna take some prediction, what do you think? Like who's gonna win map number three?
Map number three, bullet.
Yeah.
I'd say, I'd say it could go at the hands of Phalanx. Or it can go to retrograde 50-50 back again bullet. So at this point, if I
I
have, I just cannot predict because it's actually difficult to predict.
no
It's
no like not like proper predict like if just talking about the overall play, like whom do you
Mhm.
think like who's gonna win?
Here's the thing: if it was on a certain map like theme park or skyscraper, I'd say retrograde would just easily won it out on deciders. And if I
Oh,
have to say on Phalanx's side, if the map was on Oregon, Team Phalanx would have won it out because the win rate itself immediately determines on who will get more. And what I know is that Retrograde had won on certain maps, just like I said, on map Theme Park and Skyscraper. Phalanx, really great on map Oregon. But Chalet, I haven't seen Retrograde play on map Chalet. And even if I do, especially when we saw Retrograde go up against Hunters LFO. The map was also on Chalet. They did not do a great job on that match. I believe it went to 7-4 or 7-3. I still don't remember it right, but
on
I saw Retrograde play on map Chalet and they did
oh,
not do a
okay,
good job at it. But Phalanx,
okay.
though, I could say the same thing to them. I haven't seen Phalanx play on map Chalet too, so this is more of a neutral ground from their end. So let's see what will happen though. Round number one will commence. Second floor master bedroom slash office will be the site. And with Hercules coming back on track, we will resume the 5v5 matchup. So we shouldn't have any more problems. Talk about the operator specs. We have the Flores, which is being brought up from Nexus. It's actually important to remove the castle armor panels or even more so Banshee deterrents, which I can even include Azami's kunai barriers too. So an explosive drone is a very difficult utility for the defenders to handle it out. Unless and until if they have a mute, it shouldn't be much of a problem for them. But talking about the rest of the attackers, it will be the same nonetheless. Iana, Thermite, Zofia, and Sledge. Quite the standard operators pegs that you'd get to see more often on a map like Chalet. Now, the only difference is who will get the first round win. Will it be the attackers or defenders? And talk about map Chalet, it is high likely
Attackers need to
favorable for the
locate and
attackers'
defuse
end.
bombs.
So you could say Retrograde might have the advantage, but with the recent rounds that we've seen on map Villa, I couldn't determine on whether Retrograde can win it out or even on Phalanx's end.
Let's see, man. Like you said, it's a neutral ground for both of the teams right here going into map number 3. But it more so feel like it's the battle of not getting burned out. Trust me on this
10
one.
seconds
For the
to go.
players itself, it's more of like the efforts that they have made on the map number 1, map number 2. You just need to play a lot, I would say, safer than what we saw map number 1, map number 2. It just be like, yeah, it's just like you just wait it out. Try to know if you are defender, like how Clancy is just defending, not going for the aggressive peaks, not to even just take any kind of risk, man. Because it's map number 3, it's the last map, it's not a BO5, and the amount of exhaustion that right now the place would be having is just something else, just something else.
Shisha already putting his pedal to the metal as he's already in from the mezzanine stairs, gets to take out Hercules from that particular spot, and now he is hunting for more.
Bomb located
This
by
time,
attackers.
the way how they found out an opening is really going to put Team Phalanx on a very difficult challenge that they need to succeed, or else Retrograde will have most of the controls, especially in towards library. The whole mezzanine hallway is currently theirs, which means that their main focus on control has to be on the site itself. They still need to open up the walls. Devastating is still shooting out the vegetation towards that spot so that he'll be able to get a good angle from that particular place. But they've only got one pick. Sherry is very low on HP. He's almost at 5 or 6 HP, but he is still alive and he has the current chokehold positioning. That is towards Piano. Goes to be aggressive once again to see whether if he can get an opening pick or not, but instead it would work to no avail. Jimmy will succeed in breaching up the walls, and now Retrograde just have to push and see whether if they can secure round number 1.
Man, right now definitely it's going to be Hercules going down, as we saw how just the kill came in for the side of Retrograde. The push looking very promising. There is almost down to like 10% HP. He can go down anywhere around. For now, let's see what kind of approach we see from the side of attackers team, because apparently there's already a push being made from the side of library. Sasaki going for the net, maybe to scan with the correct connection, but maybe just Hussein taking a little bit of damage. But oh, devastating Gavatar as he takes down Extra and Nexus right on the time, makes it a 3v4 with fast left on the clock, but in the return it's gonna be Sasaki take down Hussein. Very low in HP, but still Shady is also very low in HP, but it's gonna be devastating Gavatar audacity just to be on this place. Try to just not letting the attackers come onto the side of Piano and not letting any of the attackers to come in. But it's gonna be Shisha going on to the side of Library Hall. We're picking up the angle of Piano doorway. Jimmy already, I guess, he's on the side. He can go in for a plant, but Shisha comes up, taking out. He was very low in HP, not standing with a chance towards taking a gunfight. But no, Sasai got David City off guard, off angle, and there you go. It has been planted, so we all left alone in the scenario. Not really sure, but yeah, he gets one, maybe gets a two, but nah. Diffuser has been planted, takes the 1v2. He can go for a fake diffuse. Try to let the attackers came in, just come in. Try to just go for the fakes, but nah. It's very hard to just do it a 1v2 after even the diffuser has been planted. Even though you are very low on HP, it's nearly very much impossible. For now, it's going to be Retrograde to take the first round of the attack win on the map of Shelly.
Yep, round number 1 at the hands of Retrograde. The execution was flawless, and Shisha's unexpected moment of an early kill was a welcomed one on the side of Phalanx. Because I didn't expect to see a running sledge towards the main stairs now, would they? 1-0, round number 2. They are thinking of going back to the same site once again, master bedroom / office in round number 2. So whatever Team Phalanx are trying to do, maybe they need to be careful on the motor garage. That's exactly where Shisha appeared. He had the soft breach from the sledge. He just kept rushing in from that particular spot, and he gets to use the early pick. Just like that. And now Team Phalanx needs to understand at what point does Retrograde make risky decisions like this. Sure, they did. Sure they did perform it on round number 1, but they also need to understand that in future rounds, Retrograde will be making risky decisions like this. We saw the same example on Map Villa. We saw them make 3 rush attempts. 2 of them did succeed, and the third one did not. So all I ask for Team Phalanx is to ensure that whatever risk factor that Team Retrograde are trying to do up against Team Phalanx, they need to contain it as quick as possible. Because that's the only reason why Retrograde are, getting the way with certain wins like this, because Team Phalanx wouldn't get to contain the situation that Retrograde is giving to them. Aggressive peaks, risky, aggressive pushes, just like we saw from Shisha once again. And Sasaki, why would you do that? He had to team kill his own teammate, in which Team Phalanx might have the upper hand once again. Sherry gets to take out Exter, which means that Devastating will come back to revive Hussein back to 20 HP. And now Team Phalanx is looking good. But Retrograde, on the other hand, that team kill wasn't necessary. 3 with the equalizer will come back once again with Sasaki. He is on point with those nade kills. He will succeed taking out Hussein from that second floor master bedroom. And now, with the equalizer coming back once again, it's Retrograde's decision whether they can claim another round win, or we would see Team Phalanx equalize it to a 1-1.
Yeah, like Sasaki, even on the map number 2, map number 1, he was just so much perfect with those nades, man. And on the map of Chalet, you have so many places to play vertical nades, and he's just getting in it. Gavitor said, try to use the piano all game now, and to hold down the common wall breach area. He will just try to go in and peek a little bit of the wall has been already breached. Trying to go in for the angle, gets spotted by the close door. Oh, he just swings his way and goes for a fire up and destroys the close door. I guess Nexus has 1 or 2 more drones left, but it's going to be Sasaki yet again taking down Sherry in a 3v2 scenario for now. Makes it a 3v2, but it feels like they're just waiting it out for any kind of mistakes from the side of defense for now, because this is how the last 2 kills happen. The last 2 kills happen, right? They're able to just peek in, try to get in those corners, try to get in those kills. But for now, it's going to be first to come up, try to go for the pre-fire and gets the capacity. Devastating yet again left in a 1v2 scenario, but this time around, he gets 1. Now it's a 1v2. That was apparently a 1v3 previously, but yet again left in a post-plant situation will be devastating in a 1v2 scenario. And that's again going to be hard because you're on 50 HP and you have a UMP on your hand.
Yep, it's a difficult situation for Devastating to be in. There you go. History repeats itself as Devastating had to clutch out a 1v2 situation once again. And here comes round number 3. Team Phalanx will absolutely change this, will definitely change the site hold, this time in towards Basement Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage. And I hope that in round number 3, Shisha doesn't get TK'd back once again at the hands of Sasaki. I mean, okay. Shisha made yet another play on Library. He gets mezzanine control once again. This should be, I have to say, for Phalanx's side, they have to be very attentive. Shisha just got away with an early pick 2 times. And when Shisha succeeded in taking out the player on Mezzanine, they have instant access on Library. Mezzanine is very important for the defenders to hold their ground. And if there's no one holding out from Library, then it's even more difficult for the player who's holding on Mezzanine to be focusing on that particular spot. Because not only does, the player had to focus on the Windows side, he also need to focus on Library too. So what mainly you'd see on the defensive side is that you would have at least more than 2 or 3 players holding in from Library. You'd see at least 1 player holding in from Library side or even from the small room. You'd see 1 holding from Mezzanine. Although from Phalanx's end, I only saw 1 player holding from Mezzanine, and that's the reason why you saw Shrisha immediately being aggressive at that perfect moment, knowing that there's only 1. how can I remove this player out of the equation? Well, being aggressive.
Yeah.
And that really did give Retrograde the advantage that they need in the early round. So on round number 3, since the side has been switched off from basement wine cellars, no one will be holding from mezzanine, which means their main focus has to be on the side itself or under control on first floor kitchen. They have good hard breachers, both Jimmy and Trisha will be playing as the hard breachers Hibana and Thermite. But they also need to be careful on vertical lines of sight, which has been placed in towards the trophy room.
Even though one thing I want to add on what you said, Baba, like Retrograde, they're able to just grapple down, like taking the map control and being at the right spots to catch up on those team Phalanx guys who are coming for the retrace, right? Catching them in the crossfire. For the last runs, feel that they're able to take down the map control pretty well. For now, we can see the push being made. Basement already, carrier spread going on, but still there's going to be the Kaid. I'm really sorry, the mute jammers to be on the right spot, just deny the carrier player going down. But here comes the nade and destroys the Chambers from the Sheriff going up towards the side of Blue hallway. Devastating going for the C4. Not going to connect, but that's going to be a connection coming to the side of Sasaki. Takes on Devastating in a very tight angle. It's going to be one guy playing in. That's going to be again Ferry. Like I told in the Blue hallway. There you go. Shisha goes with another one. Makes it a 5v3. And all left is going to be 3 defender. Hossein comes up with a nice pre-fire. Takes up Shisha. Almost getting out, but he's going to be a Docker and takes a stim pistol right up on his hands and back on the HP. Jimmy is right now inside the side. He can going for a plant. Dexter goes for another one and he takes down Hussein. 1 minute left on the clock as of now, but it's going to be Sasaki before the 1 minute goes on. He takes down Hercules and it's almost a 1v3. He takes down one. Adversity, nice try, but it's going to be Retrograde yet again. The very, I would say, clean push. Even I would say an aggressive push when we were pushing in from the side of basement hall. We were just getting into the side, takes down 2 guys from the side of blue hallway, and that was some play right there from the side of Retrograde, because it's not just that easy to just get in, like peek from that particular door. And I feel like there should be one guy playing in toward the side of rotation, from the side of defense, and that was missing from the side of Retrograde. And sorry, from the side of Team Flags, and Retrograde just take it away and make it in a 3-0 on the map scoreline for map number 3. And remember, folks, like we all know, I'm just like letting you know,
Attackers need to locate and
we
defuse
have
as many
6
bombs
rounds
as they can.
before the swap being made, and already it's just 3-0 onto the favor of Retrograde. So a job very well done to grab on the momentum, grab on the lead. It's a matter of time, just if Retrograde just make it even 4-0, 5-0, or maybe can 7-0.
7-0 might happen.
Not to be, yeah, I
Not-
completely agree.
it's
yeah, I completely
it's always a maybe state for a
Yeah.
7-0.
yeah.
Phalanx, I can understand
to go.
that the way how the execute happened on basement wine cellars and
5
snowmobile
seconds left.
garage was a bit difficult for them to deal with.
Yeah.
And when it comes to a site like that,
Objective is to
you
locate
get
a
to
bomb
see
and
why
defuse
on
it.
map Chalet many
Yeah.
teams would prefer picking site like second floor master bedroom, first floor kitchen and trophy, and kitchen and dining. Even more so, most of the teams are comfortable picking bar and gaming room. Now, bar and gaming room requires a lot of work for the defensive side, but if it's
Yeah.
pulled out, if they pull out a strategy on bar and gaming room, then it is all and well done. All a well good strategy that might coming on the defensive side, but
Uh,
I believe they're not making a decision to go in that particular spot. Good headshot from Hussein, and that too through the wall to
Nice
take out
one.
Nexus, which means that with the Nomad being gone, the air jabs won't be available. Then that means only 4 players left. Grenades are still active for the side of Team Retrograde, but with that early peak that Team Phalanx did, this will give them a little bit of a breather and gives Team Phalanx much more room to work out.
Nomad is getting down, and we know for a fact that like Nomad's air jabs are so important on the map of Chalet. Sasaki takes on Hussein with that good kill coming from that ARX rifle. For now, if we bar, especially went towards the side of bar and kitchen, and the Nomad's air jab was just placed upon the door, and everybody just locked in. But right now, it's going to be at the cost of one attacker trying to just watch out your flank, and then you have only 3 of your guys trying to push up towards the side of objective. Now this will be the problem for the side of Retrograde, and this is where I feel the team Phalanx did a very well, like especially like it was Hussein to do a very good job towards taking out Nexus and air jabs going down. For now, no, everybody is trying to just get grab on some here a bit of intel. Shisha can go for a nade and try to take one guy out, and if the nade connects, he might get a kill,
Bomb
but
located
not
by
really
attackers.
sure about it. Gavit City is still trying to hold up the kitchen area. The wall is going down. Hercules is also trying to secure up the trophy room, not letting anybody come up. But he might hear somebody pushing from the side of basement stairs. Now, where he can just go for a pre-fire and then take a guy down. Oh,
Yeah, turns out Sasaki will actually get to eliminate Hercules right off. The control is present, but they still don't have the second floor control, in which Devastating gets picked off just like that at the hands of Shisha. One more as he gets to take out Guy with Audacity. And now it's all down to Sherry. He has to clutch out a 1v4, which is a difficult situation. Sprints around towards the trophy room once again to see whether if he can get an opening or not. But it's too late. Post-plan situation, 40 seconds. And with the amount of pressure that Retrograde has to go through,
yeah.
things will not look too well at their hands. Because it's Shrisha back again, angry as ever. Gives the win back again at the hands of Team Retrograde. Round 4 will be theirs, which means that is 4 times the attack round wins that Retrograde has succeeded. And they still have 2 more rounds to go. Team Phalanx has yet to give an answer. And I believe that answer will be on Baran Gaming Room.
Was a good hook coming in from the side of Team Phalanx. I'm not really sure what happened wrong. Yeah, of course, it was the gunfights getting in the favor, but what exactly went wrong for the side of Team Phalanx? We took out the air jabs, man. You could have gone for the flanks and just try to just go for the long flanks, but for now, Retrograde coming with a
Defenders,
4-4.
protect
Like I
your
said,
bombs
the
from being
momentum
defused by attackers.
is on toward the side of Retrograde. They're just getting in, going for those gunfights aggressively, try to take out the kills here and there, and they are just winning it up. Again, it's going to be the side of Team Flank going for the bar and kitchen area. Not really sure why they are going it for again. You just lost the round number 4 on that specific objective area. Let's see what kind of hold we see from them. But this time around, it's going to be Sherry playing up Blue. You see Smoke coming in inside devastating. Guy with Audacity playing up Melusi. So you can see Melusi's Banshee also coming to the play, trying not
10 seconds to
letting
insertion.
not try to just resist the attackers coming in to one of those specific
5 seconds
hallways.
left.
You can also use up smoke management to deny the push, deny the
Attackers are
plan.
heading out to the
So
diffuse
two of these
bomb.
operators just waiting in to be deny overall push, the overall, I would say, the attacker's momentum, just getting into a specific round. For now, we can see the Sasaki is trying to go in for the melee towards the specific window, towards the side of Trophy, and it's already in. This might be a rush coming in from the side of Retrograde, and why not? We're already 4-0, so you can try.
As the great man once said, if at once you don't succeed, try again. So the first frag though will be the hands of Retrograde once again. This time Sherry being down and out. 4 more players left. Team Phalanx not looking too good on a map like Chalet, but on a site like Bar and Gaming Room, maybe there might be a chance for the defenders to fling back. Jimmy, exothermic charge to open up the office wall, to give them a lot of lines of sight in towards the stairs. C4 tossed around from Hussein, not timed at the right time. The C4 was supposed to go outside the window. This is exactly where one of the players was thrown down. But instead, he'll get the kill nonetheless. Hercules, headshot to Shisha. Unnecessary one because Shisha was currently the one who was dealing a lot of damage towards Team Phalanx's man-con advantage. And with him being downed and out, the pressure still continues at the hands of Phalanx because Jimmy is still alive. He gets to take out Guy with Audacity. And now Hercules will be forced to fall back and see whether if they can hold their ground on towards the first floor side. Which means that the entire second floor control is in the hands of the attackers. They can open up lines of sight, vertical lines of sight, with the help of Flores' explosive drones. They even have claymores to block lines. They have even claymores to block the flanks. Devastating. SMG 11, grenades being tossed around from the side of Sasaki, not being able to claim the life of any one particular player at the hands of Team Phalanx. A lot of minutes left on the clock for the attackers Retrograde. 55 seconds. The defenders are just patiently waiting for the attackers to make their move. Second is the thermic charge, this time in towards the hatch of first floor bar. And now, all they have to do is just find Hussein. Hussein has been watching out both of the angles, but turns out Sasaki has doing something else. He gets to take out Hercules instead, which is in fact a good thing. Devastating. Patience is the key to virtue. He moved towards the Windows side. He wants to challenge. He wants to give them a huge blow to the gut. Hussein back again to take out Jimmy, which means that the diffuser has been dropped. 2v2 make that 1v2 as Hussein has been dropped down and confirmed at the hands of Sasaki. All they have to do was just plant the diffuser at Nexus, not knowing any information on devastating whereabouts. Will now know it. Post-plant situation is exactly what Retrograde needs to do, and Nexus is just forcing Devastating to stay on that spot. In the end, we will get to see him with that gunfight nonetheless. Round number 5. Back again at the hands of Team Retrograde, which means that they haven't lost a single round. This deciders will determine on whether what will happen next. 5-0. And we do have to apologize once again, folks. We had a lot of issues on the observer's end, so we might have to take a bit of a time, which means that we'll be back on our casters cams, talk about random stuff, talk about the side on the way how Retrograde has won 5 attack rounds back to back, and Team Phalanx, not a single defensive round has won on their hands.
It feel like now you now you agree with the part, Blackjack, why I said 7-0. This can go 7-0. Sorry, Baba. I'm really sorry, Baba.
I mean, it's all right. I used to say even I also had that confusion way back, Bullet. I can understand about
B
that,
for
but
B for Bullet, B for Blackjack, B for Baba
yeah, I mean,
Gusta.
what's even more interesting about it is all 3 of us casters who are casting for Rainbow-Six-Siege, the starting letter itself is B. Baba Gusta, Blackjack, Bullet the Killer. The only difference is that we have another caster, right? And that's CCV. And CCV always makes his appearance on Map Clubhouse. Second floor CCTV. All right, you know this. I think that's more than enough to talk about it. But talk about Map Chalet, folks. Retrograde, 5 attack rounds back to back.
Back to back.
And Team Phalanx,
Last
they
round,
still have to respond back. They
yeah,
still
they're
have to respond.
almost there. They're almost there. The setting was coming with a good clutch, and he just just came up in the corner, get this corner. He was not able to get out. Almost there, but it feels like the momentum is in the favor of Retrograde, and they will just get in. Not really sure, but if 7-0, but I feel this can be a 7-0. If not 7-0, maybe 7-1. But Team Flanks has just the exhaustion is getting in. I feel like some of the angles, cheek peaks here and there. It feels like BO3. We can understand the exhaustion is getting in. It's just simple as that.
It always comes down to the endurance game, and
Yeah,
looks like
endurance. My vocab.
Team Phalanx are currently losing it. All best of 3
Yeah.
matches, it always comes down to the amount of pressure that they've induced. Map number
Yeah.
2 on Villa, they did an exceptional job of winning it out 7-5. And this time, Team Retrograde have things under control on Map Chalet. 7-5. I wouldn't say 7-5. What am I talking about? 7-5 was on both Map Villa
7-5,
and
both
Clubhouse.
maps. Yeah.
This is 5-0 on Map Chalet. And once again, folks, don't worry. We will be right back in the game itself. We're not going to take a lot of time. So when we get the ready confirmation from both the teams, we'll be able to proceed to round number 6. 5-0 is the score line on Map Chalet. Team Phalanx, again, if they have to make a play, they have to win at least a single round in the first half, or else Team Retrograde will have a substantial lead in the first half. 5-0, and now it's all or nothing. Can it go 6-0 in the first half? Will we see a 7-0 just like Bullet said in the second half? Only time will tell. But it always comes down to this.
Comes down to this, but like how Retrograde is just getting in and taking those kills on the first 2 rounds. Yeah, I just thought for a second what went wrong, but round number 3, round number 4, round number 5, Now I can definitely say, man, this can go 7 because in the defense on Chalet, especially on the basement side, I saw some of the major mistakes. Like you are on the blue, you don't need to just take an aggressive peak like that. Just stay a little bit calm.
Defenders,
They're
protect your
coming in
bombs
from
from
the
being
basement.
defused by
We're not
attackers.
really sure, like how many guys are on the side
Bomb
of basement.
located
This is
by
why I'm saying,
attackers.
like, just don't peak like that. It's not safe. It's a very risky angle. Whether you have SMG 11 or whether you have a LMG on your hand. So yeah, that was some of that. Nobody was playing onto the side of rotation area. Just get in and try to watch the plant. So one or two mistakes here and there from the side of Team Phalanx on some of the early rounds. But for now, it's going to be the 5-0 scoreline. Last round to attack and last round for defense for the side of Retrograde and respectively.
10 seconds left.
But again, bar and kitchen, bar and
5 seconds left.
gaming room again. Like,
Attackers
don't
have
you think, like,
located the
Baba,
bomb.
when you are like
Attackers are moving
losing
to
a
defuse the bomb.
specific objective area again and again, you should change that immediately on the next round?
They did change the side. No, they did not.
Did not.
Okay. Bar and gaming room once again. But this side favors a bit on the defensive on the defensive place, unless and until if they take care of library control. Now you still have the Mira holding in from library. You still have one player from the mezzanine. Shisha is not going aggressive as you'd expected it to be. So it's a good thing that Phalanx wants to adapt to this side. But the grenades is exactly what the attackers need to be careful of, because Sasaki is always on point with those grenade kills. What's even more so, Hercules, he has the Mira mirrors, but if he stays in that spot for way too long and the attackers have control on first floor bar, I just realized first floor bar is the side itself, so Jaeger will be free, but not for long, because Fireplace Hall is exactly where Hercules needs to worry about, but they still have a lot of protections being made, so he will be safe, which means that Retrograde will do a lot of work, a lot of pressure, even more so with the help of the utilities that they have at their hands. They will cause a lot of problems.
Of course, they're just trying to grab on those some of those Intas. Texas are already having those explosive drones. Definitely, he can just go ahead and cause a lot of trouble and try to make up those, so smaller spaces just get in. But there you have it, folks. Hercules is doing a very good job trying to play up that particular flat Mira window onto the second floor, but not really sure at how long you'll just hold it, because nades are coming in, flashbangs are coming in. There you go. Extra gets the opening, and it's going to be Hussein to getting one for the side of Extra. It's going to be Hercules to get another one for the side of team, but it's going to be the nade coming in. You can get one, but no, Hercules almost getting out, but he takes a little bit of Sasaki comes up, he takes out Sherry, but Hussein with the retreat coming in. Hussein gets another one, but he's already down, makes it a 1v2. Because Hussein is still down. I will call it a 1v2. He gets one. Jimmy, you are in a 1v1 now. Jimmy, you can do this. Definitely. But Devastating has no idea. He's going to come up with the hatch. And there you folks. Jimmy, like, I thought for a second that Goyo was going to give up the call. But unlucky, I would say. Because, yeah, very unlucky.
I'm speechless.
Unlucky. Very unlucky. Yeah. Like I said, my
No
team
info.
flanks, yeah, communication error. Like, communication.exe not found. Yeah. Like, he was down for like what, almost like 5-6 seconds, and it's way much time to just give out the call like, hey Blackjack, I'm down, don't come up this way, just stay right on the vault, on this like particular space. Like, that's called vault if I'm not wrong. Sorry if I'm calling that particular spot wrong, but that new space after the rework, you can just stay on that, because you are Mira, right? You can just hold it your angle and make it a 5-1, but 6-0, and we are on the match point.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
How
bombs as they
many
can.
clutches did Jimmy get away with at this time?
Uh,
1v3 clutch on Clubhouse,
yeah.
denied overtime. 1v1 clutch from Nexus, Retrograde 1. And now, back again, it's a 1v3 clutch. Back again at the hands of Jimmy. This had to be a 5-1. Phalanx was supposed to win this. And somehow, Mira making that decision
10
to
seconds
revive
left.
Goyo was. I can understand it was a necessary one, but wouldn't
5
it be
seconds to go.
best to be at a safe spot? Why would you run in
Attackers'
towards
objective is
first
to
floor
locate
bar?
a bomb
It's
and
the
defuse it.
most cautious and attentive spot where most of the gunfights would happen. You would be more likely be, you know, opened up in the line of fire. You could have just waited for Goyo to just drag himself back from the bar hallway where you have a safe spot to revive.
A bomb has been located.
Team Phalanx, man, I don't know what to say. 1v2 clutch, you guys almost had that on round number 6 and you had to do that? That is... No, that is unfortunate. I wouldn't say unfortunate, even more so, it's difficult, man. 6-0. Team Retrograde is here to make a flawless win 7-0 on round number 7.
Attackers
Can it
dropped
happen
the
on
diffuser.
defense? This time we see the players on the side of Team Phalanx doing exactly what Retrograde were doing on round number 3, which is using the Excalibur pellets to open up the walls from
Attackers
basement
have
wine
located
cellar.
a bomb.
It's exactly what they usually did. But now here comes the main problems. Denials. They have mute. They have bandit. Jammers and charges are the most difficult utilities that Team Phalanx needs to worry about. And we always know that Nexus is an expert when it comes to tricking up those walls, so I can guarantee you that even with a lot of utilities being thrown around from that specific spot, there is no way that Team Phalanx can open up that wall. They will throw some flashbangs with the help of the ADSs, in which all 3 ADSs has been placed from that place. There's a lot of line of sight that Retrograde has, or should I say, never, that Team Phalanx will push in from that particular spot. Flashbangs will come in once again. Nexus needs to be careful. Here comes the denial, and also a lot of damage being dealt around from Sherry's end. And a lot of time has been wasted around on that one simple wall, and that is basement wine cellars. Phalanx are losing a lot of time, but on the bright side, they've succeeded in opening up a different wall. This will help them in opening up the wall on basement wine cellar.
Attackers
But
recovered the bomb diffuser.
can they do it? Can they succeed with this execute? They wasted a lot of time, and here comes the first frag. It's Guy with Audacity. Shisha goes down, which means there's only 4 players left. Scarlet Spell is being used to open up lines of sight, but Nexus is still alive, and that aggressiveness will cause Devastator to get a kill. Jimmy has expended all of his smoke gas canisters, so he needs to rely with SMG-11 and shotgun, and that shotgun from Exter won't work out. So does at the hands of Jimmy, which means Sasaki is left in a 1v3. Can he succeed? There comes one. Good shot to take out Hussein. Can he get to take out the planter? No, he does not. Post-plant situation. 40 seconds left. He gets to take out one. It's a 1v1 situation. Back again. Team Phalanx have lost so many clutch situations. Will it be the same repeat? Yes, it does. Quad kill from Sasaki. He gets to take out Hercules. And there you have it, folks. 7-0.
Bomb diffuser.
Flawless victory in the lower brackets matchup. So many clutches at the hands of Team Retrograde. So we all know what it means, folks. Team Retrograde will proceed into the semifinals of the lower brackets. And unfortunately for Team Phalanx, their journey comes to an end.
Man, oh man. Look, I said for a reason like 7-0 can happen, but this last round, like, absolutely Sasaki just went in insane with that carbine rifle, but was that even possible? Like 1v4 like that? I have nothing to say. Like, yeah, this will be the matchup for now because Retrograde have done this a 2-1. Of course, a good, I would say, amount of effort being laid by the side of Team Phalanx on map number 2, even on the map number 1. 7-5-7-5, we did a favor of Retrograde. Talking about map number 1, we went on the hands of Retrograde, even though we talk about the second matchup, that was also 7-5, but in the favor of Team Phalanx. Second one, a third one, I'm really sorry, on the map of Chalet. 7-0. Let's take a look at the highlights. We know for a fact that is going to be Retrograde all over the place, but especially talking about Jimmy, especially talking about the role of, I would say, Sasaki. Uh, Overall, it's just way too insane on coming in from, like, on the map of Chalet. Just way too insane. Very good.
Yeah, Chalet was like Retrogade's domain, Bullet. That is for sure. 7 undefeated wins on both attack as well as on defense. 2 clutches, one from Jimmy and another from Sasaki. If I have to talk about the entirety match on Retrograde, I could say that Sasaki has done an exceptional job at picking out early picks from his cooked nade. Those cooked nade that Sasaki uses are so deadly. And it's been hurting Team Phalanx's man count for so many long rounds. It even shows that wherever or whenever there is any particular player holding on second floor, Sasaki would always be ready with a cooked nade at his hand, waiting for one of that person
True.
to get exploded out of nowhere. This happened on map 1, this happened on map 2, it even included on map number 3. Sasaki has been on point with his nade kills, and it is dangerous. So I have to say, with the second match, which will happen from Kira Esports and WontStopPeeking, the next semifinals lower brackets will be the nade kills from Retrograde on attack. And on defense, you'd see Nexus with the bandit tricking. These two chemistry that Retrograde has might give them a chance to push themselves even more further. But let's not forget, even with Retrograde succeeding on to the next phase, say for an example, if Kira Esports win this, we will have another yet a revenge match. Man, I just what a third match that I have to say on map Chalet as we take a look at the match summary itself. Sasaki 15 kills, 100% cost. Just insane.
So yesterday it was MI7, right? If I'm uh, no, yesterday, like to take the highest rating on single match was someone from the side of MRCZ going up against Phalanx. But this time around, it's gonna be another guy named Sasaki coming in from the side of Retrograde, having the highest EPS rating. That too up against Team Phalanx. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. The previous one was MI7, just like I said, Bullet, and now I
MI,
believe
oh,
we have a new contender. It's Sasaki.
yes.
15 kills on map Chalet, 7-0, 100% cost on both Jimmy and Sasaki. Huh? 2 clutches, 1v3s, and a 1v4.
Yeah,
Retrograde wins
they
all
do
of
it.
them.
Yeah.
Most of the clutches you've seen on all of the maps, they have won all of them. There you go, folks. 7-5 on Clubhouse, 7-5 on Map Villa. And now we have our final decider map. It is 7-0 at the hands of Team Retrograde, which means Retrograde will proceed into the next phase of the lower brackets. And unfortunate for Team Phalanx, they have to end their journey here. At least on the bright side, you could say that Phalanx has confirmed 2 points in the SA National Qualifiers points. As we take a look at the brackets once again, Retrograde will proceed on the next phase. And now they just have to wait on who will be their opposition team. Will it be Kira Esports or will it be Team WontStopPeeking? We'll be able to check that out in the next match, which will happen right about now, folks. And this will be a tough one. I gotta say, man, there you go. That's the first match done and dusted, which means we still have yet another match to go. But for in order for that to happen, we just need to take a short break, and we'll be right back
Yeah.
after this.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner logo. Did I say supported by Ubisoft correctly? I think I might have mispronounced it. Anyway, forgive me for that one. But anyhow, I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Baba Gusta as we are here for the lower bracket matches once again. On your screens right now, we just had Phalanx versus Retrograde, a barn burner of a match that went all the way to map 3, although a surprise collapse from Phalanx allowed Retrograde to walk away with a very quick win on the third map, Chalet. And now we're going to be moving on to match number 2, shifting our gaze to Kira Esports versus WontStopPeeking. Right now, a little later than expected, but we are here, they are here, so we won't be taking too long of your time. Baba Gusta, I know you just casted that long first game, but how are you feeling for the second one?
Well, just to top it off, Jack, I am doing great for now. But also, I'm also excited for the second lower brackets match, Jack, because it's Kira Esports versus Team Won't Stop Peaking. The main reason why I'm excited, why, is because Kira Esports had just lost the upper bracket matchup, in which that's the main reason why they had to go up against Team Won't Stop Peaking.
Yeah.
Now, talk about Won't Stop Peaking. It's more of like the teams that you have from a previous formerly name called as Never Diamonds. You had Buckinator, who used to be in the August majors for a team called as Monka S. So
Ah, yes.
it just brings a lot of memories, but also you need to understand the fact that it always comes down to experience. Experience wise, you could say that Kira Esports excels in it. They know what to do, they know what not to do, what kind of strategies do they have to apply on certain situations, and what not. Now, talk about Team Won't Stop Peaking. The only thing that they have right now is unpredictability. They do some random stuff that even Kira Esports wouldn't expect that to happen, right? So it's always a competition between consistency versus unpredictability. And I'm very excited to see who will get to win on the second lower bracket finals, because Kira Esports and Won't Stop Peaking, although Kira Esports have secured at least on the third position in the SA National Qualifiers table, Won't Stop Peaking are yet to make a point. And if they succeed on Kira Esports, the amount of changes that you're going to see in the standings will be substantial, and we will have no idea on what kind of predictions that we might have on this matchup itself.
Well, speaking about predictions, I've been thinking about this one for a while. I actually talked to you about this a couple of days ago, if you remember. It was about the grand finals. Now, if you all will cast your mind back to the spring edition grand finals, I made the call that it would be a 3-2 win in the match of Hunters LFO versus Mercenaries, right? And I predicted that Mercenaries would actually walk away with the win. Lo and behold, the match day comes and Hunters walk away with a 3-0. So there's going to be predictions for this grand finals once again, obviously. I mean, there always has to be one, right? You got to know which of your casters are rooting for who, biased opinions and all that. I'm just kidding. But, what I am trying to say here is I'm going to put this out there right now. I was saving it for the actual grand finals day, but I'm going to put this out there now. If my predictions for the grand finals are wrong in their entirety, right, then, oh, well, okay, that happened. But what I was gonna say is, if my predictions for the grand finals are wrong in their entirety, then all of this hair of mine that you probably are able to see, I hope, anyway, well, they'll be going away. Yeah, I'll be getting a haircut if I get my predictions wrong. So that should be fun. But yeah, no, you can clip it. You can quote me on that. Hold me to that promise for the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see exactly what happens as we're going to be going into the map video here and now. All right, had a little bit of a hiccup right there in the middle. Don't worry, folks. We are proceeding as accordingly. Map veto between Kira Esports and Won't Stop Peaking, Border, Oregon, and Chalet. Interestingly enough, Border is picked by Kira Esports. So they're going to the map that they got absolutely thrown down on by Hunters LFO. And then, of course, Won't Stop Peaking bringing in the SA Classic Oregon, and Chalet being the decider. So, other than Oregon, this match today is also a pretty interesting one. And in terms of the map picks, that border is quite unique, I would say, especially for Kira Esports.
Yep. Kira Esports making a decision to pick border. I kind of get the let's just say a nightmare that I had on yesterday night, where Monkey Hunters had defeated Kira Esports on map border in map number 2. Wait a minute, that actually did happen on the upper brackets, and now Kira Esports are actually going on border up against Team WontStopPeeking. Okay, that is interesting coming in from their end. And also, Team WontStopPeeking will pick on map Oregon, the usual one at that. And decider will be Chalet once again. Lower bracket matchups: Kira and Won't Stop Peaking. Man, this will be a tough match. A tough one at that too. Just
Oh
by
yeah.
just by looking at the map selection itself, border to be the first map, I'm actually speechless.
Yeah, no, I can kind of understand why. Border is the first map after getting absolutely beaten down on a map like that. I'm not sure what Kira's thinking here, but they might be looking to adapt some of those Hunters Alpha strategies that they saw yesterday. They definitely would have gone back on the VOD and seen what's what. There's also an interesting change in the Kira Esports lineup that we'll get to in just a second, folks. However, before that, we are going to be going live with the match itself in just a second here. That is correct. The teams are ready and they are very much eager to play. So without further ado, let's go into the match. WontStopPeeking versus Kira Esports with WSP or WontStopPeeking on the attack to start us off for this match of the night. The first ban will be coming in from Kira Esports. They are on the defense after all. And the first ban will be coming from them as well. A little bit of banter in the all chat. You love to see it. A little bit of friendly banter, of course. As the first ban, Kira's taking their time with this decision. Who will it be? It is going to be Thatcher. I mean, I don't know why I had to hype it up there. Thatcher's going to be banned 99% sure every single time, as it were. Second ban coming in from WontStopPeeking. And is it going to be Finka? Yep, there we go. Looks like people are starting to catch on because Finka is an op that WontStopPeeking really love to play.
When I heard about the bans that Thatcher did, it kind of reminded me of an
Ooh.
advertisement on the product. Azami, though, interestingly enough, will be banned at the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking because the amount of coverings that you have from the keeper barriers just proves to be more powerful on the defensive side. What's more interesting is that Kaid is still available, so does the rest of the anti-breach operators. But in the end, we will see Valkyrie being banned. The rest of the three operators, both on attack as well as on defense, it kind of, like I said, it kind of reminded me of an advertisement of a product which says be 90% sure. So a surety is what Kira Esports will do so by banning out the important operators on a map like Border. And now on the first round itself, we'll be able to determine whether if Kira Esports can hold on second floor armored locker / archives. WontStopPeeking will be the one on attack, so we'll get to see what kind of executions that they will make right now.
Absolutely, folks. So without further ado, let's go into round one of map number 1. And let's see. Well, first of all, let us have a look at the teams that are in the two corners of this match today. In the blue corner, attacking first, WontStopPeeking with Kuntal, Buckinator, Desmond, Cobra, and Mojo. A team that has very experienced players, but as a team itself, they are here for the first time in the top 8 of the Pro Series. And on the orange corner, defending first here on Border, after a rather unexpected defeat, well, not unexpected, but a rather large defeat yesterday against Hunters LFO, it is Kira Esports looking to make their name on the same map with Vortex, a Turv returning today after a long break from the game, Shinra, Dark Lord, and Death Armor. And with that, folks, round number 1 is going to be a Ghost Second Floor Armory, Lockers, and Archives, the site of choice. And you can see a fair few extensions have already been made. The main wall has a foothole, a whole line on the feet level that has been made to have full eyes on the balcony. And of course, you have operators extending downstairs and on horizontally towards CCTV. However, Vortex will be downed. That's the same Jaeger we saw just now on one of the attacker drones, who has been downed and will be taken out in just a sec. There is no cover for this Jaeger. And that's going to be the first blood. Oh, Shinra's taking damage as well, but Kuntal actually goes down first. Never mind, I was a bit too hasty on that prediction. Upstairs ult from Deathamer is here as he's trying to cover, but Desmond will find the kill finally. Vortex does go down. It's a 4v4 with a strong start for both sides.
Yep, back again. It's the Trade Works game, and this time Ishan comes back again with the headshot. Shinra will go down. So does the player on the side of the attackers, Buckinator. Gets picked out from the DMR instead. A pre-fire back from the main hallway doorway as a headshot would come in, eliminating Deathamer. There's only 2 players left on the side of Kira Esports, a Tharv and Dark Lord. A headshot once again from Mojo. Actually, it was just a body shot in which they'll be able to survive, and that means Dark Lord is left in a pretty dicey situation. Well, that dicey situation just ended out immediately. WontStopPeeking. Round number 1 attack will be theirs, which means that they want to continue their sheer amount of aggression in the next round as well.
You caught me drinking water there. Sorry about that. But yeah, no. Well said right there that WontStopPeeking definitely quite aggressive in the round. Although it's only the first round, we have yet to see how they're going to play in the next few rounds here. However, I want to see if Kira Esports continues that sort of extension that we saw from them, because you had, what, 3 players downstairs? And one of them, Vortex, went down first, which caused a couple of rotates down below towards customs and towards ventilation, which ended up in a very messy trade situation for Kira Esports, which WontStopPeeking actually pulled ahead in. So, not exactly the best start for Kira's defense right here, as they will once again go for the same site, 2nd floor, armory, and lockers here, to try and, I guess, to try that strat again if they so want to. You have the extension into CCTV, of course, that's to be expected. A little rotate into the hallway with a single reinforcement on the wall from break room, and maybe a shield as well. You have a couple, one from Deathamer the Alibi, and one from a Tharv himself. No, not a Tharv, excuse me, rather. Shinra, the smoke that is, and that's going to be set up inside of the site, as you can see towards the bottom-ish of your screen right there. And again, all of the defenders are scattered all over the map. No one's really close to the site, unless, of course, you count Shinra. Meanwhile, there's another defender holding towards the fountain offices area. Other than that, there's one in the hallway and one towards CCTV, one on bottom floor. I think it's Vortex again, who's towards the bottom floor. And a lot of droning is happening. Desmond is going to be going in for a gunfight towards that region, I think. There are some shots being fired, but that's where CCTV. And okay, so the player I was looking at that I thought was on bottom floor was not actually. That is towards top floor. CCTV using vertical angles to watch over this detention area and customs area. But Desmond's going to find Deathamer regardless with a well-placed grenade. That's 1 down, make that 2 as the Tharv finds 1, but instantly Desmond will trade back, finding Shinra.
Well, a cooked nade is more than enough to guarantee not only just 1, but retaliation would come back on the attacker's side, this time taking out Shinra. The smoke, that too, an important operator for the defensive side to delay the execute for a total of 30 seconds. He won't be available for now. This time WontStopPeeking. They are looking confident on their attack, on the attack push. Kuntal, interestingly enough, still with the Amaru, hasn't used the Gara hook just yet, so he's just going to use it for surprise encounters. Does Vortex know exactly where Ishan's location is? The Buckinator, right in from the doorway. He still need to make an entrance, but he knows for the fact that if he enter into that particular spot, he'll get caught up in the process. Meanwhile, we see Kuntal and Desmond, both of them aggressively pushing from the main stairs, but somehow they misses a lot of shots. Gone 6, no more.
Oh my goodness.
My god, a Tharv. He gets 1 more. Ishan is still alive, which means he'll be able to take out Vortex. A 2v2 equalizer in which Cobra has to figure out a way to open up the walls on 2nd floor armored lockers. Although one of them is already been opened up, Buckinator, a good headshot to take out Dark Lord, which means Cobra is free to enter in towards the 2nd floor side. And Ishan, he gets picked up from a Tharv back again. 1v1. Cobra's location has been compromised from the Melusi's Banshee deterrent, and now he needs to find a different way. C4 still at the hands of the Kaid, but it doesn't matter. Hatharv comes back once again. A quad kill at that too, to remind and remove the last player on the side of Team WontStopPeeking and give the win for Kira Esports 1-1 And let's see how Kira Esports' defensive strategies favor for them in round number 3. The site being on ventilation room slash workshop. I gotta say, the way how Kira Esports went with the strategy on the site, where there was only 2 players holding in from the site itself, we did get to see the roamers like the Wamai and the Jaeger currently playing towards the second floor
Attackers need to
server side,
locate and defuse as
because
many
most
bombs as
of
they can.
the execution, or should I say most of the choke points where it's available for the attacker side, their main goal would be like spawn towards valley, get control on server room, and next thing you know, they can just easily open up the walls and second floor armory lockers, head towards the site and go for the plant. Easier said than done. But when you have the defenders where only 2 players are holding from the side, the rest of them are roaming around, the attackers are forced to make a decision in which they have to hunt down the roamers
10
first.
seconds left.
Because if they cannot remove the main threat of the problem, like Death Armor
5
and
seconds left
Dark Lord,
before
who
insertion.
were currently roaming around in the previous round, then at the late
Attackers are moving
rounds,
out to
when you
locate a
head in
bomb
for
and
that
defuse it.
execute, turns out that you don't have control on most of the second floor places. Kira Esports can just immediately corner them, or should I say surround them in the form of a circle, and trap Won't Stop Peeking in a way that they cannot get out of it. So on round number 2, the strategies did work out effectively for Kira Esports, and I have to appreciate that. But for now, on round number 3, the site has to come to a change, and that site will be on bathroom slash tellers. And this site, well, I'm curious to know what Kira Esports can perform in this endeavor.
Well, for the time being, we have Cobra watching over CCTV and break room. Sees one, excuse me, right there, and does get the kill. That is the first blood, and Deathhammer once again gone. That last round, mind you, whatever happened on main stairs, I'm pretty sure Won't Stop Peeking would like to keep that very quiet. As we have the upstairs roam clear coming in, Buccinator with the Twitch drone as well, getting rid of as many pieces of utility up on the second floor as he can. There's somebody still here towards these stairs. Do they know that Dark Lord is waiting for a peek here? Shinra has taken damage, but not a whole lot. Explosion rings out. Another one, but to no avail. The C4s are being used, or at least one was used just a second ago. Altar still has his. More shots fired. That's Buccinator taking damage this
Attackers have
time.
located a bomb.
But again, no kill. The trade isn't there yet as Dark Lord will go down. Desmond takes another, and this is not looking good for Kira Esports. They've lost 2 bodies with 0 exchanges. They're still holding strong in the site, or at least around it. They've got their crosses, but with the upstairs room being taken away, bathroom's ceiling specifically, which is entirely soft, is going to be exposed. Doesn't matter though, Mojo will get one and bring Kira Esports their first kill.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
First kill, and that too it's the Maverick. The breaching torches won't be available to open up the hatches, which was very important for them to gain control on the teller side. But with that not being available and the Electroclaw still being active, even the Hibana's Iscarus pellets wouldn't do the trick to open up that important hatch. Bathroom will be heavily fortified at the hands of the defenders.
Attackers recovered the
And
bomb.
even if something does happen, Atharv is still present to ensure none of those cheeky plays would happen on the attacker side. Vortex tagged a lot in towards the customs, which means he's the only one holding that particular angle. So does Shinra though, at a different place in towards server room. Everything is looking good, but is it though? They're starting to dwindle a lot. Desmond has found an opening, but not, of course, at the hands of a Turf. Triple kill. Both Cobra and Desmond are down. Can he get one more? Yes, he does. That's a quad
Oh, he's
kill.
done for the
All
ace.
he needs is one more kill for the ace. But Athab gets denies it. But Shinra, he has the proper angle, and there you go. Denial at its best, and Kira Esports will succeed. Round number 3. Such a very close round. Very close round. Even with the amount of Won't Stop Peeking having that man count advantage, Atharv just handled it beautifully on that first floor tellers. Not only did he get to take out Mojo, Won't Stop Peeking were forced to engage in a full-on frontal gunfight. They couldn't get the control on the vertical lines side, which aka was the hatch itself, so they were forced to push in towards the hallway side. And my god, I have to say, Atharv, amazing performance from this guy right here. 4 kills. He was about to get the ace, but you know, when it comes to a gunfight like that, it's very difficult. But that trade game though, beautiful done. 2-1. Round number 4, we just have to go ahead in for a pause because the players on the side of Kira Esports had disconnected, so we just have to
Mm-hmm.
wait for him to come back.
Although I will say, and like full credit to Atharv, the first kill on the Maverick, we didn't quite get to see it, but that was a very good kill and a cheeky one at that. Because when the Maverick is opening the hatches, you don't exactly get a good angle on him, even if the area that the breaching torch is going through, like I can't really say welding through, but breaching through, I guess. It's not exactly the good Maverick players. Basically, they'll make sure that they do it at the absolute corner so as to not give any potential peak spots to defenders from below who want to challenge. However, you can't always do that, and sometimes you mess up. Sometimes little bits and pieces are left that can serve as challenge areas, and Athurv took full advantage of that. Well played on that count. Cheeky, but well played. However, the other two towards the side, I have to say, Won't Stop Peeking should have been more careful there. I understand the time was running out and you needed to get in the site, but one, they didn't cover their cross, which allowed for Shinra to just come around the back. And I think the mute was still alive as well towards customs. He didn't die until later, so they kind of just went in both on the windows of tellers, and Atharv was peeking that because no one's on the hatch. So obviously Atharv doesn't have to worry about it. No one's on the window. Atharv doesn't have to worry about that either. They've got a soft wall. Atharv just stands there and gets 2 kills, easy as you please. Peeks out to the hallway because at this point, Won't Stop Peeking's entire coordinated play from the beginning of the round has, well, fallen apart like a house of cards in the wind. And Atharv can take full advantage of that, gets another kill, and is on for the ace. Didn't quite get the Iana, but Shinra was there on the cross to finish off the round. Once again, Won't Stop Peeking did good stuff on second floor. They actually got the lead early and put themselves in a very good position. Even in the 4v3, they could have won it. However, they didn't clear customs, they didn't clear waiting room. They kind of just dropped down east from the balcony into waiting room, the big room as it were, with all the seats and stuff, and just tried to rush the site. No one was on window. No one tried for bathroom verticality. Even if they did, they didn't find a turf or whoever was playing in the bathroom later in the round. No one tried for ventilation or workshop. It was a single minded push trying to come in through East, and it failed. So, Won't Stop Peaking will have to try again to improve on that because this is something that we've seen from them a lot. They do good in the early round in many many rounds, but they fail in their execute because it's a single sided one dimensional execute. They're not thinking about other areas, about flanks where defenders could be, even when it's like a 4v2 where a defender could just be out towards customs, it could just be out towards ventilation, have somebody coming from their pincer. Two-sided pushes are usually, that's what you see it be done so often, but for One Star Peaking, that was not the case. Kine Sports, had they been playing attack in that round, in a similar situation, you would have seen someone at least trying to go towards customs or ventilation. That was not the case here, and Won't Stop Peaking got punished for it. So a lot more happened than I guess some of us got to see from just what was ahead of us. But that's the thing, right? In the heat of the moment, you'll just see what's in front of you, and sometimes teams and players can get tunnel visioned. They can only see what's in front of them, only the singular objective on their minds. Unfortunately, Won't Stop Peaking fell prey to that, and of course, Atharv, with his beautiful plays, was there to punish them for every single one of those mistakes. Going into round four, which again, we're still paused, obviously, because of the disconnect coming in from Kida Esports' end. I believe it's Dark Lord. Yes, Dark Lord has disconnected. So Ventilation Workshop is the site that they have chosen. Of course, they've won Bathroom, they've won Armory, and even after Borders map buff, no one really likes to go to Customs. I mean, I don't know. Hunters could probably go Customs if they play Border again. We'll have to wait and see. But unless you're Hunters, you don't really like to go. Any team doesn't really like to go towards customs inspection. They have to have a full prepared hold for it with this up and that up and a whole thing. Kina probably doesn't want to try it right now. Maybe for later. Maybe they have that strat. Maybe they want to save it for later, saving strats and whatnot. But for the time being, 2-1, they have the early lead, and we're still waiting on the reconnect.
Even more so, before the rework for border, I still remember the custom inspections. You had to reinforce all four walls on the entry side, And after the rework, they decided, you know what, let's just ensure that the defenders can just reinforce only two walls instead of four. So you had an extra two hard walls, which is difficult for the attack, which almost could have said brought more defensive hold on the side customs, where the attackers can only open up two specific walls. Although this would not be a good idea, because for the attackers, they have an instant angle right from outside. So if any attacker is right outside, especially on a post plan situation, then it's difficult for the defenders to recover that round. Even more so, on like the previous version of Border, everyone would love to pick customs and inspections a lot instead of tellers, because tellers, the site itself, it didn't had much cover. Even more so, there was like an open wall, which was even more
Mm.
problematic for the defensive side. And since they've introduced a new room to it, they've attached a new room, called it as the bathrooms room, I believe. It's called as the showers room, as long as I can remember. They've extended the showers room so that it can connect to both tellers. And what that made is that the site itself became such a stronghold, especially the way how a Tharv made all of his four kills. The defenders can just easily focus on one particular way instead of focusing on the back or on the left or on the right side. Sure, you still need to focus on the hatch and the windows, but at that time, hatch and windows weren't even open. It was uncontested. And because of that, Atharv can just focus on one particular angle, and that was at the courtroom. This is the main reason why the site on first floor tellers has been so strong, mainly because of the amount of control that the amount of control that any defender has. So surely I can understand why customs and inspection is not being picked a lot, and many of them would just prefer using tellers instead, because it's a very strong site. I mean, no soft walls to open up right on the outside. It's a very strong hold for the defenders to hold it out. So all in all, it's really a good site nonetheless. But the rest of the two sites, second floor armory lockers and first floor ventilation room slash workshop, both of the site hasn't been changed a lot. It's still the same. There's no change. There's not an extra wall or an obstacle that's been placed. But I have to say, the way how border has been changed brings a lot to the table, especially on the defensive side. Now that they have a lot of protective layers, now they just have to figure out a way on the outside of the sites, especially the hallways that you see on the courtroom itself. The second floor courtroom, which connects all the way from West Main stairs towards the server room. This gives both the attackers as well as the defenders a way to make a quick rotate or a quick roam, anything you can call it. So border, you could say it's more of like a safe haven for the roamers as well as the attackers to get an opening peck. But all in all, it depends on the way how the defenders strategize accordingly. And we already did get to see that examples from hunters instead, right, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it really comes down to how the defenders set up, right, on border. A lot
Hmm.
of what the attackers will do, especially with the introduction of attacker repick, depends on what site they see and how the defenders have set things up. Like, think for instance back to that hunters game. Now that you mentioned it, right, we had an Azami set up outside of the site. We had so many pieces of utility on stairs, right, and in CCTV, things that you don't expect from defending teams like that. And even for first floor sites, they were extending very, very heavily, which required different picks than what we're used to seeing. Like, instead of a buck for verticality, they had to go for sledge, with the grenades and maybe a Gon 6, a couple of Gon 6 players, but the Finka was banned. So attackers have a harder time, as it were, in the map of border between sites, because each site requires a different set of attackers. Especially,
Attackers need
even
to
though there are some
locate and
universal
defuse as
attackers
many bombs
now,
as they
but
can.
especially back in the day, different sites meant different approaches entirely. And that's why the ban phase is also so crucial, even today, with
Bomb
so many
located by
operators
attackers.
being universal, as it were. Now, to to catch you guys up, to catch all our viewers up on what happened in the game, we are going on with the match. It seems like there's going to be a 4v5, as we did see Kid Esports give us the R signal, i.e. ready signal. And of course, Won't Stop Peeking, they've been sitting here ready all the time, this entire time as well. So, unfortunate, I think it is that Dark Lord has had a power cut, doesn't really know when, the power will be back. So, usual infrastructural stuff when it comes to South Asia. I think a tactical pause, excuse me, I don't know why I paused like that. A tactical pause, I think, has been called by Kid Esports, which will be taken right before the next round begins. As for the time being, ventilation and workshop is a go. Won't Stop Peeking. What is your response from the last 2 rounds?
Yep, if Won't Stop Peeking has to recover on round number 4, you need to find a way. And you could say that 5v4 works out to be a boon on the attacker's side. You still need to make sure that you won't underestimate your opposition team. Information, especially from the attacker drones, will get caught out from Atharv's end. The only problem is that does Atharv know the information regarding the attacker's whereabouts? Well, looks like he does. Already the first frag, and it's time, and it's back again Mojo, who will get picked out quite early in the round. And that means there's only 4 players left. Make that 2 as Shinra comes back again to take out Cobra. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Every single
Everyone's
time I
going
start to
down.
see a peak or not, Kira Esports just fling back out of nowhere. Kuntal and Buccaneer are the only 2 operators left, which means that they're the only 2 players that they have to figure out a way to gain control on not only just the first floor, they have to reduce the roam game, and that's not gonna happen. Shinra is on point with those shots today. Headshot to take out Buccaneer, which means Kuntal is left in a 1v4.
Really unfortunate right there. 1v3 now as Kuntal will find the kill onto Shinra. Bit of a relief right there for Won't Stop Peeking, as they won't have, they won't have a flawless round taken against them. But still, Kuntal's in a very precarious position. C4 from below means that that's a new angle opened up thanks to the ceiling being soft from side. Does see the mute, actually takes him out as well. 1v2, this is now very winnable, especially with 60 whole seconds remaining for the Kira Esports, for the Won't Stop Peeking attack. Grenades out. Diffuser is with Kuntal as well, so there's definitely room to work with here for the attacker at the moment. But does he know where inside of Armory Archives the defender is? The position is not given away. The alibi peaks. That's not taking damage right now, but will still get the kill using the lockers to his advantage. Going left and right and back and forth. He gets the kill, and a good shot at that right at the end there too, to deny the clutch to Won't Stop Peeking. Kid Esports will win a 3rd round despite the disadvantage that they are currently facing. And Won't Stop Peeking, well, they still need to figure out exactly what's going wrong. I'm not sure what happened in the... Okay, excuse me right there. I'm not sure what happened in the last round right there. So many 1v1s that they just seem to lose. Won't Stop Peeking, that is, as they just completely...
Attackers need to
as it
locate
were,
and defuse as
got
many bombs
caught
as they can.
off by the attackers, by the defenders, excuse me, right there. As okay, looks like okay, a little bit of a confusion moment, as you can see. Dark Lord has rejoined. Could have rejoined in the prep phase, but the tactical pause was not taken in time. And if I recall correctly, the tactical pause has to be called by the teams. They have the option to do that, but they didn't take it. So, well, Dark Lord's going to have to sit this round out. They were calling for a rehos, but as soon as Dark Lord joined, they're like, never mind, we'll just play the round as it were. So,
10 seconds
yep,
to
we're going to
insertion.
continue. No pauses right there, just a little bit of confusion. Forgive me for that. 3-1 is the scoreline. Round 5, we're back to Army Lockers.
Yep, back to second floor Armory Lockers. We go. Kira Esports looking very strong on defense. 3-1. Can we see them make even more advantage by winning round number 5 and 6? We're about to find that out in the action phase itself. Team Won't Stop Peeking. Once we thought that they had the advantage on round number 1, suddenly we start to see them dwindle around, but not for long. Desmond, important frag as Shinra goes down. The Mozzie, who made a lot of damage in the previous round, currently he will be the one who gets eliminated. Now the rest of the 3 players, Deathammer, Atharv and Vortex, are still a force to be reckoned with. If they make one single mistake, they will ensure that they would make good use of it. best as possible, see whether if they can find an opening or a weakness, and ensure that weakness would turn into a boon. Indication when it comes to information will get given, indicating on Vortex's whereabouts and a third. Oh boy,
Okay.
cooked nade, but somehow he survives. And
That
this
happened.
time, yeah, that actually did happen. Somehow Kira Esports are still alive, which means that they haven't given the control on the attackers just yet. Or will they though, with that rappel being made on the attacker side? I'm quite sure enough, Kuntal, with that headshot, so does Desmond's cooked the nade, which means Vortex is the last player left. He has the information regarding one of the players, doesn't get the confirmation though. It in fact gives WontStopPeeking, or should I say, gives Vortex the information that they need. Post-plunge situation will come in, so does the end of Vortex's hold on West Main Stairs. Ishan will be there, and with it, round number 5 will also be theirs.
All right. Round number 5 goes to WontStopPeeking. They put a second one on board for themselves. Ideal situation for them now would be to go 3-3 into the second half and try to win things on defense, because they're going to need those rounds, let me tell you that much. The site is going to be going back to first floor bathroom and tellers. Clearly, Kira Esports feels very, very comfortable with that site, even though it got very, dicey for a minute there for them. If Thurv hadn't pulled out the quad kill, and, excuse me, if Thurv hadn't pulled out the quad kill, then things would have been very unfortunate for them right there as well. So all things considered, WontStopPeeking might actually be able to, make it 3-3, given how they played this round the previous time. However, will they be able to, is the question, because since then, they've also lost ventilation. They did lose bathroom, of course, and just about won second floor armory, although it was a good take from them last round. They were clearly, punishing Kira Esports for being aggressive, and Kira Esports kind of didn't really play that round as well as they would have probably liked to. All that being said and all of that rambling out of the way, round 6, the last round before the half, coming up on your screens right now. Once again, there's not really too much in terms of reinforcement in the site itself, other than the corner wall at the top right of tellers. Of course, you have the hatch being reinforced and the wall that's facing ventilation. However, other than that, everything else is being set up above, and the verticality is going to be what's important. So WontStopPeeking, they got to go for that roam clear once again.
Yep, roam clear once again. And this time, Kira Esports will stand ground. West Main Stairs once again, which means the information will be given from Desmond's end. He's been winning a lot of initial gunfights, but this time he'll have some resistance, or should I say some problems that will give Desmond having a lot of problems in towards that particular side out. But Ishan is also there. He wants to go aggressive in towards the archive side. He knows that there is 2 players playing very close, and somehow he was about to get the second one too. But Shinra comes back again. Oh, what a shot! What a shot at that 2, taking out Kuntal. And with it, he even got the confirmation on the diffuser as well. This is looking good on Kira Esports' end. And this time, it's been a while since I've seen Shinra make such efficient plays. We didn't get to see his presence being made when he went up against Hunters LFO, but today, up against WontStopPeeking, he has done a huge job, especially on the defensive end. Getting peaks, the refrags, even the confirmation on the diffuser, which means that WontStopPeeking will be forced to gain control on second floor armory lockers. Here comes the cavalry. But where is he? Where is the Mozzie? Turns out he's eventually used the hatch to go downstairs.
Falling back deep into the side, Mojo will find Deathmer, and that's the refrag for the kill onto Desmond just a second ago. But even then, time is of the essence here. 60 seconds on the clock for WontStopPeeking, as they need to find 3 more defenders or get the plant on the ground. However, as to whether they'll be able to again is the real question here. As, again, lots of vertical angles being set up, but not too much in terms of the movement towards site. Shots are fired once again. That is from the Kaid. A third might have spotted something or someone, as a grenade's going to be thrown out. There's a ping on a defender location, but a C4 goes out instead. So much damage done to Mojo, and he will go down and out of the round. It's all down to Cobra now, the last one standing. as Shinra has collected, I believe that's 3 kills in the round for this
15 seconds
Mozzie
to go.
player. Very well played. Again, like Baba said, efficient with those
10
peaks,
seconds
knowing
remaining.
full well where these attackers could come from. As in the meanwhile,
5
okay,
seconds left.
Cobra is just kind of standing there above. Not sure what the idea is. Probably just allowing the team to talk about what went wrong and wasting away the time. And there we go. Okay, now we know the reason. The disconnection was imminent in the round as well. Unfortunate. Looks like another pause should be taken this time by WontStopPeeking. Kid Esports in the meanwhile. Good play in the round, especially thanks to, of course, excuse me right there, thanks to the Mozzie on second floor. They will go 4-2 up in the first half.
Yep. First half has come to an end. 4 to 2. Kira Esports will have the lead, which means that in the second half they have to win a lot of rounds on attack. And you could say Cobra was standing there. He realized that he was just like him trying to make history. I think Jack exactly knows what I'm
Attackers need to
trying to talk
locate and
about here.
defuse
But yeah, it's
bombs.
just a simple meme. Second half, folks. 2 to 4. 4 rounds on defense. 4 important round on defense that Kira absolutely needed to get themselves on the lead in the first half. And now on round number 7, this time Won't Stop Peaking needs to understand why they're getting caught out in the first place. Is it because the way how Shinra has been playing, or is it because the amount of roam games that Kira Esports have played around is making them get caught on a very difficult situations? All in all, what they can do is just not think about the past and think about the present, and that present would be Team Won't Stop Peaking on defense on round number 7. We could say that winning second floor armory lockers and first floor ventilation room slash workshop should be One Stop Peaking's main concern. Even if they didn't get to win bathroom and tellers, it shouldn't be much of a problem for them because it will at least it will end up getting them having a win of around 4 to 5. So at that moment, One Stop Peaking might have a chance to at least equalize it and ensure that they would have higher chances of winning in the second half. But the way how Kira Esports have been performing, Athar with the quad, Shinra with the early peaks, the amount of back and forth trade games that has been working out from the side of Won't Stop Peaking, you could say that if Desmond didn't get the early peaks from the attacker side, you could say that Kira Esports always have the driver's seat. And you could say that Won't Stop Peaking wouldn't have any problems if Desmond is still alive. He's making a lot of early peaks. If they get that initial push, that would be more than enough for the attacker side to hold on, or should I say the defender, since they will be going in towards the second half. But Kira Esports, I gotta say, a job well done for the defensive maneuvers on the first half. Now all they gotta do is to hold out on the second half while they'll be the one doing the one on attack.
Yeah, the second half is definitely going to be very interesting. I think, all things considered, Kira Sports in the lead, yes, but Border, I think, is slowly shaping up to be at least ever so slightly attacker sided. I'll have to check the stats on that. Don't worry, we'll do that before we go into map number 2, or maybe before tomorrow. Not tomorrow, actually, day after tomorrow. But for the time being, defense for Kira depends on how Won't Stop Peaking play on the second half. If Won't Stop Peaking, actually, Kira Sports is on the attack. Now, I wrote that one wrong. Wrote that one down wrong. I was actually going to write Kita attack. Then
Mhm.
I, erased that and wrote Won't Stop Peaking attack. So, hey, guess the dunce cap is on me this time around, huh? But jokes
I
aside,
guess the meme got a hold of you, Jack. Maybe that's the reason
probably.
why the name actually changed out from attack for One Stop Peaking's end.
I mean, probably. I don't know. I don't see any nano machines around here, but
Mhm.
if there were, I'm pretty sure they'd be pretty handy right about now for some visual demonstration of what we're talking about. But anyhow, if you know the song, if you know the meme, it's been pretty relevant lately. You'll know exactly what we're talking about. But anyhow, jokes aside, for the time being, we're just waiting on the confirmation from the teams once again as the rehost continues on, and we go back into the match itself. And I gotta say though, for One Stop Peaking, it is still kind of a dicey situation, right? Even if they are on the defense, one again, defense on border. Like we said, border seems like it's becoming attacker sided, but at the same time, Kid Esports will be bringing all the heat. They've got all their players in, and I'm pretty sure Dark Lord will be pretty peeved about not being able to play a couple of rounds because of that power cut. So that And on top of that, Shinra is slowly at least getting back into playing form after, the unfortunate result that he had yesterday. So, all things considered, not the worst time in the world for the team that is Kid Esports in this lower bracket run. They could actually have something big to say, that is almost for certain. Now, the question is, how are they going to go about on the attack? Because we saw what happened against, Hunter Salafon in the second half. Their attack wasn't exactly stellar. And if WontStopPeeking at least has the extensions and the roam hold on point, then it might actually be a little difficult for Kira Esports to get into the site and get stuff going, as it were, unless they're able to find all the defenders out on the roam, which very well could happen. It happened to both Hunters and Kira Esports yesterday, and it happened to Kira's defense. I think that was round one. So this definitely could be one of those situations where maybe a couple of rounds could be taken by WontStopPeeking. I don't know if they'll win the map. I don't quite think they will, but I would be more than happy to be proven wrong, because WontStopPeeking, again, like Baba said, they kind of love to do random things every now and again. They kind of love to be all out there. I know that chat's been talking about Athurv pulling the monkey plays, as it were, and hey, I'm looking forward to that as well. It's been a while since we've seen Athurv play. But, WontStopPeeking, they carry that spirit of Monka S, and of course, Never Diamonds, excuse me, other teams, as it were, that these players have played for. So we have to wait and see on the defense if WontStopPeeking are going to bring in a little bit of that factor of the unknown, the element of surprise with some of the things that they could do. However, again, we're just waiting on a little bit of confirmation as to where the players are and what they are up to. Hope they're getting back into the lobby. That's what I hope they're up to. But yeah, that's pretty much everything that we could say about this match and this map border. I know border is a big talking point right about now, especially how it was played yesterday. But to add on to yesterday's conversation about hunters on border, I'm pretty sure what we saw was like tip of the iceberg stuff from them, because they realized that Kira wasn't exactly playing at full capacity, so they could just kind of go all in on just playing like whatever. Right, that's what we saw them do at the end of the day. They kind of played for picks. They weren't really playing around their strats as much. Some of their players were, but not all of them, right? They had that freedom. Kira wasn't really feeling it by the end of the day. So definitely expect hunters to go back to border at some point. And I feel like that when they do, whether it's in the upper bracket final against mercenaries or in the grand final or in the lower bracket final, whatever have you, we're going to see exactly how they are going to pull ahead, as it were, here and now. As yeah, all things considered, again, just waiting for the players to come back and just waiting for that final confirmation from all of our players to get straight back. So apparently we're being asked for a couple of minutes here from the players as well. Thank you to production for letting us know that. So yeah, a couple of minutes and we'll be right back into the game, folks. Don't worry, as that's all we have to wait for. So not too long as well. And I'm pretty interested to see how the second half goes.
Yep, second half. Oh boy. There's not a lot I can talk about at the moment because currently we're just waiting for the players to arrive. So, talk about the first half. WontStopPeeking attack. Not a lot. They've only won 2 attack rounds, which means on second half, if they have to bring it back up to an equalizer, they have to win they have to win 2 defensive rounds. Just like I said in previously, like second floor armory lockers and ventilation room. If they are confident in winning those 2 important sites, that is more than enough to guarantee them an equalizer 4-4. But other sites like first floor bathroom and tellers will be the deciding factor on whether if WontStopPeeking can contain the situation, despite knowing that Kira Esports have already gained the upper hand on gaining control. The way Avatar played on 4K, we already talked about most of it. Even Jack talked most about it on the defensive side. Hunters LFO, we've also talked about that as well. The way how they've made their presence on map border, showing that there is so many things that we can still get to learn more on the entirety of that map itself. Clearly shows that there is a lot to learn from our end. There's a lot to learn coming. There's a lot to learn in the SA region specifically when it comes to strategy wise. Especially on map border, though. I'm not talking about the other maps like Oregon, Clubhouse, and Villa. We all know exactly what to do and what not to do in certain situations like that. But it always comes down to who have mastered the entirety of that site. Maybe, Won't Stop Peaking might be a bit too shaky on a map like Border. Kira Esports, you could say that they just got their lesson learned in the yesterday's matchup. So today they've decided, you know what? How about we go on map border once again and try to see whether if our own strategies would work out on the first map itself. Although what's more interesting is that Won't Stop Peaking decides to ban the Asami, and I think that they wanted to do the exact replica of what Hunters did in the previous round. But since that ban happened, we won't be able to see Asami being brought out. And once again, folks, we don't have to worry about waiting a lot because we just got confirmation that both the teams on the side of Won't Stop Peaking and Kira Esports are ready, which means that we will head on and resume back the match. Round number 7, 2 to 4. 4 rounds at the hands of Kira Esports, 2 rounds at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking, which means that all Kira Esports needs is just 3 more rounds to succeed map number 1.
3 more rounds to win out on map number 1. That is indeed where Kira Esports stands right now. 4-2 on the match count, folks. And we're going to be going straight back into the match as well. The map is going to be, restarting here and now. After the rehost, it was a little long as it were, but still all the players are back and we are going to be going straight in to round number 7. Kira Esports are 4 rounds in and Won't Stop Peaking 2 rounds to their name. They will need a couple more here if they want to equalize with Kira Esports. Kira, on the other hand, 3 to go for the first map on their favor. And that is exactly what they'll be looking for here. 1 map down, the second one, Oregon, which is picked by Won't Stop Peaking, of course. That one is definitely going to be interesting because Oregon for Kira has been a little dicey every now and again. They did actually fight really hard against Hunters yesterday. I believe that was on Oregon map 1, unless I'm recalling that incorrectly. No, it was actually Chalet map 1. No, never mind. Oregon, I think they played against someone else, and that still was a pretty close game. So Kira will have to try and avoid getting, overtaken too early on that map if they want to be able to win map 2. Map 1, they'll just try to do what they can. If they're able to win it, well, absolutely beautifully done. A comeback. But are they going to be able to? Well, let's find out as round number 7 is about to get started.
Interesting operator specs coming in from Team Won't Stop Peaking, especially Buckinator with the Legion, Mojo with the Trapper Capcan. EDDs are very dangerous if the attackers doesn't get the information right from their attack drones. Even more so, to reduce that information gain on the site, we have Kuntal with the Mozzie, a total of 3 pests, which can also get control of any attacker drone. So a very powerful gadget for a very powerful roamer Mozzie, in which he doesn't get to be played a lot. I still remember the way how the weapon Pete and Roni had its own fair share of nerfs being made. The increase of the recoil and the less magazine amount really did give Mozzie and Aruni a lot of problems to deal with. Although Aruni's pick is still available, they would just prefer to use the DMR instead of the Pete and Roni. But all in all, what mainly I have to focus on has to be the breach being made from the wall, and Shindra is currently the one engaging in a lot of gunfights. What's more interesting is that I'm seeing him bring in the Iana instead of the Finka, because if I have to say it out clearly, Shindra loves playing the Finka.
Finka's banned.
Oh yeah, I just realized Finka has been banned. Apologies for that. But talk about the first frag though, it's a third taking out Mojo, Darklaw to take out Cobra, and already we see gunfights being soothed around already at the mid round.
2 big drops right there. Cobra and Mojo are off the board, and there's one more on the first floor that's been seen. A third will take that kill before the C4 could go off. Kuntal now down. Buckinator does find the Twitch in waiting room, gets that kill. Deathbar taking so much damage right now from the Archives door. just about getting away with his life. Vortex pushing towards Fountain. That will be spotted, but Desmond's going to go down anyway. Dark Lord gets that kill, and Buccinator comes in, gets one, but can't get the others. Vortex will be the one with the final kill from the Zofia LMG, coming in to save what could have otherwise been a big play right there from the Legion, busting into Fountain with an impact grenade of all things. But there was only so much that the Legion could do to begin with. Kira Esports will take round 7, put themselves up on the 5-2, looking now 1 round away from map point.
2-5. What an execute from Kira Esports. All they have to do is just win the second floor armory lockers and ensure match point is in their hands.
Defenders, protect
Things are
your
not
bombs
looking
from
too good on
being
Won't Stop
by
Peeking's
attackers.
end, though. I gotta guarantee you that. A lot of operators changes once again. This time, instead of bringing in the Capcan at the hands of Mojo, we see Desmond bring in
Attackers have
the
discovered
Oryx,
the location of a
the
bomb.
versatile operator which can just parkour from the hatch itself. It's like an operator where you don't need stairs to head on towards the second floor. So quick getaway plus quick access from any side that you want. And also, how can I forget about the Rima dash, which has the power of breaking out any
10
soft
seconds to
walls
go.
while he gets his health reduced up to 5 HP. But that's not
5
the
seconds
only
remaining.
thing Oryx can use Rima dash for. He could also
Attackers are
knock
heading out to
back
defuse
the
a bomb.
opponents. Even if it is a shield operator or not, Oryx has the ability to knock down any attackers, which can give a lot of problems on the opposition end. So they really need to be careful about that Rima dash, and also they have to be careful on the rest of the other players too. Buckinator with the roam game, Legion Boom Mines, which will force the attackers to restrict their sprint usage, and even more so, I'm seeing WontStopPeeking making more emphasis towards the roam game itself. So they have to win it out. Just like I say about it, the early frag comes into the hands of Shinra once again. Desmond goes out, which means Kuntal and Buckinator needs to figure out a way to get this round back on track, or else they'll get picked
Ooh.
off in the process. Good shot though. Equalizer 4-4, 3v4 as Death Hammer takes to take out Mojo, and this time Kira Esports are still holding on.
Wait, was Mojo on the table on archives? I think he was on the desk right by the computer monitor. Got taken down from there. Okay, interesting position to be playing in for sure. As a Jammer will stop the Sama breach and the drone on the east balcony hallway from going any further. That's going to allow for some precious time for WontStopPeeking's defense to reconfigure around that fountain area if they choose to do so. Of course, they only have 3 players remaining for the time being. As Vortex just making sure that nobody gets the bright idea about peeking from the hallways towards balcony or to CCTV. Pushing up now into the hallway. That's a Thurv. Shots fired, but the Thurv goes down because there's Kuntal inside a CC, but gets taken down because Vortex is there for the refrag. That's the thing. Kid Esports are doing that age-old play of attackers being 2 seconds away from each other so as to be able to refrag as soon as one goes down, and also, droning each other in whenever possible. The stuff that you expect from the best teams, which make them the best for a reason. Kid Esports, sure, they might fall short sometimes, but they still have been here for a while now. As Cobra's going to get one inside a fountain. That's a big one as well. Deathhammer is down. C4 goes out. Is he going to get the kill? No, it doesn't. Deals damage and a down and kill to Vortex in the meanwhile. As it's all now up to the ace. Dark Lord does get one. Can he get the Legion as he tries to re-enter the site? Going for the run out. Dark Lord should have seen that, and the plan is going down in the meanwhile. Impacts, no, but the goo mines are there for Buckinator. All he's got to do is wait as the goo mines are thrown in, and Dark Lord will see that, actually hear that, and wait for a peek. Ooh, Legion's coming around the side, but no, head will be seen as soon as it comes around the monitor and gets taken down. That's going to be another round for Kid Esports, as they will still take round after round, putting themselves onto a 6-2 map point.
Map point is in for Kira Esports, and a really necessary clutch being made from the ace. 1v2. And now they are this close on securing map number 1, especially on the lower brackets. WontStopPeeking currently facing the deficit on defense, not being able to succeed winning on both the sides. Actually, it's just the one side that they haven't succeeded in doing so. Armory lockers / archives. A lot of
Defenders,
change in
protect your bombs
operators.
from being
Won't Stop
defused by
Peeking
attackers.
still continues to bring a lot of different operators at their arsenal. You have the Capcan back again from Mojo, Desmond still not opting out of Oryx, and you have Kuntal with the Alibi. The only operator that can help them give a lot of denials from the site itself has to be Cobra, because he has the electromagnetic. Sorry, not the electromagnetic. He has the electroclaw, which can electrify all three walls in towards the shower side. So he'll fortify
10 seconds to
himself
go.
in towards that particular bunker that he made. Now, the
5
only main
seconds to
question
insertion.
is the way I have to, talk about Jax's end. The way how
Attackers
Kira
must
Esports
locate and
operate
defuse
on
the
their attack
bomb.
coordination, they're always 2 seconds away. So whenever if one person gets picked out, another would come back in to take his place and ensure that the trade would happen from Kira Esports' end. They're looking very confident about those trade games, but the same thing cannot be said on Team Won't Stop Peaking. They've lost a lot of bodies in those trade game encounters, and things will look even much more deadly for One Stop Peaking if they make another mistake like they did in the previous round. It's 2 to 6. One more mistake would cause Kira Esports have 80% chance of success. Oh, and that success will be even tougher for Kira Esports, especially with that opening pick.
That's a good opening pick as well. The Turv now on the floor after going for an upside down rappel on that teller's window. Interesting decision right there. Seeing the shield, I think the decision was made to go for that. Unfortunately, it was not the right decision because someone was speaking. Oh my goodness. How many bullets? I thought that that was the LMG doing damage to Desmond, but no, it was Shinra who got the kill at the end of the day. And a needed kill at that too. That's Desmond on the board, but Shinra unaware that there's somebody else. Second floor, Kuntal comes around the hallway, literally turns around, rounds the corner, gets the kill, but finds Dark Lord on the other corner, this time on the east balcony. That was because, of course, the alibi was going through CCTV at the time. With that being said, 3v3 as two bodies are down from both sides in a pretty equal situation, but no setup has been done yet by Kid Sports. All of the action that's happened has been on areas that are away from the
Bomb
site.
located by
You do have
attackers.
the sledge Deathamer, who's now going to get started on doing verticality, as Dark Lord the Maverick is going to start with the hatch, going to get that wide open nice and quickly. Got to be careful. One of the Electroclaw that's going to do a bit of damage as soon as he runs over it, but also of somebody peeking that hatch from down below. Somebody really wants to right now, but no, it's going to be Dark Lord to get the kill. Cobra goes down, actually. As another ping goes out, potentially another operator could be in that direction as Deathamer is reconfiguring where he's going to go from, and it seems like it's going to be from east. Buckinator is still inside of that exit door right there. That's interesting because he's not the last one standing. Mojo goes down inside the side. The Legion has to move, and he's going to do exactly that. But that rotation that he has is
Attackers are
being watched.
activating the
Deathamer
bomb
is
diffuser.
here, and they had the call probably about the Legion probably being somewhere here. Should see him any second now. Yes, he does. And there goes Ishan on the floor to finish map 1, round 9. Kid Esports taking a 7-2 win. All things considered, pretty comfortable for them. Not too much resistance from Won't Stop Peaking. And if you're wondering why the map went as long as it did, well, we had a couple of big rehosts in there. Rehost and a pause, but they still went on for quite a while. Anyhow, all that aside, 7-2 to Kira Esports as they will take map 1.
Yep, a well-deserved one of that too for Kira Esports. 7-2, I believe that's what's the scoreline. Yeah, 7-2 was the scoreline. And now, claiming map number 1, they will evidently focus on claiming map number 2 as well. Oregon will be the map where Won't Stop Peaking will be the one who has picked the map itself. So, oh boy. Let's. How about we just take a look at the highlights itself and try to understand what exactly went wrong on One Stop Peaking's end. Kira Esports were currently the one on defense, so they decided to make a lot of changes on their strategies, especially Atharv, who was holding out both of the sides. Meanwhile, the rest of the players inside of Kira Esports were defending on their respective other places, like server room. The first floor was entirely locked out, which meant that team Won't Stop Peaking was forced to remove the rumors out of them first so that they would deny a lot of so that they can deny the deniers who could use the C4 from below to get that pick. Not a lot of information was at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking because Kira Esports always had it under control, especially on round number 2, where we did get to witness a Turf almost have an ace, mainly because of the hatch not being able to open properly. I mean, all Athar had to do was just remove Maverick off. Next thing you know, Electroclaw was still present. Hibana's Iskaros pellets couldn't even touch the hatch, which means that they were forced to make a full on, which they were forced to go downstairs and make their move on getting control on the side itself. There wasn't any presence on the window side, which immediately gave Kira Esports the comfort that they want. A lot of clutch situations where we did get to see Kira Esports win on their attack rounds, and with it, that actually ended up having 7-2. As we take a look at the match summary itself, Buckinator currently at the top of the leaderboards, 89 cost, a total of 8 to 7 KD. Atharv, on the other hand, will have 12 kills from his end, especially the quad kill that he made on round number 3. Actually, it was on round number 2. I have to apologize for that. Round number 2, 12 kills from his end. And with it, the first map has concluded. Kira Esports have succeeded on map number 1, which means they will aim on winning map number 2 and proceed into the next phase, which will be the semi-finals. But won't stop peaking. I'm pretty much sure that they won't stop letting Kira Esports win it on map 2.
I mean, Warsaw Peking will definitely be fighting really, really hard on the second map. That is for sure. But at the same time, how hard can they truly fight against a team like Kira, who has made top 3 very, very consistently in the South Asian region? Well, we'll have to wait and find out. As the map summary in front of you right now shows the 7-2 that just happened on border. Kira Esports taking map number 1 fairly comfortably, all things considered. And very soon we'll be going into map number 2, Oregon. That's going to be a pretty interesting map as well. Once again, taking Kira Esports to Oregon, not the worst decision, actually, all things considered, because Kira and Oregon has been odd, I guess. It'll take me a couple more matches to see if they truly are just having a shaky time right now, or if Oregon really has become a weak map for them, which would be an absolutely bizarre thing, right? Oregon, how do you say is a weak map for you? Folks, that is definitely not something that you want as a team. Now, Stop Peaking are going to be attacking first on Oregon. They were the ones who picked the map, so Kira had the side selection, and they have decided defense first, attack second, taking the advantage early and trying to go into that second half with as many rounds on their pockets as possible. So it's an interesting decision once again. Won't Stop Peaking with the defensive second half. Will be looking to win out at least a 3-3 in the first half to try and start fresh from the second half. As folks, we're not taking a break here. We're going straight live with map number 2 here and now. The teams are ready. They're rearing to play. So let's go straight into map number 2. Won't Stop Peaking versus Kira Esports.
Yep, we won't be taking a break because we are back on map number 2, Oregon, starting off with the ban phase. Yes. Okay. Starting off with the starting off with the ban phase itself, folks. We will see Kira Esports be back at the ban phase itself. Like, what happened exactly? Check.
No, no, come on. You can't act like you didn't try a pun there. Come on.
Okay, all right. I did try to make a pun attempt. Yes, I know. I said we won't be taking a break. Yeah, I know. Talk about the bans here, folks. Once again, it's a Thatcher and Jackal ban, the standard as it gets on a map like Oregon, which means we all know what will be another ban on defense. Kaid ban is a must because the hatches will be difficult for the attackers to open it up. There you go, Kaid ban. And last but not the least, it's either a Valkyrie or a Mira. And since we didn't get to see a lot of Mira bans coming in, I could say that the last ban will be Valkyrie. In 3, 2, 1, there you go. Valkyrie will be banned on the side of defense, a standard ban on a standard map, Oregon, in which we'll be able to see whether if Team Won't Stop Peaking can survive the unstoppable onslaught that Kira Esports will provide on defense. And to start it off, it will be on the standard map again. Second floor kids jumps. Actually, you know what? I'll just take a bit. I'll just, reverse it back for a minute or two and say that the site will be on basement laundry and supply room. For a moment there, I thought they were going to head on in on second floor, but no, they will go ahead with basement laundry itself. Maybe they want to confuse Cobra to think that the site is on second floor, but surprise, surprise, the site's on basement, which means Cobra, he just, he can get in the building, but he cannot get in the site directly. All in all, round number 1, map number 2 will commence. Kira Esports on map point. Can they succeed? Map number 2, Oregon. Let's find out in round number 1.
Well, round number 1, we already have a couple of those attacker repicks coming in. Desmond and Cobra. Desmond out of the Ace into the Iana. That's interesting right there. No Maverick being brought out. So, okay, there we go. I was going to say, no hard breacher for the hatches. That's definitely, a brave decision, because without the hatches, pushing basement becomes quite difficult, especially that meeting hatch right there. We have a Flores being brought in by Mojo, and Cobra, of course, still with the Nomad. Those air jabs always so important. Now, for a second there, I think I saw Dark Lord right on the door to blue. Now, I'm not sure what the idea is there. Could be a run out, could be a peek potentially on that entry elbow of blue outside of the big door. But other than that, nothing seems to have come off it. So I think they're just going to fall back for the time being. Elbow hold should be standard from the Kira Esports camp right now. However, the question is, who's going to get the first blood? Deathhammer is going to take a ton of damage right there. Okay. Really unfortunate for the Wamai there, but not dead. That's what matters right now. More bullets are being traded elsewhere in the map, but to no avail for either side. Kira Esports has a lot of momentum right now, but WontStopPeeking does not. As they're going to go for the hatches, Darklord's going to find one. That's Cobra, the Nomad, off the board.
Yeah, with Cobra off the board, which means that the Nomad cannot be able to use his air jabs to deny any flanks, which means that Kira Esports will be free to roam wherever they want, and that roaming from Dark Lord, hoping that they did get the early peek, we still have the protection from Shinra's end though. Desmond, you're glad to get that kill, but you forgot that there is a lot of resistance being made from that one particular spot. Shinra once again clarifies the kill onto taking towards Mojo, which means Buckinator is the only player left. At this point, when the Nomad was eliminated, we all know what exactly happened there. They decided to go aggressive, and with it, the final kill will happen at the hands of Shinra. Headshot of that too, they will succeed on round number 1. In round number 2, this is where WontStopPeeking and needs to change their strategy. What will it be? Will they figure out a way to play for picks, see whether if they can get an early peek or two to deny the aggressiveness that Kira Esports showed on round number 1? Maybe, who knows? But on round number 2, second floor kids Tom, we will see some interesting picks being made from Cobra as he decides to bring in the Osa.
All right, an Osa pick from the attack. That's something I would like to see more of, mind you. Osa doesn't get picked a lot, but she definitely has some really, really good uses for the sites that she does get picked for. This second floor, I would say Osa towards that bedroom balcony, one talent shield, maybe an attic, another. Or if you really want to push the big window of dorms, Osa's talent shield can also come into play there as well. Things just to note, right? And mind you, I don't really have too much experience with Osa. I'm just saying from what I've seen, both internationally and whatever little Osa has been played on South Asia, a lot of teams kind of just like to camp behind the shield, just get it set up on an important area where you can cut off lines of sight safely. But it is, of course, susceptible to impact grenades and C4s, basically all explosives, and you can melee it to make it opaque. So a couple of things to keep an eye on as an Osa player, or anybody playing behind one of her talent shields. On the other side, of course, in terms of the defenders' overall, operator selection, nothing really too special there that jumps out per se. Alibi from Deathhammer, but we have seen Alibi come up quite a bit. She's actually been quite present when it comes to being in the overall pick rates of defenders, pretty high up there. Not as high as some of the others, like, say, Aruni or maybe Mozzie or even the Malusi. But Deathhammer is taking a gunfight. Actually, Shinra is. Okay, damage dealt to the Mozzie as he's going to peek Classroom as well. Shots are fired through the wall to try and find him, but Shinra is just sitting pretty at the minute. not quite being contested, but he's being hunted down. That is definitely what's going on here. Kuntal's taking damage, so much damage. That's a run out from the garage, and that somehow succeeds. Dark Lord, he's struggling to get back in. Ashinda's gonna go down on the other side. Is the Melusi gonna get a kill? Yes, actually, Dark Lord gets one, and still isn't dead. Pistol out. What do you mean? What do you mean, Won't Stop Peeking? How do you lose to an actively detected a defender outside of the building? In the meanwhile, I think it was, I don't exactly recall, I think it was the Alibi who got another kill. And now it's all down to Cobra after a massive, massive collapse outside of the building from Won't Stop Peeking.
This can't be happening. Come on. How did Dark Lord get away? It kind of felt like it gave me goosebumps on Fathar's run out on window, man. Cobra, all by himself, needs to find all 4 players. But it's even the worst case scenario. Kira Esports have control on the diffuser as well. So if Cobra needs to make a clutch, he needs to get in the building to recover the diffuser, which will take even a lot more of time for him to recover that. Even more so, he needs to find all 4 angles in order for him to succeed. So what I'm thinking right now is that Won't Stop Peeking will use their precious time, that is a total of 40 seconds, to exactly think on what exactly happened. How did Kuntal just ran away from the garage door? He takes out Kuntal. Next thing you know, he starts to have problems with the garage window. And somehow when he tries to get away with certain situation like this, it didn't work out too well from his end. Death Hammer comes back. Yeah, everyone started to run away. Everyone started to run out from the window side. They had the information, and they'll eventually get that. Round number 2 at the hands of Kira Esports, and in round number 3, let's just say that it was a happy accident from Kuntal's end. His main intentions was to get back inside the garage window, but turns out he missed the barricade window. He was about to get in, but he could not. So he decided, you know what, since one of the attackers will push towards me, how about I just pre-fire it instead? Pre-fires one, whips out the pistol, gets the other, and it just runs away safely like nothing happened.
Yep, I have no
Happy
idea what
accident.
Won't Stop Peeking was doing there. I mean, the happy accident happened on the Finca, right? Kuntal going down on the on the rappel right there. But everything after that literally should not have happened. I don't know what Won't Stop Peeking was doing. I'm not going to cast any conjecture on that. It just happened, right? And I mean, you compared it to the run out from Fathar. That was from foosball window, right? From inside of second floor dorms. That was quite a while ago, mind you. But still, a big run out at that. That one was something that was really hype. This one, in the meanwhile, the first run out, hype. And then after that, it was a comedy of errors from Won't Stop Peeking. No one tried to re-peek that Melusi, despite the detection. And would you look at that, Shinra's back at it again. The spawn peeking dog, folk. The memes are real. Desmond goes down.
Man, it just continues to grow more and more. Shinra, the early peak already this time. He gets to take out Desmond. At this point, you could say that Kira Esports are just taking things lightly and let either Shinra or Death Hammer just do most of the work. They just give information for Shinra whenever he needs to. Most of the defenders scam. Although the outside has been destroyed, the inside is exactly where most of the default cams are active. On the other hand, we see Buckinator succeed in removing Shinra out of the equation, which means that they have control on construction. But now, they need to focus on something else, and that is Dark Lord. Having an immediate contest towards Buckinator, who is very low on HP, but with the help of Finca's Adrenal Surge, he'll be able to get a lot of HP back, which in fact is a good thing. But the main problem is, by using those Adrenal Surges, you will lose the ability to get that recoil control. Even more so, you'll even lose the amount of sheer aggressiveness that you can get from Finca's end. But having at least a bit of a chances that Buckinator could succeed in most of this gunfight clearly shows that Cobra wants to support his team as best as possible. That's exactly what Rainbow Six Siege game is. It's always about teamwork. It's always about the support you give towards the team. And this time, it should say it's favoring at the hands of Kira Esports. Back again, it's a third of 2 kills. Buckinator and Cobra, both of them has been eliminated, which means at a span of 1 minute, Mojo and Kuntal has to find a way to succeed this round. 2v3 as Mojo succeeds in taking out a third, which means that the only player who is in the side is Dark Lord. Actually, it's Vortex. Vortex has been gone as well, which means that Kuntal might have this thing under control. Both of the players on side of Kira Esports are playing at the hatch, and now the breach will happen.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. The fact that they're playing vertical, they know this. And look at that. Kuntal's going to go up the white stairs. He's the one on low HP, but you got to keep the thermite towards the side. But Mojo also wants to support his teammate here, which is the question. How do they approach this? Dark Lord will get the call now that there's players above. Can he get one? No, he can't, actually. This could be big right now because this 2v4 very well could happen. Deathhammer's going to come back and watch the hash. The drone, has it seen him? I don't think it has. Somebody's going to come towards security, but the drop, he's got to watch the entry from the breach, actually. Shots are fired. He gets one. He's going to run right away as the diffuser has to be planted. Mojo has no choice if he wants to extend the time, and it's going to do just that. Deathhammer's going to run right back towards the site. Should see the thermite any second now. It's a post plant, and he will get the kill. The 1v2 does work out in Deathhammer's favor. Very messy for Kira Esports. So many bodies lost to Kuntal and Mojo. However, they were still able to, just hold the ship together, hold down the fort, as it were. And thanks to the alibi, they win the round as well, as they are now 3-0 up. They have made it impossible for WontStopPeeking to have a lead in the first half, as the best that WSP can hope for right about now is, of course, a 3-3. But they have to win 3 straight rounds, and Kira, in the meanwhile, are going back to basement laundry, so it's going to be very difficult for them.
A pause timer has been requested from WontStopPeeking's end, so they have to utilize the time that they've got. Round number 4. Kira Esports are slowly racking up their lead, whereas the side of WontStopPeeking, they have yet to make a win on attack. Cobra once again choosing to bring in the Amaru once again really does make me wonder, is it a good idea? Because if the site was at second floor, yes, I can understand. Even more so if the site was on first floor, I can understand that. I can even understand that too, because of the vertical lines of sight, especially like you saw that example on the previous round. Now, knowing that the site is on basement, the only thing that Cobra can do is just gain important places that where you should have the most current access to, which is towards meeting. But you don't have any windows on meeting now, do they? At least you have some certain windows on the second floor. Maybe if you want to get the better jump at them, second floor kids jumps would have to be the ideal way for the Amaru to just gain instant access from white stairs. See if they can they can hinder around in towards the freezer place. That should be a good idea for a Gara hook, but other than that, you still need to ensure control on the side. And although there will be a lot of disturbances being made from blue bunker entrance, there has to be a lot of distractions being made from the stairs as well. You need to make Kira Esports think that, look, they're making an execute from blue bunker, they're making an execute from the blue stairs itself, just focus on these 2 important angles. And if they make that distraction right, maybe Cobra can get the jump on them. And I believe that is exactly what's not going to happen, because Cobra just uses Gara hook from the big tower stairs. So all of that idea I just made is just thrown out of the window.
Well, that's what happens, right? You predict so many things. I mean, I do as well, right? And we get so many of them wrong around here. But hey, again, 3-2 prediction, 3-0 result. Nothing is ever going to beat that. Even CCV at least was closer to the 3-0 than I was today.
3-2, Jack. I said 3-2.
Yeah, you did, but you at least predicted the winning team correctly. Both of us got that wrong. Anyhow, jokes aside, We got a couple of interesting setups here. On basement by the Azami, Shinra seems to be taking a couple of those Oregon Azami tech pieces, tech videos we've been seeing on social media to heart, as this is such a thin angle. How do you really contest this? You could try shooting the feet, but that's the thing, the defender can see your head, and it is Rainbow Six, so one-shot headshots will always be something you need to worry about. Another one goes out, and again, just so many things to worry about. Cobra's gonna go down because the third will find one. Shots fired, Desmond will take damage as well, and Darkler comes in to finish off the kill. That's another one to a third as Kuntal goes down. It's all down to Buckinator and Mojo as they are just falling apart at the seams. Deathhammer gets one, Buckinator's Claymore will find a third, but Mojo will go down nonetheless. Vortex speaking, the meeting split doors. Gets the final kill and finishes off the round. Just again, domination from Kira Esports with no fear, as they're just looking at WontStopPeeking and welcoming them to the jungle right about now. That is Oregon defense. And WSP, well, they are very much staring down the barrel.
I see what you did there, Jack. I see
Did
what
you
did
know?
there.
Did you?
Yes, I
Mhm.
did.
I mean,
Welcome to
it was pretty obvious. It was a pretty obviously bright pun. So
Yeah.
I just hope you didn't get I just hope the lights weren't blind.
Well, let's hope it doesn't blind on the teams, because you have the flashbangs, right? Or actually, no, they don't have any flashbangs. Unless and until Kuntal decides to bring in the OSA with a flashbang. Well,
Does
maybe
OSA
he
have
could.
flashbangs? I think she has secondary hard breach, right?
I'm not quite sure. Maybe
I know one's a Claymore, right? Because
Yeah,
that's the one you
one's
get
a
by
Claymore,
default. Yeah. I don't know this. I think it's a secondary hard breach
10 seconds
or
to go.
smokes, one of the two.
smokes or secondary hard breach. So
Yeah,
which
because
means-
I don't because if wow, okay. if Osa had flashbangs, you would, yeah, there we go, smokes.
Yeah, there
Like I said, right? Because if she had flashbangs, you would see Osa get played so much more, because flashbangs are just so inherently useful, right? But hey, what do I know?
I mean, at this point, way back before Jaeger and Gomai were a thing. Okay, early peak already.
That happened.
This time it's Cobra. Dark Lord goes out, and turns out won't stop peeking. This time they're actually looking good.
Okay. Okay, that's a good one right there. The shots were fired much earlier by Vortex, and I was gonna say Cobra didn't peek that back at all, but oh, Deathhammer's here, and those are two very important kills, and make that three! Deathhammer's on a rampage right now, inside of Armory. Where did he come up from? I think he came up from first floor. He might be on for a fourth right now. Gonna go to make a little opening, throw out the alibi, keeping whichever attacker is there at bay, and that's Buckinator right there, who is looking for this kill right now. So is Mojo. Lines of sight have been opened. The sledge will be seen. Damage will be done as another one, but no, the down and the kill will be in. Alturv's coming in now. Should see the twitch. Can't get the kill though. Shotgun needs to come out. No, he's just going to fall back instead. Play the close range. Yes, this is smart because you have utility denial right here. The grenade one already being used up by Mojo means only one remains, and there is an Aruni gate right here. So unless a twitch drone or Mojo's drone is sacrificed for this endeavor, that is to say to take out the Aruni gate, there will be no grenades that Alturv has to worry about right about now. Just waiting with the shotgun. Doesn't have to do much. The twitch drone will see him. Position will be given away. So he's going to fall back in instead. Go towards the breach. This has been called out, mind you. And, oh, wait, that's a down. What? The range on that? Okay. Mojo's not the last one standing. And he's going to go for the revive. He's heard this. He's heard this. There he goes. Alturv with the double. And that is going to be another round taken yet again for Kira Esports. That, again, they looked so good. This is exactly what we were talking about on Border for WontStopPeeking. They looked so good in the first half, in the first bit of the round, and everything just collapsed because somebody forgot to watch a flank, and Deathhammer got a triple kill, and it all fell apart from there. 1v2 to the smoke. Or was that a mute? It was an SAS player. It's now 5-0. Kid Esports one round away from match point.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
both
being
of them were
defused
at
by
50
attackers.
HP. And
That was a
especially
2v5.
Yeah, it was a 2v5. That Armor just picks out all three players. But man, what a clutch though. What a clutch from Kira Esports. Even more so, I have to give credit where credit is due for Dark Lord, I believe, was playing as the mute, the shotgun. The thing about shotgun is that if you
Attackers have
ADS
located
it
a bomb.
right, you can deal 70 damage if you shoot at the head. And since both
10 seconds remaining.
Buckinator and Mojo were both on 50 HP, they were
5
more
seconds to
likely to be
insertion.
downed in that mid-range gunfight. That is the power of an M5 shotgun.
Attackers
It is
objective
so
is to
powerful
defuse the
on
bomb.
mid-range that all it needs to have is just the attackers needs to have reduced amount of HP in order for that clutch to happen. And let's just say that Death Armor really did deal a lot of damage towards them. First frag once again, and it's Shinra back on track.
The
And you
memes are
could
real.
say, yeah, the memes are real. The memes are definitely real. Doc with the spawn peak. The only difference is that it used to be a Doc spawn peak with an ACOG side, but instead it's just a 1.5. But credit is due. Memes will stay alive, and that spawn peak might give Shinra yet another kill if he succeeds in taking out Mojo.
Well, Desmond has been taken down in the meanwhile, as has Cobra, but there will be a refraction. Shinra goes down, but Buckinator goes down to a Turf. This player just will not stop. A Turf is here, so is Deathamer. They've really been doing so much work for the team. Darklord and Shinra second behind them, as it were, joint second, as it were. And Vortex bringing in the rear with the support. A pretty quiet map for that castle player right there. Pretty quiet maps in general. But hey, if you're supporting your team, that's all that matters. 2v3, make that 1v3. Kuntal found one, got taken down. It's all down to Mojo. And Vortex will more than happily take that kill. Once again, Kira just not letting anyone even remotely close to the site. There were only, what, 2 rounds, right? Count them, 2 rounds from the first half where WontStopPeeking's attack actually got close to the site. And even then, they still lost because of some massive errors that they ended up making along the way. Kira Esports, folks, 6-0. 1 round away from finishing this off right here, right now. Match point to them. And would you look at that? Shinra has his hands on that finca once again.
Oh boy, the reign of terror continues for Kira, for Won't Stop Peaking. I was about to say Kira Esports because it's not. It's the reign of terror might
Attackers
continue
need to
on Won't Stop
locate and
Peaking's
defuse
end.
bombs.
Finca being brought up at the hands of Shinra, which means that tension starts to arrive on the defensive end. Now Mojo, he wants to say that since Shinra did made the meme alive, how about I continue the trend by bringing in the dock as well. Now here comes the main problem. Shinra, when he plays as the Finca, he would always win any spawn peak that the defender gives it to them. So unless Mojo is pristine and accurate with his shots and succeeds in removing Shinra out of the equation, I can say that Shinra will get an early peak to take out Mojo.
Attackers
I can
must
guarantee you
locate
that.
and defuse a bomb.
Any
Okay
minute
then.
now.
Okay
Any
then.
minute now.
Any minute now.
Casters, please don't do this. Please don't.
I think Mojo's actually elsewhere on the map. I think he might be towards the kitchen corridor or Shaw's corridor.
I told you!
Never mind,
I
he's
told
dead.
you!
He's
Yes!
dead. Okay, there we go. Wow, okay, that is some energy right there about that prediction. Okay, Baba. It's fine. It's okay, it's okay. It's all right. You got it right. You got it right. That's what matters here. There's been another kill in the meanwhile. Desmond has gone down, and Shinra is just rapidly approaching the site of the white stairs as shots are being fired towards Trophy. There's 2 attackers there. Shinra's watching the flank from the kitchen area. There is somebody approaching, but that is from the security corridor. Instead, Cobra, the Thunderbird, of course, has plenty of utility available. Grenade from below will not find any kills as Cobra goes down. A third will take that kill more than happily. Kuntal is spotted. Shinra peeking away, and Vortex is the last one as well. It does not matter what you bring out. Kira Esports, they are complete today because of this playstyle. Look at that. They have come in and they have made a statement, as it were, folks, because they got a turf back, and look at that play. A turf, they missed a turf dearly. I think we can all agree on that front. I think like Music J has been talking about that in the chat already. However, well, let's just say that a turf truly has brought the oomph back in the team that they've been missing. They've been struggling this series. in the summer series. They have struggled since qualifier 1. But now, with the Turf back, they once again are in fighting form. And the Turf did not disappoint today, mind you. Has had a pretty good couple of maps as well. So, folks, a 7-2 and then a 7-0. Won't stop peaking. Not much of a reply from them. Unfortunate, as it were. They will have to settle for what I believe is 5th spot, or maybe 5th or 6th. It's there. Basically, they get 2 points in the South Asian Nationals table. And they will probably take their spot in like what 7th or 8th position of the league, or maybe 6th position. I think I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait for the calculation because I don't have all of the numbers yet, as it were. Let's not talk about those. Let's talk about the highlights of the map. A very quick one at that too. A 7-0, and my oh my, Kid Esports, they were here in full force today.
Yeah, full force. And again, Atharv, welcome back, man. It's been a while since I've seen you on Kira Esports, and he is back in action, baby. That is for sure. 7-0, Kira Esports. Man, what a performance from them. And what a dominating performance in the lower brackets matchup, too. They will proceed into the next phase. Congratulations to them, and won't stop peaking. Man, they had so much difficulties. And also, I have to apologize to the viewers out there for me screaming like that, because never have I ever predicted in a way that an exact player would get caught up with an exact player. Like Shindra taking out Mojo, I did not expect that it would happen. I thought the caster's curse was still a thing, but all right, you know what? Just focusing on the rounds itself, man. Sometimes when you make predictions like that, it really just like go 100 IQ brain mode. But yeah, sorry again. Sorry for the screams. All right, focusing
Mhm.
on the highlights itself. Kira Esports, a lot of clutches, 2v5 as we seen on round number 5, and what a play from Atharv. Long range shotgun in mid range, and the confirmation to succeed 1v2. Shindra, I'm glad he's back. Shindra, he just started to make his own plays, in which I was very happy to see him make a lot of early peaks from his end too, on attack as well as on defense. Talk about won't stop peaking though. Early rounds, they were looking confident on both map Oregon as well as on the first map itself, which was on border. Not a lot of presence was shown on the Oregon's side, because a lot of 1vx situation were at Kira Esports' end. They always clutched it out. And mainly because of having those important situations, and also round number 4, the way how Azami's wall has been placed, that pixel angle is such a deadly angle for any defenders and for the attackers. Just by a single peak means death. Even if you decide to, remove those important Azami walls, you would still get picked out nonetheless. So there's no other counters to it, and this really shows why Azami is currently one of the most best and the next meta operators in the history of Rainbow Six Siege. Way back, there used to be ADS and were my meta with all the utility games, but now this meta is clearly interesting, mainly because that the defenders have a chance to create their own window of opportunities. They can get to create their own angles, and mainly because of that, seeing Kira Esports use Azami in such a brilliant way on basement clearly shows that they're not out of it just yet. As we take a look at the match summary itself, Buckinator, turns out every player on the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking has the similar KD, 3 to 7. Okay, that's interesting.
I
Three
mean,
kills to all Buckinator, Kuntal, Mojo, and Cobra, except Desmond, though.
actually, yeah. No, actually, looking at that, I gotta ask: was there
Mhm.
a single plant in this map? I don't think there was. Like no
Yeah, there
plants.
was
It was
one.
all. Was
There
there?
was one.
There
Yeah,
was an
there was
attempt.
one.
Oh yeah. There was on the okay. Yeah. Round three, right? Meeting
Yep, round
and
3. Yep.
kitchen. It was the
Hmm.
1v2 for the alibi death armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I remember. Okay. Thank you for reminding me there. But other than that, even that plant really didn't last all that long. To be fair, but I guess that's why I didn't remember it. But anyhow, looking at that Kira camp, look at that 9-1, 9-4, 8-4 for the top 3. Deathmar, Atharv, and Shinra. Atharv coming back strong today. Shinra as well, picking himself back up after yesterday's quiet performance. Dark Lord, I mean, he's always been just, around helping the team, getting kills wherever he can. Today, a couple of entry kills for Dark Lord as well. Shinra, the real entry fragger, as it were. 3 kills to no deaths right there. and I mean, understandably so. A Thurv and Deathermer with the 100% KOST and 1.89 and 1.68 ratings right there. Good stuff for them. Of course, nothing quite beats the 2.14 that we saw the other day. But anyhow, there's the map summary, folks. 7-2, 7-0. Kira Esports with a quick win on today's matches. They will go ahead to the lower bracket finals to face Retrograde. And mind you, the upper bracket finals will be happening on the same day as well. That is Friday. The two matches that I think a lot of people are looking forward to. It is the top four of the Pro Series. Same top four as Spring. Mercenaries versus Hunters for the upper bracket final. And Kira Esports versus Retrograde for the lower bracket final. One team will move ahead to the grand finals, and two teams will move ahead to that decider match for third place. One team will get eliminated. All of that action on Friday. And oh boy, that Hunters Mercenaries match, I'm looking at that right now. That is going to be a bit of a mini revenge, right, for Mercenaries, because they definitely will be. They still will have a chip on their shoulder after what happened in the Spring Series finale, and they will want to put Hunters in the lower bracket once again and keep them there, and maybe even win against them in the BO5 Grand Finals. Until then, we will have to wait and see, folks. Retrograde Kira, on the other hand, looking like another really interesting game. Retrograde got fourth place in the Spring Series, so they're going to try and get to third this time around. Are they going to be able to? We're going to have to wait until Friday to find out. Until then, it has been a great day of matches, and I've been your host, Blackjack, alongside Babagusta, and earlier today, we had, of course, Bullet in for a long game. That first game going to map 3, that was a long one. Quick finish, but, a couple of maps in there. 3 maps, that is. Took a while to end. And mind you, all of this on Rainbow-Six-Siege, a very, very good game, of course, made by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, some really good gaming gear if you are in need. Well, Zotac Gaming's got you covered. Broadcast partner logo for your favorite streams and maybe future favorite streamers. Go over to the platform, check out some streams of some really good gameplay. But yes, the Esports Club Pro Series for Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege for today. We'll be wrapping up in just a short while as we also finish off for the day. Now, I do have to say, though, I am a little sad that we didn't get any new teams in the top 4 this time around. But hey, some of the teams that came up, definitely they have potential. Who knows, for the third series, we might see them, make a lot of plays, make a lot of noise. But until then, we'll have to wait. But before that, we'll have to wait till Friday for more Siege action, upper bracket and lower bracket finals. Until then, I've been your host, Blackjack, with me, Baba Gusta. We're signing off for tonight, and we'll see you on Friday. Stay tuned, and good night.